Okay, so let me get this started. Make sure it's streaming. It's streaming, so that takes a second. Okay. So, are you there, Adrian? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm
okay,
here.
Perfect. So yeah, just get it all set up, and then we'll get started. So yeah, so I don't know. I guess Adrian, since because actually a long time back, me and I think it was when Carlo first joined. Like he just suggested to me, so like one time, like after we were done with the book space, we just kind of like briefly discussed this one. This was like almost last fall, summer.
Yeah, I think it was last October.
Yeah, so like it had been way back there. So yeah, both me and Speedy had done this one. So I guess we can start with your.
Well, we didn't do it though. We talked about it for like 10 minutes.
Well,
Like
yeah, I know, but I'm just saying,
I
like
think after
he
a space, we were both doing a space, and like people just left, and we ended up talking about it. So, but we didn't do like an actual deep dive. So you want to start with Jaqueline Ess or with Spar?
what was Spar? Just because it's
All
it's
right,
it's the
Spar.
shorter one.
all right,
Yeah.
let's go.
All right, so I mean, my first impression is that like, I mean, she's using language like cunt and like, all this other stuff, like the sexual language right in the very beginning. It's almost like to jar you, and it's like now, I mean, I did listen to this one and there was that disclaimer that the one woman that was reading it, she talks about in the beginning, so it's like okay. And I had heard what you guys, but like if I had just approached this on my own, um, yeah, it's like she's trying to jar you with the overt sexual language right in the very beginning, and then it just like gets into it, and then the story is of how she became, on this life. Well, it's not really a lifeboat; it's like a life ship, right? Escape pod with this alien. Um, that's revealed after the fact. But I mean, it just gets into the fact that her and this blob alien that has cilia all over it are just having sex, right? Like, I mean, it just gets right into it. So, I mean, I don't know if that is successful. I get that it's a really short story. Um, I don't know. The whole thing about how their ships collided and it was like, a one in a million type of thing. And then this thing came, it saved her. Her partner dies. But like, I don't know. There should have been like, I felt like there should have been a little bit more than like, they just get it like starts off, they're just having sex, right? It's like,
Well, it's it's it's
I
it's,
feel
it's
like
just a
I feel like
shipwreck.
there should
It's
have
a,
been.
it's a
Hang on, just
shipwreck, right?
what did I get that, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, no, but it was in control of its own life ship, right? And like, it pulled her in. So like, I mean, clearly it did that for a reason. She's not a prisoner, really, but like, I don't know, she kind of is. I mean, just because she's getting no response from this thing, right? It's like, yeah, I don't know. It was that was a bit odd. Like I feel like there, because like I mean, if she had been pulled into the airlock, right? I mean, she wouldn't have just stripped down immediately and started having sex with this thing, right? With this blob. I mean, there must have been some build up
Well,
to
I
get
think we
there,
talked about
right?
it with the last novel we read. Remember, like when what's the name of the character? Polly, it's in the like the sensory deprivation box there. That like there is nothing words or like no like more kind of crazy making than being deprived of all stimuli, right? Like when you're in a complete lack of stimulation. So I like me when I read this the first time, that was my first conclusion was that I was like, oh wow, yeah, like what if you're in a box, right? Like I mean, what you're saying, Adrian, that like you don't see her, kind of getting there, I feel like to me it's implied when you start once you start thinking about like the situation where like you're it's a complete lack of simulation. So I mean, eventually, right? Like I mean, things would lead to that, right? I mean, that's
Yeah.
just out of context right away to me. That was yeah, immediate.
Well, I mean, well, I mean, she keeps questioning things. It's like, am I a prisoner here? I mean, all these things are going through her head. I mean, then she's like, oh, the boyfriend that he's dead, but then she's like cursing him kind of because like, oh no, she's stuck with this thing now, and it's like it's sort of like his fault type of thing, and like all these things are going through her head. I mean, but this thing is giving her food, right? So I mean, like I don't think its intentions are malicious, right? It's
I
like,
don't think it's ever implied it
um,
is. That's never. She wants it to be right because she's playing out multiple
yeah,
fantasies in her head. Out of sheer boredom, she goes through varying fantasies, right? So that's the thing is that she has this thing that sort of reacts to her, but she has to choose entirely how to interpret everything it does, right? There is no sort of actual, you know, explanation, right? So she has to. So I mean, yeah, she's playing out various fantasies with it, right? Sometimes it's raping her, sometimes she's raping it, sometimes it's her boyfriend, sometimes it's something else, right? Because I mean, essentially,
yeah.
it's an object and it's doing things with her, but there's no it's entirely up to her to interpret, right? So she can interpret it the same way, but then after a while she gets bored with that interpretation, and so she reinterprets whatever they're doing, right? Because for the most part, it's largely seems to be repetitive, right?
Right, but I mean, if it's feeding her,
Well, it's not
um,
really feeding her like consciously. It's she's feeding off a tube that's attached to the pod, to the escape pod, right? Like to the
Now,
yeah.
now here's an
yeah.
area because there's one hole for that she eats out of, and there's another hole that's waste. My question is it the inverse for the thing, right?
Lol, dude.
Hi guys.
Well, I mean, does it eat? I mean,
I
that's the
don't know if
question.
it does or not. So that's the other, that is actually the question because if it has these tubes on there, like yeah, does it fly around there like to rescue people? Like does it not need to eat, but it does it?
Hey,
So it almost expects to have a
Jody.
passenger.
Jody's in
It
the
didn't
room, so
say.
let's welcome Jody. Hello, Jody.
Hi guys. Hey.
Hey,
It
Jody.
didn't mention it eating. Hi guys. It didn't mention it feeding in any way,
Wait, Jody,
except on
can you
her
give us a bit of
specifically.
a summation of what was your first reaction and like what you think in general before we get into it?
uh, you know what? I don't know. I like the second story better. I thought it was a bit of fluff. I thought it was just I don't know. It was kind of gross. It was
Well,
gross. But
yeah.
it was really bizarre. Like I don't know, I just got the feeling like she was trapped and she just kind of had to adapt to just survive and not go out of her
Well,
mind. You could see her trying to cope and yeah, I found it really bizarre, obviously really,
I'm
brutally
gonna I'm
blunt
gonna I'm gonna spill my beans
sexuality
here.
in there.
We can talk about it later, but to me, it's kind of a metaphor of the relationship with Gary, with her boyfriend, right? Like it's kind of a mirroring the lack of communication they have. But I mean, yeah, it is so. It makes me feel so uncomfortable, right? Like, I mean, that's the point of some of these stories. By the way, this one I read many of these kind of yeah, like these Serbia stories, and like most of them are just kind of trash to see how much they can make you uncomfortable. This one has more layers, and like maybe we think we can get into yeah, like the psychology of like like what's it to be completely devoid of any type of stimuli, and like more so than that, like any input, right, in terms of communication, like communicating ideas. So like go ahead.
Well, for me, I think she was going insane over and over and over again. Like she was trapped in this impossible situation, and she would go insane, and then she would have moments of clarity where she would try to hold on to like a memory that happened to her in her real life. Um, but she'd lose it because of just the like she just accepted what was happening to her, and she just stopped equating it as like because it was rape, right? But
But what do
No,
you
no,
she
no.
know? What, no, no, it's not rape, really. It's like
mm,
she is. I mean, by the same token,
on
if you
both
say that
sides,
it's
though.
if you say that it's raping her, right? She is raping it back, right?
Exactly.
Like, I
Yeah,
mean,
I think eventually she just gave into it just to be able to like, and she tries to tie some type of like romanticism to it just to be able to cope with the idea of what's happening to her and
Oh
what
no.
she's doing.
Overall, I think it's very clear that if anything's more aggressive, she's the more
Yeah, she's
aggressive
the aggressor for
in
sure. I
this.
mean,
She is.
we'll talk about it, but like I also she's the aggressor in the
absolutely.
I
situation.
think she's doing it out of anger, though. Like I think she's doing it out of like anger.
Well, I
But
mean, yeah,
not
but
at the
that doesn't change
object,
that she's the
not at the
aggressor,
thing.
right? Like, I mean, so I mean that one
I
part where
don't
she's
see it
like
that way.
she pushes her arm through and like she keeps like probing it to say like, but then there's like this one hole and like, it'll clamp down on her wrist, right? And it's like clearly the thing doesn't want that touched, right? So it's like,
Yeah, that was
but
kind
she
of an odd.
keeps doing it, right? So I mean like, she keeps going back to it. So I mean, yeah, she is like abusing it, right? Like
I
I
think
mean, from a human
sometimes,
perspective.
sometimes out of anger, and then other times she's trying to please it to get it to give her some kind of an emotion. Like, is it something she's trying to communicate with it?
But I mean, for the most part, it's very clear the thing. First of all, saves her, and then second of all, obviously takes her to safety. So
And feeds
yeah. So I
her.
mean, it's. I think what.
It's
Well, it's
benevolence.
hard to say that even. I think what the story really is about, like total foreignness. So like, of course, I'm sure you guys all saw like movies like Enemy Mine, and then of course that, or even ones where there isn't anybody, like what was it, the stupid one with Tom Hanks and the little ball. And
Castaway.
then even there was a recent
Yeah,
there was a
yeah, yeah.
recent
Yeah.
yeah, there was a
Castaway, yeah.
recent one that had Harry Potter, the guy from Harry Potter, like Swiss Army Man or something like
Yes,
that. I
A24.
never
I
saw
saw
it.
it. It's awesome. Yeah.
But so there's two things, right? So there's two variations on this. There's one of like almost near isolation, and then so you get more the Castaway type where he starts to anthropomorphize this object, and then there's the other side where it's more like Enemy Mine, where you have something that is supposed to be more forward. Although funny enough, Enemy Mine was actually based on a movie from the '60s about, it was like a World War II movie, like like a Japanese pilot and an American pilot crash land onto an island. So at first they're trying to kill each other, and then eventually they become, sort of like unwilling friends. They're pretty much like, it's pretty much the same plot as Enemy Mine, except it's just not, space and an alien. But like it's dealing with us, like how do you deal with an enemy with whom you can't communicate. So this one kind of takes both of those and combines them, right? It's There's almost no way that because it's such a different form of life, right? It's not bipedal. It doesn't. She can't even tell what But at the same time, it does seem to be alive. So it is more than just the volleyball there from Castaway, but there's absolutely no hope of ever like properly, like it's only in the most base visceral thing, right? Like it's somewhere between a cat and a fungus, right? That's about the depth of communication that she can
Well,
have
but
with it. So I
for
think
what she understands, though, because I mean, we'll never know the story if there is actually, and like, this is something you guys brought on a space about AI. Like, like, does intelligence like equal sentience, right? Like, can something be intelligent without being sentient, right? So I was reading this story this time, and I was thinking about that. Like, you guys brought it on a space about AI. I'm like, yeah, that's an interesting question, right? Like, can something be intelligent and not be sentient? Like, in the terms we understand that. So I was thinking about it as I read.
Well, so then there's another level here. So we get her side of the story, and of course the sense that she has no comprehension of it. We actually don't know that it can't understand her very well, right? Like for her, she might be like the weird little dog that dry humps its leg, right? So she lets it do it, and yeah, that one time she gets a little too violent. The dog nips a little too much or something like that. Like it's her sort of weird love hate animosity with it. It might not, like, actually here's the thing I thought about, like when the story ends and she's like, no, I'm going to stay with it, and then she leaves. Maybe in its weird way, maybe it actually does genuinely love her, right? Like maybe that's the thing, maybe it's capable of loving her in a way that she's
Well, I
not.
mean, it was banging her,
Well
right? Like, I mean, there is no question
no,
about
no, no,
that.
there is a question. That's absolutely what we really don't know what it is.
We don't know that. We don't know that
Well, I mean,
exactly.
it is penetrating her
Yeah, but it's responding
orifices,
to her. I
right?
mean,
Like, I
it
mean,
could be some sort of just weird, like, waterbed. I mean,
But did it save her, like, or did it just
Well,
kind of
I,
like,
oh
I,
no,
I
it
oh,
would say
absolutely
that
did.
no, 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 it brought her in. But what was it saving her, or was it just,
yeah,
well,
it
we
was.
don't know,
keeping her as
but
a
what
Yeah.
specimen?
it does return her back to it. Now, whether it saves her because maybe there's like an agreement that, yeah, they'll pay if you save. Right. I mean, this is the law of the sea there, right? Like if you find another country's people cast away and you save them, you do it partially because it's right, but mostly because it's agreed that it will be compensated, right? Because to then pick them up and have them on your ship and everything, there's a cost, there's a lack of resources, and then to get them back somewhere. So it's understood that, like, yeah, if you pick up somebody else's, castaways there, that there's going to be a reward, right? It's sort of, so I mean, it does seem to pull her in and keep her there and then return her back to a human station, right? Because at the end there, or something bipedal, right? Something more
Yeah,
normal,
exactly.
right?
But I mean, like you guys saying that we have no like way to knowing, like what it feels, or like like there is absolutely no communication, but there is though. We know it understands pain, right? When she goes and like breaks something inside of it, and like it keeps her from going deeper, and that's when she gets the ring out of her wrist. And that's just why I think personally she's the aggressor, because like at that point it could have like hurt her back, or like like we know it understands pain, so it could have caused her pain back, but it doesn't. It just keeps her out, right? Like I'm like, um, I was just thinking, yeah, like I mean, she heard it, and it understands that breaking something, right, like causes pain, so he could break something back, and it doesn't. So to me, like, and what Zink is saying, like she, like, because of her lack of communication, her lack of like the interaction, it lacks any type of communication to her, any type of meaning. She's creating meaning, right? So she's like that's why she's kind of equating all of her feelings for her crappy boyfriend into it, and like kind of punishing as a proxy, right?
But wait, was he a crappy boyfriend? Because I mean, she's thinking about that picnic, and like, he's feeding her bread, and like, it's the first thing that she's tasted in a long
Well,
time. But
once
it's
again,
just
it
the
actually sounded
memory
like
of.
she was kind of the
I
piece
mean,
of shit in their relationship. I think a lot of this comes down to self-loathing, right? Like this is like this. Now it might be like survivor guilt or something like that. That might be why she like lets herself get ravaged by this thing, right? It might, you might have started like as a panicky hate fuck, right? Because yeah, we never really understand the origins of it, but it's yeah.
so a panicky hate fuck. I mean, ultimately, like, well, I mean, let's ask Jody. She's a woman. If you were trapped with this thing, like, what's the first thing you're gonna do? Like, strip off your spacesuit after it rescues you, and like, start
Well, no, no,
probing it,
but
and
it's
like,
isolation, right? Like you put people in isolated conditions like that, because that's the thing. It's that two mixed things, right? Where it's not full isolation, but it's not full communion either, right? It's sort of a weird like half and half, right? There is something there, and she is doing, but yeah, she has no meaning. She has to derive all the meaning. There's simply just base sensation, right? In some ways, I think it's like an extreme metaphor for like, yeah, relationships that are just so purely physical that there's almost like no, right? So that, you derive whatever it is from there, right?
I just think there was nothing else. Like, if there was nothing else, they don't say, like, she asks, you know, did it save her? What does it say here? Um, it says here, she does not remember the first time. It is safer to think it forced her. And that's why I was thinking of rape, because I think in the beginning, it may have been forced on her, and that it happened over and over and over and constantly, constantly. She's trying to make it become something else, and she's becoming a participant in it. And I think that's what happened over time. They don't
No,
outwardly
it
say
says
that, but
for her. It says it right there. She wants, because what it is, she's doing something really bizarre there, right? I mean, she's essentially fucking an animal, right? I mean, it's bestiality in all means, right? So she needs to lie to herself to convince herself that it started that way, right? That's what it says.
Well,
It's
can I read
easier
it?
for her to
It says
believe
here.
that
no, it says it's
Wait,
safer. It says
hold
it's
on.
safer.
for
There's
her
a difference.
sanity.
Because no, because it's her way of coping with
Wait,
an original
hold on.
rape,
No,
right?
I have a
absolutely
quote
not.
here. It says, she pretends that this is a
Mm.
rape. Rape, at least she could understand. Rape is an interaction. It requires intention. It would imply that it hates or fears or wants. Rape would mean she's more than a wine glass it fills. So, I mean, she's thinking it right here, right? She
Mm.
pretends that it is that, right? Because I mean, she's so deprived of meaning with the interactions with it that she's constructing that to give it meaning.
Yeah, I fully agree. She is not being raped by it. I
No,
did
I got
not
a
get
different
that at
feeling off
all.
of it. Well, I did. I just got the feeling that she was coping with something and trying to communicate desperately with this. And so she's thinking she has to get involved, or she has to be a participant. Maybe she can try and understand, she can try and communicate with him. It it just seemed very.
Yeah, but I mean, she's getting very aggressive
I mean,
with it,
the
right?
reason
Like, I
it's
mean,
safer for her, because there comes a point, right? The whole thing is that by participating with this, she's removing herself from humanity, right? Like it's just like, I mean, it's worse than having sex with a sheep, right? Like what she's doing, right? It's that lonely guy out there with his sheep, and at first it's just a moment of sort of desperation, and then he just sort of gets used to it. But it's that's what she's going through. What would have been like, it's the same with like cannibalism, right? Like, at first they start off, it's like, oh well, I guess I'll eat it to survive, and then they just become very sort of, blasé or whatever with it.
Well, she says in there she dreams of rescue, but doesn't know what that looks like. So she's dreaming like she wants out of there. And then it says a paragraph down, her anger is endless and relentless. So she's fighting back against this thing already out of anger because she's just so frustrated with the situation. Like, it, it seems to almost to me to be playing with her.
well, I mean, they're playing with each other, right?
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately.
But for her, it's like all she knows is sex in like sex in the physical sense as a human being. Like, she's trying to figure this all out. I don't know. It was just a really bizarre story.
Yeah, it is. I mean, there is
Well,
no
I mean, like
question that it's
it's
bizarre.
so.
Well, yeah, like I was trying to find meaning in it, but
I think
I don't know.
that's all on purpose, right? Like why did it's such a it's very economic, and like there is a lot of things left for like to for context, right? I mean, like even descriptions are like like it's three like three words in one line. That's a description of what's happening, right? It's a lot of for you to contextualize, right? And I mean, like if Jody says, well, maybe, yeah, like she's being the one being abused. Like, I mean, it's so open that like you can interpret it. I interpret it differently, but I think why I like this story so much too. It's is that it's I find she's very successful at kind of immersing you in there, and kind of giving more like her feelings, right? Like, and like her kind of state of mind so scattered, right? Like with so few words, so that just kind of makes you part of it, right? That like you're all disoriented and like like all kind of twisted into a story as she's twisted, like all twisted with this thing as well, right? So it's interesting in that sense, I feel.
I mean, here's the way I would almost take it in a more what does the thing even have a concept of sex? So for her, this is a purely sexual act.
No.
But I mean, for this thing, it might just be like finding like a wounded animal and be petting it, right? Like to this thing, it might just be like petting, right? Like this concept of sex.
Yeah.
Now it's physical contact, but I mean, does this species even have sex, right? Or anything like that, right? So while the most common thing is it does seem to be able to understand touch. Well, there's good touch, bad touch, and all that stuff, right? I mean, in many ways, like, because of course, when she, because it's not sex in the classical, right? Because there is no, it isn't genitals, right? Or at least not that she knows of, right? So of course, she just talks about her various holes and her various, her various ins, her various outs, and stuff.
It's
Yeah,
about
yeah, yeah.
orifices and this creature exploring her orifices and thinking that maybe it's making progress in some ways, but there's no way to communicate
But at the same
between
time, but
each
it might
other.
not even be sex. I mean, is that what sex is? I mean, sometimes I pet my cat's ears, right? I mean,
Well, and that,
But that's all to her, something penetrating her is sex,
well, to
right?
her, that's what I'm saying.
To,
So for her, it's
yeah,
sexual, and it's become sexual, and she's got this weird thing.
right.
For it might just be petting a cat.
no, and even I wanted to get
Okay.
here before when I mentioned like like things can be intelligent without being even sentient, right? Like, what if this is just the intelligent way of like like just trying to protect this being, right? But it's not even acting out of volition. It's just like a program, like the most efficient way to like let's say if you find yeah, like another like form of life, like how to, I don't know, keep it warm or whatever, like like keep it simulated, right? Like, what if it's just an intelligent response and not even like an actual sentient choice, right? So that's why I wanted to get there at the beginning there.
But I mean, the fact that it's feeding her.
Well, it's not feeding her. The ship's
The
feeding
ship
her.
though, it's not
It's not
the
feeding her.
alien.
But that's its ship, right?
Well, yeah, but is it just like literally like an erotic couch, right? Like is it just because it looks like it's right? It's organic, right? But just because something's organic, right, doesn't mean it's alive, right? It could be some sort of like life support thing. Like I said, it could be like a special water. It could just be a seat, right? Like this could just be like a capsule to rescue. Now it seems like that since the collision, like, but I mean, it essentially is a lifeboat, right? So maybe this really is just a lifeboat on there.
Right, but I mean, the thing is, its own ship was destroyed in the process.
No,
Of that collision, right? I mean,
Well, but what's Inky saying though?
That was its lifeboat.
well,
do we even know?
A ship
Do we even know
destroyed.
this was the
So, like I
alien?
said,
We just know
yeah.
this is the escape pod. That's it. Like, we don't even know what this is, right? Like, if it's the yeah.
Well, no, she was on her own escape boat, her own escape pod, and then so she was like, her magnetic boots were like, attracted to that. Then she saw, like, was it Gary?
Yeah,
was that
Gary.
her boyfriend? I forget. Yeah, Gary. Like, his entire leg is sheared off. So like, and then of course, because of the vacuum of space, his blood boils and like, he basically explodes. He's done, and she knows it. But then this was the lifeboat from the alien's craft, so it had escaped, and then it sees her, and then it like pulls her into the
do we know
airlock, right?
that the alien actually escaped? Like I said, this could just be some sort of a couch, and the alien might have died on its ship, and this is just some sort of like special couch that's meant for it to be sat on, right? Like, or even like a pet, right? It could be like a cow or something, right? Like, we don't know that this is actually.
But yeah, it's possible.
This is actually the intelligent species that operates that ship, right? It might have been like its pet. It might have been its dog, and it put it on the on.
Well, what makes you think that?
Well, it
Well,
says
we
it
don't
was
know.
We don't
two
know
We
though.
don't know
lifeboats,
It's all her
right? So I
perspective.
mean,
Everything we get is from her input 100%, right? We get zero except for it understands pain,
Okay.
right? The thing. So, and we don't know if it's actual pain in its sense, but maybe just like that she gets close to actually disabling it, right? Like we don't even know. We know it.
Well, she finds out it feels pain, so it
Well,
has
but does it
senses,
feel pain,
right?
or it's what I want to get into, what I was getting at before? Like, is it just some intelligent thing that like, okay, like this got close to disabling, like my orders, whatever, my command, so I'm gonna stop this thing, right? Like we don't even know if it's actually sentient, right? We have zero input from it. We all we know is what's in her head, so it's all
yeah.
one-sided, right?
Well, I mean, it's certainly reacting, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying, like, like Jody's saying, well, we know it feels, but do we know that? What if it's what I said? Like, it's just uh, some kind of intelligent
Well, we have
contraption
to,
that, like, doesn't want to be disabled in a way, so it's just stopping that
I
mechanism
mean,
from
more than
happening, right?
anything, we know
but I
absolutely
think it does.
nothing. We actually know absolutely nothing about this.
That's true, but if we look at like human behavior, right? So she tries to hurt it, or she finds a part of it that she pokes or whatever, and it pulls back. And then so a human being might, like, if somebody were to hurt you, you might like punch them or push them away or grab their wrist and squeeze it really hard to get them off of you. And so that's a reaction that this creature is making. So she's making the assumption that it felt pain, and it came back at her and gave her some pain back to make her stop. That would be just something that she would naturally think, because the only thing she can relate to is what human beings would do.
Yeah. But again, and that's what, like, if I were to just like interpret things, I would say if it's actually sentient, that's when I say it's not the aggressor, because like when she hurts it, it could easily, if it understands pain, right, it could just easily try to break something back, but it's just like a cautionary nip there, right? Like, okay, like stay away, but
So,
it doesn't break anything on her, it doesn't cause her any actual pain, just like just a cautionary little warning there.
so I mean, the narrative says to us directly, the alien's ship also broke into pieces, its lifeboat kicking free, and the Waldos reaching out, pulling her through the airlock in. So I mean, and that's after the part where it said that there was a collision, right? So
So what does that mean? I don't understand what the point is.
well, I mean, it's clear that the alien that's the
Well,
lifeboat,
yeah,
right?
we know
That
that, but we don't actually
you know.
know that the alien operating the other ship is what's in there.
Well, that's
That's what
true.
that's what I'm
I
saying.
mean
We don't
that
know. This could
yeah.
be its dog. It could be some sort of like weird organic furniture, right?
Yeah, it could be the massage chair or whatever, right?
Well, I mean, I suppose,
Well,
but I
that's the
mean,
thing.
it's clearly organic and can clearly, like, I mean, the fact that it's able to make, like, you know like outs to like penetrate her and stuff like this, right? Like, I
That
mean,
doesn't mean it's life. I
you
mean, there's
know
there's if you deal in science fiction like this, there's an idea of like well, I think they dealt with it in that like like organic semi like dog no, what was there was some show like that where like yeah there was like dog chairs. I think it was a later Larry Niven, right, where essentially they would genetically engineer animals that worked also as furniture and stuff like that, right? So like when you get into the realm of bioengineering and stuff like that, I mean, what is life and what is a cancerous mass and what is any of this stuff, right? Like, is it a mushroom chair, right? So it has parts, but it's sort of complex but not complex, right?
Yeah, there is. Go ahead.
well, I mean,
No,
sorry,
no. I mean,
go.
there are a bunch of novels actually that explore this. One, it's Blindside by Peter Watts, and it's asking that question, right? Because you have these aliens who are, I mean, I'm not gonna spoil much of this novel, but like they're able to like be extremely intelligent, but like as you read the novel, you find out, wait, they're actually, they might not be sentient, right? Like, I mean, they can react like a human, react like a, even have like just better more intelligent reactions than a human, but they're actually not sentient. They're just like kind of, if you were to optimize like like perfect like a computer biology, whatever, you can make these things to be extremely intelligent, but they're not making choices, just reacting to like like parameters and like input in like the most efficient way. So if what Zinky's saying though, this is like the massage chair, like the I don't know, the water bag, the sentient water bag is just trying to make it the most comfortable, like by kind of reading what she's what she's doing. So yeah, like is it sentient itself, or I mean, because all we have is our bias, right? Like the way a human would construct a story there, but like we have no idea if even if it has any type of intentions, right? Like we don't know that. And to me, biggest, like,
Yeah.
she's projecting whatever's happening in her relationship, because it's clear, right? Like that's why this story being so sparse with like like stuff. I mean, it's there for a reason. We have her boyfriend, like it's very clear they have a huge like trouble communicating, right? So for her, this is like the perfect, like proxy, a scapegoat. All of the hate, all of the like the frustration she has with her partner, they're being able to communicate clearly. She's just dumping onto this thing, and like you know maybe when
Yeah.
yeah, if it's implied, maybe yeah, that it is raping her. It's all her, like her frustration coming out and like being materialized into this thing, right? Because we don't even have the other side of the story there. So and like what I said, like if you read even between the lines, then at the end, like when like the guy is trying to be romantic to her, and she's like, well, this guy doesn't, he's not connecting with her. So this is kind of an extension of those feelings to her, and like kind of have this like a double whammy to her, right? Like having lived up with the guy now again in like a even more intense form, right? That just makes her whole psyche kind of like spill out in there, right?
So I mean, there's this one line here. So it's like it says you're like, I mean, I get the sense that she's kind of enjoying this, right? So I mean, it says you're when an out crawls inside her and touches her in certain places, she tips her head back and moans and pretends it is more than an accident.
Well, she
It
imagines
is.
it's Gary, right?
Yeah,
I can't
yeah.
remember if it says it there, it says it somewhere else.
Yeah, it does. It says it is Gary, he loves me. It loves me. It is a he, it is not,
Well,
right?
that
So it's like,
So here's part of the thing to think about. Why were they traveling? So obviously it's her traveling with her boyfriend. So it's not like they're on like a space mission. It might have been a vacation. It might have been a relocation. It might have been something like that. Like it reminds me of like other stories like that. Like it's like the husband and the wife, they decide to go west, right? Like 19th century, and then he dies along the way, and she's on the way. So she has to finish the journey and stuff like that. So there's sort of a mixed thing, right? She loves him, but then she hates him for having convinced her to go on this journey around the world and then dying, right? It's both this the
yeah.
survivor's guilt and the survivor's resentment, right? The survivor resents that the other person died as much as they resent that they feel guilty that they survived, right? It
Well,
becomes.
I think she resented Gary long
I
before,
don't think
right?
so.
Like, I
Well,
It
mean,
she
sounds
did. Yeah,
where.
it does. She says in here, her anger is endless, relentless. Gary brought her here, and then he went away and left her with this thing that will not speak or cannot or does not care enough to or does not see her as something to talk to. So she's like, and then she goes on to talk about how they went on this picnic, and she remembers like how he wanted to read her poetry, and she was just like, no, I'm not into poetry. And he's like, yes, you are. Like he's insisting that. Oh yeah, and at the end she says, I fucking hate you. She says, I hate fucking you.
No, but she's talking to the thing. Everything's becoming twisted in her mind. She loves Gary, right? And then she's just weird, right? Because he's like, I'll read, like he's saying, I'll read it to you, right? So he's it's probably a fairly young love. Like it's very sort of young, right? Obviously, they don't have kids or anything else like that, right? So it's all mixed up, right? But yeah, she, like I said, it's more.
No, I think there was some
No,
trouble
there
with Gary
absolutely was not. Show
beforehand,
me
right?
one
Mm.
line that hints at that. Show me one
I,
line.
I think they're in the honeymoon stage still, like, you know what I mean? Like the first maybe 6 months of their relationship and they go on this trip together, right? Like maybe their first trip away together.
Oh, so it does say here Gary feeding her bread and laughing. After a time, the taste of bread becomes the taste of bread, and then the words become mere sounds and stop meaning anything.
Yeah, but that maybe
I
she's just going
mean,
cstrange, right? It's just gonna
Well, that's
strange
absolutely
out.
what
she's
the.
not smitten
No,
with
no, she
Gary, right?
absolutely
I
is. She
mean,
imagines Gary. It's the twistedness of all this stuff, right? Is that now all she can think about is, like I said, so it's both the survivor's guilt, right? So like these are the stages of grief, right? Is that you resent the person for dying, and then you feel like you should have died, right? These are very standard, well documented things, right? Like there's no reason to believe that there was any actual problem between her and Gary. Gary, yeah, was probably influential over her or something like that, but she just, yeah, he's like, it's supposed to be, I think it's actually just supposed to be genuinely sweet. It's like, oh, I don't understand poetry. He's like, well, nobody's ever read it to you, right? It's actually supposed to be relatively sweet, but it's everything's getting twisted in her head. Like I said, there was a movie I saw, I guess it's based on a book. It's called Johnny Got His Gun, and it was about like a World War I vet, and he's pretty much like, hit by a shell, and it blows off all of his limbs, it blows off his jaw, it punctures his earlobes, makes him blood. So he essentially becomes a potato, right? And the doctor actually thinks that he's actually brain dead, so they keep him alive just to observe what happens when they're brain dead like this, because it's World War I. But what it is he gets kind of like trapped in his dreams there, and they become more and more morbid as time goes on, right? And so by the time he remembers, just to spoil it, since he remembers that he knows Morse code, so he starts like flopping around, and eventually they're like, "Oh, he's just having spasms." But then they realize, "Oh, no, 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 he's actually doing Morse code." And so, with all this time, he's thinking like in his head. Now, if for him, it's a very rational thought. He's like, "Okay, well, I'm stuck like this. I obviously have no arms. So what can I do? Well, maybe I can like become a like I can just be toured around as a freak show or something like that, right? Because that's about the only honest work he can do. And so when he then tries to explain this to them, flopping around there, he just seems like he's gone completely mad. Now he has partially, but at the same time, for him, it is the sanest thing he can do, right? Because they haven't talked to him all this time, right? So he's been left there with his thoughts. It's implied probably for like maybe a few months or a couple of years or something. Like it's never really implied how long he's in there, but it's I think they imply seasons, so maybe a
so
year or so at least.
so it also says here, on the starship with the name she cannot recall, Gary would read books aloud to her, science fiction, Melville, poetry. Her mind cannot access the plots, the words. All she can remember is a few lines from a sonnet. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Why would she remember that?
Well, actually, that's
Because she's going
that sonnet
insane.
116, and it's a
I
Shakespeare,
get
and
that,
it's about like
but
like the purity of love and all that. So that's interesting that she chose that sonnet. But
well, and let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments, something something, an ever fixed mark that looks on tempests is never shaken. It is a star to every wandering bark. She recites the words, um, an anodyne that numbs her for a time until they lose their meaning. She has worn them treadless, and they no longer gain any traction in her mind. Eventually, she cannot even remember the sounds of them. But I mean, I feel like things were not 100% with Gary. I mean, you can argue that is any relationship 100% at any point in time? Probably not. But I mean,
well, I assume that at the beginning, but I
it,
mean, like the more I hear Zink talk, like it's just really like it's portraying how she's losing her mind. Especially this sonnet 116. It's a Shakespearean sonnet. It's all about eternal love and like how love, like how love can like just transcend the soul and blah blah. So it's like the ultimate token of love, and the fact that she's even forgetting the words. I mean, probably was something like symbolized something important for her in Gary at some point.
Well,
In,
it was
in
probably
even the
something
movie.
he read to her.
Yeah, but that actually had an impact on her, and now that's even kind of drifting away, right? So all of this kind of thing is just gonna, yeah, like portraying how she's really losing her mind in there. You know, and that just makes her such an unreliable narrator, right? Like that's what, like, if we're gonna assume that this thing is abusing her, or like, you know, that she's enjoying this or all of this, like, I mean, it's so hard because all of her thoughts are in such a state, right?
Well, so it says here, she puts her fingers in herself because she at least knows what her intentions are. Then it says, sometimes she watches it fuck her. The strange coiling of its outs like a shock wave thrusting into her body. And this excites her and horrifies her. But at least it's not Gary. So, I mean, the Gary who left her here with this is the survivor's bitterness coming through.
Well, exactly, but
Gary who left
like
her
I
here
said,
with
that's
this,
what
who
happens.
left her here,
Everything is
who
her.
left.
Like she's caught in a kind of endless cycle of the last few minutes there of seeing Gary die, right? So I mean, that's what happens with survivor's guilt, right? This is very common. There's nothing to imply, right? It sounds like, I mean, if anything, it's extremely typical, right? It's the young girl. She's got her first love, right? And he's teaching her how to love, right? So he's like, oh, well, I don't understand poetry. He's like, well, I'll read it to you, baby, right? I mean, he seems to be very nurturing, right? And then she actually does take it in, right? She hears his poetry, right? So, and then of course, yeah. So then they're out there traveling together, and then he dies, right? So there's a weird menage a trois actually going on here, right? Where simultaneously she's grappling with the death of Gary, right? So she has, yeah, the death of Gary, but then also the lack of any other stimulus, right? So yeah, she imagines Gary, right? She fights with Gary, she fights with this thing, she loves this thing, she hates Gary, right? It's a weird sort of thing that's going on in her head here, right?
So, I mean, I think the alien is liking to what
Do you
she's doing to it to some degree, because it says here, she cannot stop touching the bruise. The alien had the ability to stop her fist inside it at any time, which means it makes a choice not to stop her, even when she batters things inside it until they
it's like
grow
a cat.
soft.
Most of the time, I let my cat just gnaw and claw at my arm. Sometimes it catches certain bits of skin, and then you have to kind of, it catches the wrong bit of skin. But for the most part, you sort of get used to it, right? I mean, like I said, to me, it's like having a cat. That's what it seems like, the way this alien regards her, right? Sometimes it nips a bit too hard, and you have to kind of, push it away a little bit aggressively. There, it's like, nope, nope, that's too far there, kitty.
Yeah, I mean, then she also goes to, like, self abuse almost. So it says here,
yeah,
for a while when she,
self-mutilation there,
yeah,
yeah.
for a while she measures time by bruises she gives herself. She slams her shin against the feeding tube, and when the bruise is gone, she does it again. She estimates it takes 12 days for the bruise to heal. She stops after a time. She cannot remember how many bruises there have been.
See, that's a common symptom of somebody who's being abused. They hurt themselves to distract themselves from the pain they're feeling from the abuse, even though it's not intentional. Like, we don't know if it's intentional, or like it probably isn't. Like Zink is saying, it's probably some kind of a lower intelligent animal, like, yeah, like their pet, right? Whatever these aliens are on this ship, that's like a
But
lesser intelligent
there's
being,
no
right?
implication that, like, she can move away from it, right? She's the one who presses, like, right. It doesn't seem to, like, assault her when
Exactly.
she's, like, using the tubes there, right? So I really don't think it's in any way, assaulting
But
her.
do we know
Well,
that?
no, I think it's fairly clear. No, I mean, for the whole bruise thing, it's a lack of stimulation, right? That's what this is really
Yeah,
about. Is it's a
her
lack of
suffering.
stimulation.
Yeah, her suffering is just lack of
No, no,
stimulation,
no.
and
I'm getting a whole different thing off of this than you guys. For me, it's like it's almost like it's also a way for her to track time because it takes, what does it say here? It takes 12 days for the bruise to
Well, no,
heal.
that's
So she
specifically
can,
what she says. That she just does it,
yeah.
right? But I mean, that's the thing. There's no other things in there, right? It's a lack of stimulation, right?
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
she's hurting it too, right? It says here one time she feels something break loose inside the alien, but it is immediately drawn out of reach. When she
Hmm.
reaches further to grasp the broken piece, a sphincter snaps shut on her wrist. Her arm is forced out. Around her wrist is a bruise like a bracelet for what might be a week or two. She cannot stop touching the bruise. The alien had the ability to stop her fist inside it at any time, which means it makes a choice to not stop her, even when she batters things inside it until they grow
Well,
soft.
but the thing
So
is,
it's like,
we understand insides to be our sensitive places for our anatomy, but like I said,
right.
for this thing's anatomy, it might just be like petting its fur, right? Reaching in there and doing all that stuff, right? But then, yeah, you grab the cat's toes, and then it gets weird about certain things, right? Like there's
Well,
still no
yeah, I
reason to
mean,
believe that her thrusting her arms in there has any sexual connotation for this thing, right?
well, maybe it likes it though. It's like it doesn't need to be sexual. It's like maybe it
Or it
just
just accepts it, right? It
enjoys
just
it,
knows
or
that that's what she's gonna do, right? Like I said, it's not like my cat will grab my arms and then like bite me there, right? I mean that's just what they do. That's just what they and you sort of like, well, that's what they do.
But yeah, for the like you guys were talking about, like she hurting herself and like abusing herself. That is just like a way for her not to lose her mind. Because when we see she's forgetting even like details from Gary and like losing the track of time. So it's just a way to keep her mind sane, right? That's why she's going to extremes like that. I mean, I think you guys are forgetting.
But that's what I said. It's a coping
Yeah,
mechanism,
for
right?
sure.
So that she, it, when I say abuse, I mean like her body
No, but
is
the way you
experiencing
the way
trauma,
you posited it was
trauma,
as
right?
she's trying to escape from the thing abusing her, and I just see it like, to me, what's making her suffer, what's like the immediate danger to her is losing her mind, right? Like, which is very clear in the story that like everything is just turned into this twisted thing in her head. So I feel like for her the priority is not like get away from this thing, but trying to keep her mind from going down the drain.
Well, no, early on she says that. She says the reason she fucks it is so she doesn't have to think about anything else.
yeah. But I mean, also, I mean, you know, right at the end there when she is rescued and she climbs out of the, you know, life raft spaceship, um, she pulls herself free of its tendrils and climbs out. I mean,
And she says, no, no. She
yeah.
decides to choose reality, like a normal existence. She decides that she doesn't want this because she doesn't. She's in this situation because she doesn't have any other, like she can't get out of
Like I
it,
mean,
right?
but I mean, she did not need to strip down. Like I mean, she could have just sat there with her spacesuit on, like the helmet off,
But
and like
here's the biggest
done
the
nothing, right?
component
Like
we
I
don't have
mean,
is time, but it implies that she's up there for at least months, if not longer, right? 12 days and she loses count, right? So I mean, I would say at very least, she's got to be up there for at least months, three,
Well,
4, 5 months. But we could be talking
And it
years.
doesn't tell us who, it doesn't tell us who touched, like which being touched which being first, sort of thing. That's very like that's very vague. Like who touched who? Who initiated this? Was it it? And
well,
if
we
it did
don't get
initiate
that
that,
yeah, we don't
information.
have that.
exactly, is she, but like exactly, but you guys said, you have to kind of build on that. So is she responding to this after, like, is this coping? Did she start becoming a participant because it was just she her way of trying to deal with the situation?
Well, I mean, like I said, the big component here is time. She might have been up there for years. It's very possible. It's not implied. She might
Exactly.
have been up there for years. Maybe the first 3 4 months, right? Because it's an extremely small thing, right? There's enough space for her to move away from it, but probably as she was up there, right? At first, I mean, you just got to think about like the stages, right?
Well, no. There is no room. It says there. It says right
Yeah.
there. There
It
is
says
no
it's a
room.
tight
They cannot
space.
help but touch. They breathe
Yeah.
each
Well,
other's
no, I know that,
breath.
but
If it breathes, she
there's still
cannot
some amount of
tell.
room, right? I mean, it's not like they're fully entwined, but I mean, so any sort of movement that she makes, right, inevitably she's going to come in contact with it, right? So, you know, over time, it might just become like, oh, it touched me there. Well, then I lean on against it, and then I fall asleep on it, and then I start, it can very slowly, like I mean, it might have taken 6 months for her to, you know, because at first she puts her hand somewhere, and then like she wakes up and it's inside of it, right? It's somehow slipped in there. It's like, oh, okay, well, pull out. Well, it didn't seem to be bothered, so then it's like, well, I got nothing else to do, and so you just start kind of doing stuff like that, right?
Well, no, it says here, um, her body seeps when she can, she pulls her mind away, but there is nothing else. And when her mind is disengaged, she thinks too much, which is at all. Fucking the alien is less horrible. So she's saying it's less horrible in that she's getting some kind of pleasure from it, right? She's getting some kind, it's something.
She is. I
Not
mean,
pleasure stimulation, right? There's
So, yeah, stimulation, but also pleasure, right? Because some of their stimulation is pleasurable. I mean, if you're having an
Well,
orgasm
but
like
is
every
she though? I don't think that's
minute,
explicit there. Um,
oh, so I think it is because look at the body fluids. They mention
yeah,
that
that's
several
true.
times, like all the body fluids emitting from her. Like,
yeah.
okay, okay, do I have to
No,
explain the
no,
birds
no,
and the
you don't
bees
have
to
to.
you guys? Like, you've
Well,
never
I mean,
had like an
it
hours
says
long
here.
Yeah, yeah.
session? Like,
It says here she does not remember the first time. It's safer to
exactly, yeah.
think it forced her, which means that it did not force her, right? Like, I
No, it's
mean,
safer to think that
exactly.
because she's sickened by the thought that she voluntarily engaged in some kind of sexual nuance with this thing, whatever the fuck it is. I'm sorry, it kind of made my skin crawl.
Yeah, it's very
The whole
odd.
story
There's
was
no
like,
question. Yeah.
I got to the end and I'm like, fuck, great, it was
we'll
short.
call it the sex jello. The sex
Did you
jello.
do this on purpose, Stink? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna
Well,
shock
yeah.
Well,
Jody
no, like I said,
because I'm by far the most conservative out of
I
all
think
you guys. You
it was
know
like
that.
a few weeks into the book club. Speedy just randomly sent me this one, so
Because like Carlos, you can try and pretend all you want. But you got a really
Yeah, I
dirty
do.
mind
I
too.
never claim otherwise,
So
so
I'm
guilty as charged.
definitely like, and maybe I do or I don't, but I'm not as explicit about it. So I read this and I'm like, that fucking
So I
thing.
mean,
He did this on purpose.
so I mean, Carlo, have you read other Kids
Yeah, I have.
Johnson? Like, I mean,
She writes pretty messed up stuff, but
it,
this one, why like, and I read so much of this stuff. I was curious, right, about reading this, like these Robin stories and how much again, because there is a whole subgenre of it, like, and like, a lot of it is trash, and authors just write like, how much they can discuss you, like it's like a race to gross you out, right? But this one really stuck to me, mostly because of, yeah, it's so vague, right? And like the fact that the narrator is so unreliable, like that does in, like when I read it, I just kept thinking about it, like, wait, am I wrong for thinking this or that? Like, it kept just kind of circling in my head for a while, so that's why I picked it. And like every time I recommend it, people always like, they hate it, but then they come back to me with it's like, oh yeah, like like maybe I'm not sure.
Well, the writing itself was good. Like I enjoyed the writing. I enjoyed the how the story flowed. The characters were vivid. Like I really enjoyed
But you
how it
enjoy
was
this?
written.
Jesus, I
Um,
mean, I don't think it's supposed
well,
to
no,
be.
I enjoyed like I enjoyed the writer. I enjoyed Clive Barker.
Oh, okay,
Like
you
it
mean like
was.
the stories? Okay, yeah. Okay,
Oh,
no,
sorry.
we'll get into
Keith,
Barker
Keith
later. Yeah.
Johnson. Yeah, like she's a good writer, but it's a very
Wait,
brutally
are we going to the second
explicit.
story, or we're
Oh,
still into
sorry. I
Spar?
didn't mean. I spoke out of turn. I meant Keith
Okay,
Johnson.
Keith Johnson. Okay, okay. No,
Yeah,
I mean,
like I enjoyed
I
the
find the writing
writing.
so, on point for her to just write enough, to convey, like all of the imagery, all the texture there, and like not enough for exactly to make it so you can rely on anything, right? Like it's all, like just so vague enough to.
You're repulsed, yet you're pulled into it because you're so like human beings are naturally attracted to um drama, right? And a lot of people are attracted to, like, they enjoy it, right? They enjoy this like brutally explicit type of a
No,
plot and
but to
story.
me, it's
But
more like, like kind of, yeah, like I like stories that kind of descend into madness, like, like when the kind of person's kind of losing their minds, like, and usually a novel with, it would take like 200 pages
yeah,
for this to unravel. But in this, like, it's encapsulated so well, of like the character losing their mind, and it's just so effective. I was like giving you that feeling without having to read 200 pages. That's why I find it so successful. It's like, and you really feel that, right? Like, it's very claustrophobic in the kind of spatial awareness, but also in that kind of feeling like, oh yeah, like everything's getting mixed up in there, and like, that thread of like, like of like your line of consciousness is getting blurred, and it's, and like she's slipping out of it, right? So that being conveyed here, like, just find it so well done that's why this one stuck with me.
yeah, like she's losing touch with reality, and you see at the end, like, she still has like a minute bit of reality left in her mind, and she chooses to pursue that, right? As opposed to staying there where she's warm and comfortable and she's gotten very accustomed to it. Like, you develop sometimes, like, people who are abducted, right? They develop, like, well, Stockholm syndrome, right? They develop a genuine, like, bond with their
Yeah,
captor, so
exactly.
to speak. I also kind of got that, right?
Not always, and not
Not
every
Yeah,
always,
person,
but
right?
like, again, like they said, she could have been there for years and years.
no, but it's the same type of, like, like reaction for you to hold on to your sanity, right? And that's what many people do to develop Stockholm syndrome, or like people in like abusive relationships where like the person was horrible, they still try to find the trauma bond, right, with the person, like, oh no, like they're doing this because they love me, right? Like, cannot rationalize like horrible behavior. It's just a, this self preservation mechanism for you to not lose your sanity, right? So and it's put into like an extreme, a very, quite an extreme here, but it is, I feel like I'm in sync by saying like, oh no, there's this process when you lose someone. I feel like it's just kind of natural, kind of reflexive behavior that we all have, and here is just kind of, yeah, like hyperbolized and like put to an extreme. But we all try to, like, we all have these stages when, like we would do in order to protect our sanity, right? Like we all have like this kind of sequence, like a sequential way of like pulling out of these situations.
Like, I remember right at the beginning of the story when I was reading it, of course, the first sentence is pretty, like, you get a, in the tiny lifeboat, she and the alien fuck endlessly, relentlessly. But then she describes like the alien itself. And so she talks about how it is cilia and um like rings, not strands of muscle. And so you start getting this like visual picture of this disgusting thing with a clear thin slime covered with a clear thin slime that tastes of snot. And then it goes on, like, immediately to say it penetrates her 1,000 ways. She penetrates it as well. And you just feel like this, like, you just pull away from it, like, ooh, like, that's so it was just such a disturbing kind of visual, but still,
Yeah.
like, you're still interested in why would she do that? And that's kind of what kept me on with, like, why would she do this? Why would she let herself, like, why would she go and engage in this kind of romp with this thing?
I mean, if I were in her position, I'd just sit there with the suit on and like hit up the feed.
Bro, you would do that for the
too,
first
right?
month. What about the following 7 months?
Just
What
kidding.
about year
Yeah, exactly.
3?
Year 3, it's like I still got the suit on. I mean,
Hey, hey,
you know,
Tracy's here. Do you want to give it a mic, maybe?
I don't think she's requested one.
Okay.
she might be at work, so she might just be listening.
Or
Have you read a lot of
pooping.
Keith Johnson there, Zink?
No, this was the only one I ever read. Like I said, Speedy
Okay.
was the one who told me this one. So yeah, no.
And so, Speedy, like you said, this is kind of like, is it a
Yeah,
she?
it's a woman.
Her
Yeah,
usual,
and like
her usual kind of
usually she writes,
style.
kind of like messed up stuff, but mostly kind of like even from a bit of a feminist side. So I was surprised by this one because like it's really not taking sides, right? And like what I said, like the it's kind of wrapped into this, like kind of gross dystorbia, like maybe like rapey stuff, but in its core, it's about like someone losing their mind, and that to me was like, oh, it's cool. She's using this vehicle that she normally uses, or like authors have. Like what I said, it's a whole genre of these stories, and they're just kind of trashy. But this one, yeah, it's elevated to that, like kind of exploring psychology, through this kind of more of a punky subgenre. So yeah, she writes most of. Go
People.
ahead.
So here's what it kind of reminds me of. I don't know if you guys have ever read those articles about like the content, review places for like Facebook and Twitter and all that stuff, right? So what it is they're the big places and it's outsourced, right? Pays minimum wage. You pretty much like can't bring anything in there. They sit you in front of a computer, and literally all you do is look at for 8 hours is pictures of people getting killed, raped, murdered, right? Every horrible possible thing.
yeah,
And so like the people who go in there and watch that stuff, like they pretty much slowly go like weird and stuff, like so like they find them like fucking each other like in the fucking stairwells and stuff like that, right? Like because at the same time they're not like, because of course this stuff comes across and they have to review it, but they can't breathe anything in there. They can't like talk to somebody else about it. So like it's like extremely weird. And so they become extremely sort of like whatever like that, right? Just because of like just like because they don't talk to each other in there. They
yeah.
just review it.
Isn't this mainly done in the
No,
Philippines?
the place I
Like,
was
I
reading
mean,
about was in the fucking like Arizona or whatever. They might have expanded. I mean, I was reading this about 8 years ago, but like because what it is that they outsource to these companies, and then they're extremely like you have to have a certain accuracy rate, because what happens is, so for every 10 you review, somebody at Facebook will grab one of them and then choose how they review it, and then if your batting average, if you differentiate from them too much, then you can lose the job, right? So you have to have a high accuracy rate, and that's how they judge accuracy.
yeah.
So I mean that's the only thing I can think. It's just
Yeah, I've heard about this stuff like being outsourced to the Philippines, and apparently like people can only do the job for like 2 or 3 years, and they leave because they just don't want to see this stuff anymore, right? It's like they're like it's just not worth it, right? Um, but I mean, is this even still a thing, or like
no,
is
it absolutely
AI
no.
doing
It
this
still
now?
has to be sampled to some extent. AI can only probably pre-sort it to some extent, but they're probably still training the models to some extent there. But to get through the sheer amount of it, they're probably still training the models, and then on the other side, they still need somebody to then do it in review in mass. So I'm pretty certain they are. There's just too much content.
But I mean, there apparently like the article that I was reading that they do this in the Philippines. It's like apparently there was like a ton of this like snuff film and like people dying and like all the stuff being posted to the social media networks all the time, right? It's like, and I'm just thinking to myself like, who is posting all of this stuff, right? Like I would say, you know, most people are not going to post this stuff, right? Like, I mean, why would you post this stuff?
Well,
Right?
there's
I
probably
mean,
multiple ways they're doing it. One, it's just people are probably posting a ton of other stuff, but they do post like these videos. I mean, ISIS posts to Facebook all the time, right? I mean, that was what they were constantly doing, was posting to Facebook. So I mean, it's weird mixes of that
yeah,
stuff, and then it's probably also they probably have to like check like randomly sample like closed communities there, right? Because of course you have a closed Facebook group there, sharing content. So they probably sample that stuff, right? Even so, if you're randomly sampling, it's like, oh, what are people showing in this group? There's probably various levels they have to do. They have to like randomly sample this. They have to take so many things like this. Something gets mass reported. Something else, like, who knows? But I mean, essentially, yeah, you need somebody still to review. Even if they tell you, right? Well, I mean, it's just like any of us who've gotten bad. I guarantee you, when we've appealed that, it's probably still not even going to Twitter's internal team. It's still like, it's just the second level of the outsourced team there, right? So there's just too many people, right? And yeah, Twitter doesn't have 40,000 employees, right? So
yeah. Yeah, so I mean, Spar. I mean, is anyone read into the title there that she's like sexually
well,
sparring
no, I
with
think it's
it,
supposed to
right?
be
Like, I
it's
mean,
some sort of a lifeboat, because she actually gives the example, and I don't know if this is an actual, but this is a common theme in literature. She's like, oh, she's like, the Norwegian stuck on a spar with a monolingual Portuguese sailor, right? So it's that kind of idea of being lost at sea with somebody who doesn't speak the same language as you, right? I think a spar is a type of boat. Maybe Speedy knows. I think it's a specific type of lifeboat. Let me see. Spar boat.
or is it like a double entendre, like to
Yeah,
spar
I
with
think,
somebody? Like, I
yeah,
mean,
I think
it's
she's
it's a
sparring with
lifeboat.
herself, sparring with this thing.
Oh, no, it might be
Exactly,
that, but I
right?
get no. So specifically, is a pole of wood, metal, or lightweight material such as a carbon. So they're essentially clinging to driftwood, right? I guess that's the point, right? But
Okay.
both the ship is the driftwood she's clinging to, but I think also this thing, right? She's clinging to this
Yeah.
object that seems alive, right? Like, because then to a certain extent, right, wood was once alive, right? So it's that weird thing where she's clinging to it both for like physical health, but even emotional and mental and sexual health, right? She's like, well, that's the thing, right? Like, there at the end, she is literally clinging to it as that door opens.
A theoretical
Yeah,
lifeboat,
yeah,
like in her mind, right?
so
Because the whole story is the whole story is her, like, is a narration of like her trying to like deal with the situation in her mind and going back to memories and trying to keep hold on to reality to some extent. And like you said, Sink going through these like patterns of loss, and yet I think she's also in shock, right?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Like, I didn't realize that it was a piece of like driftwood of a boat. So that's interesting, the nautical aspect of it. I was thinking it
And
was like
oh, no,
sparring.
no,
So I
I
mean, it
I
says here
literally didn't.
sparring is a form of training common to many combat sports. Although precise form varies, it is essentially relatively free form fighting with enough rules, customs, or agreements to minimize injuries. So I mean, that is like sort of the double
It might be because, like,
entendre
when I
there, right?
originally
I
heard it,
mean,
because very specifically it says that line about clinging onto a spar, the Norwegian clinging to a spar with the monolingual Portuguese. I thought it was, just like a type of lifeboat. But now that I read it, like, especially that last part where as it opens the door and she's clinging onto it, like,
yeah,
just
there's a deeper meaning there,
well,
right?
my guess is probably it's the whole thing,
yeah.
right? So yeah, if you're clinging to that rigging, right, as you're trying to survive at sea, there, right, you're holding on for you know days, weeks at a time, there, and then suddenly you probably start to like hallucinate ships coming up, right? So when the ship finally does come up, and you've been tricked so many times by your mind, and you're like, no, 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 I'm going to keep clinging to this piece of driftwood, right? And that's what they see, right, when like they pull these people ashore, right? That person has become so used to grasping this piece of wood that they actually have to pry them off it or something.
Well, it has like a naval feel to it, right? Like so like space is an ocean and these are
Oh,
lifeboats. Like the writer actually gives it a naval feel.
well, I mean, That's yeah. I mean, all ships is kind of a medium where you're isolated. Hello.
There you are.
Hello.
Yeah,
Okay.
we hear you.
And I mean,
But she's clinging to this
it
spar. She's clinging to this
yeah.
spar, right?
But
In the ocean of space, not knowing what the hell's happening or going on or where she is or
yeah, but it's also like she's kind of drowning in her, like insanity, right? Like where she's drifting away into the depths of her mind. So she's clinging to for her sanity onto this thing as well, right? Not just in the physical.
well, like what you just said, Carlo.
Yeah,
She's drowning. Like she's drowning in the descent to insanity, right?
exactly.
All
So
very
actually, I'm gonna
Mabel.
go.
All very Mabel.
But at the same time, it's become her identity. So even though it's a negative thing, she now identifies with it. Because to just bring it up, like I said, there's too many people who in these spaces and stuff, they identify still as unvaccinated, right? After the last 2-3 years, that's still like that has become a core, or the people who are maskers, right? Like this little, well, I guess you could call it trauma, right? Some people were traumatized by this, but then they then continue to re-traumatize themselves by clinging to it and making it their entire fucking identity, right? No, like people might bring it up as like, oh, well, you still say pure blood in your profile there. I always forget that it's in there, and then I always mean to delete it, but then I never do delete it, and then somebody complains about it, and now I feel compelled to leave it there. So that's why it's still there. I forget it's there half the time.
Why did you put it there in the first place? Like, did you really believe it?
Well, I mean, believe what? That I was not tainted?
Well, like in the sense of the word, as in you're pure.
Well, I mean, that's what it was, right? So all these people were like, oh, the dirty unvaccinated. It's like, well, you guys can call us unvaccinated, or we can call you, mudbloods. There you go.
Oh.
Like I said, it was just purely like a joke, but then some people get so butthurt over it, right? It's like
Oh,
it's
okay. Yeah,
literally
that's what I
it's
meant. Was
literally
it
just a joke, right? Because
were you
Well,
just
so,
kind of
some
like
people get butthurt.
mocking
Some
it in
people just,
general?
like you
Like,
say,
this is
saying like
dumb.
embrace it. They print it on T-shirts on hoodies and then like walk around with that with flags of pure blood. It gets intense with their, how they identify with that.
Well, no, but like I understand some people. Like I'm not an expert on vaccines, but there are a lot of people who really strongly believe in like shedding and stuff like that. Like I can understand why people did that, do that.
well, I don't know. I mean, for me, it's something I want to move on from, right? Like
Yeah,
that's my irritation actually,
me too.
and I refuse to be in spaces anymore that talk about the vaccine. Like it can come up for 5 minutes, but I won't go into spaces anymore that are about the vaccine, right? It's something we
It's tired.
well, it's done, right? Like it was the same the other night when you guys were talking. Like I was thinking about when you guys were talking about the 5 months of curfew me and Speedy suffered through. I don't even like the. It's not like I'm like wounded by it. It sucked. It sucked fucking dick. But I don't want to dwell on it, right? Like yeah, I lost five
No.
5 months of evenings there. So I mean, it sucked, but yeah, I don't dwell on it anymore.
Well, yeah, if a place is bad, you don't want to keep going back there, right?
Unless you're stuck in an escape pod with an alien.
Yeah, we learned a little bit about you this week there, Carlos.
Wait, but I had a question
Just
for you
with
guys. Like, have you guys ever been stuck somewhere with like no stimuli for over a day or like a long time? And like, what was your experience?
no. Well, I
um
guess just like maybe the closest thing would be maybe during the lockdowns, right? Like they were pretty stringent here in Manitoba, and it was you did go a little bit squirrely sometimes, but not to that extent. Like nothing like the book, but
In some ways, like as everybody knows at this point, I'm somebody who requires a high amount of stimulation, right? That's why I multitask and all that stuff. So, in general, now, I mean, like in this literal sort of way, no, but I guess that's to a certain extent why, like, I can understand, like, yeah, being afraid of going insane, being bored, right? Like, even as a kid, right, just having to like wait, for a bus for like 40 minutes, right? Just staring at the same shit every day, right? It becomes a lack of stimulation. It's like, well, you're outside
yeah,
and
that's true.
you're just sitting at the same damn bus stop every day, right? So yeah,
I don't know. For me, it doesn't affect me that much. It's like I don't know if you remember the Curb Your Enthusiasm episode where like Larry gets on the plane with like the one fat guy who's the dad from the Goldbergs, and like they take their seats on the plane, and like the fat guy is sitting there, and like Larry pulls out a magazine and he starts reading, and like he's like, "What? Do you want a book or like a magazine or something?" He's like, "No, no, no." He's like, "I'm fine," and he just sits there, and then Larry's like, what? Like, I mean, you don't want a book or like you want something to do? Like, what are you gonna do to pass the time? He's like, no. He's like, I just sit, right? Like, I mean, I just sit. And like Larry starts having like this really big problem with it. Quite honestly, I can just sit for hours, right? I mean, it doesn't bother me. I'm just not bothered by it. It's like, you think about something else and like it doesn't bother me. Like, I mean, I used to commute every day when I was going to school. Um, it doesn't. I'm not phased, right? Like, I mean,
oh no, I mean I've done it. I hate it.
yeah, I'm indifferent to it. I'm unfazed. I'm indifferent.
Well, like I said, to a certain extent, this is why I hate even driving. I absolutely hate driving because it's actually both. Why you have to concentrate on the most tedious, fucking retarded things, right? Like, is the bitch in front of me gonna cut me off? I don't know, right? It's
More
genuinely
than
like,
likely, yes.
well, no, but that's what I'm saying. Like for me, that's the thing. Is just that like it's worse because I just can't freely think and just let my mind wander. But at the same time, I'm actually like not getting actually anything like relevant. And that's I think more than anything is there is stimulation. That's the thing because like some people it's like the lack of there's different levels of stimulation. So like that's the thing. Like yeah, standing outside at a bus stop, it's like well you're outside and it's a nice fall day. It's like yeah, but I've literally stood this bus stop every day for the last 3-4 months or whatever right before they changed. So I mean, it no longer becomes stimulating, right? Like, yeah, the first time you do a task, like, oh, there's lots of information, but yeah, the second, third time, fourth, it becomes very sort of tedious and redundant. So even if it looks like you're not, deprived of stimulation, and so I think that's what this really is, yeah, like because she's stimulated by this thing, right? She's constantly stimulating on it, but yeah, she can't. But it's sort of vacuous. It's repetitiveness. I think more than anything, that's the thing. It has a lot to do with repetitiveness, and the way that as something becomes repetitive, you try to novelize it, right? So yeah, like at first maybe she sat there, right? But you can only sit there really for so long, right? So even you, Adrian, maybe on month 3 or 4, you're gonna be like, okay, well, I've been sitting here like this,
Take
maybe.
me.
No, no, no. It's gonna be slow. It's like maybe I'll just take my pants off. Just gonna take my pants off, guys, because I'm starting to get a bit of a funk there. So you take your pants off.
You know
You're
you want
sitting there,
to,
sitting there.
Adrian.
Oh, oh, oh.
Air it out.
Now, just then the erotic jello slightly brushes across you, and you're like,
It's not
oh.
so bad.
Well, we'll see if it happens again, right? You're kind of waiting, because you got time. You got to, even if it takes you 2 weeks, you're like, here it comes, here it comes. Oh, it did it again. Bitch
Well, no,
wants
like
me.
you guys talk about why people have pets. Well, and you talk about like these women, Adrian, you talk about these women who have pets and whatnot. A lot of
Oh
times,
Wait,
my
what?
God,
okay,
yes.
no,
Wait,
but
is it the people
I'm
who
gonna connect
use
it all.
peanut butter on their genitals to get their pets to go at it?
They're just
I don't think she was going there, Speedy, but thank you.
no, wasn't going, man. You've blown all of my illusions about you, Carlos. So, anyways, yeah, it was quite the story. It was quite the story. I'll leave it there.
I don't have any pets, so
Oh, okay. So yeah, so about the pets, like human beings have a need for touch, right? And connection with like another being that connecting being, somebody that it can relate to, right? Like so you get dogs and they like affection and you get and you give affection but people who are like in solitary confinement, right? Like that's one of the worst punishments that you can be given, in jail or prison.
I don't think I'd have
Not
a
jail,
problem
prison.
with it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, in a small little space, windowless, you got a toilet in the corner, you got a hard bench at your bed. Like
I think
we're
they
not
give you
talking about
books.
we're not talking about for else. No, they don't always give you books. Like they put you in solitary, it's for a reason. Usually it's punitive. So, but you can literally go insane. And then, in some kinds of torture, right? They'll put you in solitary and no light. Like we've all seen Shawshank Redemption and,
Well, no,
similar.
that was then. I think they do give you light, and like they do let you do like 2 hours of exercise in like
But this
a
is this is
solitary.
her prison. Like this is still her prison. She doesn't want to be there. She dreams about rescue. As soon as she gets out, she makes a choice to get the fuck out of there. Like she's in this situation against her will because she doesn't know how to get out of it. So she's trying to pleasure this, or she's trying to
Well, she
communicate,
does
trying
consider
anything.
suicide.
Yeah, she considers suicide, but she maintains that like spark. I want to live, I'm going to try and figure this out. And, maybe this thing's trying to fuck me. So I'll try and fuck it back. And maybe that'll make things better. And maybe that'll be a way to communicate. Like she's just trying to rationalize with herself all the time. And yeah.
Yeah, it
I just
was
imagined
certainly
being
an
in that
odd one.
situation and it just like it reviled, it just disgusted me.
I don't know. Like, I mean, maybe these guys built it up too much that it was like so bad, and like as I read through it, I was like, it's not really all that bad, right? Like, I mean,
I don't know, like
Well, I mean, I feel like
maybe as a woman, I kind of got
no,
different things out of it, right? Like,
feel
Slowly we
uncomfortable.
lower your standards, just like in the book, right? What would have been offensive a month ago
oh, fuck
is now
off.
mundane. Slowly, you guys descend into our world.
but
Is
well,
that
no.
right?
Like, I mean, well, no. I think you built
You
it
know
up too much. You
nothing.
guys were saying like,
You know
oh,
nothing. I
it's
just
so
don't.
bad, and like Carlo was. I mean, he was like, it's like, oh, the language and all this stuff. It's so bad, and like it's so messed up, and I'm just like, yeah, it's messed up, but like, I mean,
Now, to
it's
be
not
fair,
that
So
messed
now we
up,
know
right? Like,
Carlos
I
you
is a
mean,
were
voyeur.
you were raised Anglican, so you have very low standards.
Well, I'm Lutheran, so we're a little bit
Okay,
above
fine. Jody
Anglican.
wins the prize. She has no
No,
standards.
no, we're above Anglican. That's all. You guys are a little wacky.
well, I'm not that anymore. I'm 100% atheist. So I mean, I have been since like my late teens, early 20s. So
Well, I was raised Lutheran, but I'm not part of a congregation anymore. Like I practice my faith and the way I want to practice my faith. I don't believe you have to sit in a church anymore or, you know,
now here's an interesting question.
fill an envelope reflection.
What would a highly pious girl do in this situation with the alien, right? So I mean, like,
Even worse things.
Yeah, right. Maybe. Well, she has no other benchmarks. Like she has nothing to measure. So she would develop her entire sexuality through her experience with this thing. She has no prior reference.
but I mean, would religion become a factor in all of this, right? I mean, that's my question.
Well, maybe she'd be quoting Bible verses instead of thinking, well, she wouldn't have a guy to think about, right? So she'd turn to her faith, maybe, and try and
Well,
rationalize it.
I mean, pious people still have like relationships, though, right?
Not at all.
What do you mean, not at all?
Well, they go out in the back and they pick their babies from under cabbage leaves. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Or the stalk brings
Yeah.
it, right? Like, I mean,
Yeah. The stork. Yeah.
eh,
That's right. It's a true story.
I
But
mean,
only
like, yeah,
Anglicans
but I
do
mean,
that.
that's just what they tell their kids, right? Like, I
Yeah.
mean,
Only
you
Anglicans
know.
do that.
Yeah, I mean the Anglican references do not upset me.
I know they don't.
I mean,
The
I think it's all
the
fucking
Lutheran ones
retarded,
don't
right?
upset
So I
me.
mean,
Like, yeah,
No,
I
no,
don't
no.
care.
Like I said, I've always said it makes sense, right? It's like, well, I don't understand religion. It's like, well, yeah, you were raised Anglican. Of course, you wouldn't understand religion.
Yeah,
well, yeah,
good. I say good.
well, I mean, I know what my grandparents told me and like just other little stories and stuff like that. But I always thought to myself, man, this is a lot of BS, right? Like, I mean, and it really is. I mean, it's fucking waste of time.
Well, of course, if you're going to an Anglican church, that's a waste of time, no doubt.
Okay, can we get back to
So the Mormon church is somehow
Yeah, there you
not a
go.
waste of time.
Amazingly, that's how bad Anglicans are. That yes, even I would rather go to a Mormon church, more productive than anything they did.
Listen, I've had to. My ex-husband was Catholic, and his mother was like, she went through this Orthodox period, and it was awful. Like, I went with her to like one service, and it was like 4 hours long, and this guy with the long beard kept going in and out of this little glass house at the back of, like, we didn't do anything like that in the Lutheran church. It was really very laid back and casual, and I hated it. The Catholicism is just ridiculous, especially Orthodox. Ugh.
I mean, ultimately, it's all ridiculous, right?
Well,
I know. I realize that's a matter of perspective, but
all I remember
after
is
this Israeli-Palestinian conflict is heated up once again, I
Okay,
think my perspective is a
no,
bit.
we're gonna.
no, we're not going there. No,
yeah,
no
back to the
references
story.
to real life.
All right, so are we done with this one?
We'll get out of there.
Any last words on this one? What's the word?
What about structure, Speedy?
Oh well,
Let's just put it back on the shelf, okay?
It's just a stream of consciousness,
yeah,
right? I mean,
and
that's all really.
Yeah.
you know, and
Yeah.
I love that it's like you kind of lose sense of time and like use the flashback to even kind of confuse you even more. So that to me is really well done as well. How like flashback, like semi, like present there, go back to flashback, so you're kind of always lost with her in her head. And what I mentioned at the beginning, like just kind of very short descriptions, even like just 3 words to describe a whole image there. So it's really fun in that sense, like super economic, but lots in between the lines there. And yeah, I mean that sense of disorientation, like it's really good. Especially, yeah, you go back and forth in her head, inside, outside her head, back in the past, and like it's at some point, it starts kind of merging both, and like you don't know if it's Gary or the alien or like whatever is she making that up. So really interesting in that sense that like not super like explicitly, but it's kind of confusing you the more you read. So interesting.
So the next one then, or does anybody have any other?
No, I mean,
No, I'm
No,
good.
well, one thing I
Mhm.
say is I expected you guys to kind of fight harder on the aspect that either she was being abused or like that it was more of a abuse situation here, or like I feel like
Well,
you.
that's how I
No, but
saw it.
I feel like you
Still,
guys would,
like
yeah, like, or even taking the other side that
I don't
she
see it
was
that
she was
way.
the abuser, but I feel like you guys were kind of neutral on that. So interesting. Like when I discuss this story in the past with people, they either take the side of okay, she's been abused and like get a radical sense on that, or the opposite. Like, okay, no, she's the one, right? And like kind of not
mm,
not take an outside perspective that okay, maybe this thing doesn't feel anything, right? Like I feel like people even anthropomorphize the thing too much for what I read or what I've been told, right? When I discuss this story, that people just like, oh, like like she's like like battering this thing and like abusing it, but like I mean, in the end, you don't know, right? Like you don't even know if it's actually feeling. So I feel like you guys seem to understand that pretty quick. So That's interesting. All right, should we move on to the next story?
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to
I
ask
like
everyone
that.
your experience with Clive Barker, because for me it's it's definitely one of those things that kind of changed my life. So, but I want to hear Zink and you guys, if you watch his movies or if you read stories before or anything.
I mean, I've seen the original Hellraiser. I saw that one, and it's like there's like these mutants that live in like this sewer underground. It's like an '80s movie. Um, yeah, it's like I saw it on TV like a few months back. Um, and I actually remembered it. I forget the name now.
Sorry, what are you talking about?
Sorry, I'm just looking for the title. One sec.
Wait, what's the movie? It's Rawhead Rex.
That one was made into a movie. That's the only one I know.
I've never seen the Hellraiser movies. I mean, I know of them, but
Oh, is it
Yeah.
Underworld?
not-
Adrian.
No,
well,
no,
this is my first.
Nightbreed.
Okay.
Yeah, this is my first thing with Clive Barker, written anyways.
Yeah, Nightbreed. The book is called Cabal. Funny enough, it takes place in Alberta.
Yeah, so I mean, I've seen that, and I believe I've seen the
Candyman.
Hellraisers.
Candyman was based on one of his stories too.
Oh yeah, Candyman. Yeah, I remember that.
What about you, Zink?
Oh, I've read tons of his stuff.
Okay, so to me, you know what happened? Like I used to read a lot of Stephen King. I mean, I'm sure like most of you have, or like most people do, right? Because that's what the books are tells you to read that. But like, I don't know, like in college, I started reading like a kind of other horror stuff. Like I just went back to Lovecraft, right? Like I never had read that. And like Robert Silverberg, Theodore Sturgeon, and then I realized that Stephen King is just like the kind of Quentin Tarantino of lead horror. He basically like takes like classic original ideas and like makes them palatable to people, right? So he's like a remixer, right? Like if you I don't know if you read like Tommy Knockers, right? Like you're like, okay, this is just like kind of the bastardized version of of like Lovecraft, right? Like a Lovecraft book. Or if you read The Stand, it's like a bastard version of Richard Matheson, right? I mean, same with Angela Carver and like Shirley Jackson. Like these guys just like ripping off. I mean, and like no shaming that, right? But like, I mean, for example, like Tarantino does that, and he doesn't really. I mean, it's clear he's doing that, right? Like he doesn't claim or like like makes it seem as he's inventing anything. But with Stephen King, like he has like this. He kind of pushes this image of himself. Like yeah, like he's this. Even his book on writing that is gonna BS, right? Like it's he said, well, I'm a pantser, I'm just gonna create out of nothing. But he's just been, yeah, what I said, like like dumbing down like kind of more intricate, more nuanced stories. And I was kind of disappointed at the time. I'm like, oh my god, I just wasted a lot of time reading this guy. And like that's why I'm like, okay, I have to read something else, right? And that's how I just picked up Barker Books of Blood, and that blew my fucking mind when I was like my early 20s. I feel like, yeah, I mean, you have like the classic horror era, right? Which is it's more like Lovecraft or like Matheson, like kind of like inexpressible horror, like more like existential or cosmic, right? Like it's so horrific you can't even describe it, right? And like that's kind of like my first experience, and to go from that to like this, like and this is actually, Barker is one of the founders. It's called the splatterpunk wave, and it's this movement in horror where it's very graphic. It's also called extreme horror, where it's very descriptive. But Barker, like I mean, like Barker's still like most of it is trash, right? Like it's what I said about this Serbia too. It's about like how much it can be disgusting, or like how much you can push your buttons. But like Barker still has like like kind of exploring like human psychology and like emotions, and like he's being very poetic sometimes, and he's having these super intricate characters, right? And like and even putting a lot of himself in there. So like that was my first experience with that, and I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. And I was like, I just thought like like if horror can be like kind of have this fine balance of like, yeah, being explicit, but also like like exploring deeper themes, and like not just kind of pussyfooting around like Stephen King, right? With like the kind of graphic scenes that you can have right. What I used to complain with Lord of the Rings, right? Like it's all like fantasy. You have like super like a ton of like setup and description, instead of like being efficient to the point, like Jack Vance is, right? And I feel like to me this was the same realization, like, oh wow, Stephen King writes 1,000 like page novel to set up a character and to kind of flesh him out, and to like kind of, yeah, like kind of bring you the trashy horror. But you can have this in like super like super short, sharp, like efficient writing, like Barker. So that to me was really huge, and like I was just really, yeah, mind blown. And like I mean, we'll get into the story, but some of the language is just exquisite for being something that it can be perceived as so like trashy, and like like just, yeah, like lowbrow. But I feel like it's special in its own way. Okay.
Well, so that's like for me, like I actually hated horror for a long time. Found it trashy, found it stupid, especially movie or TV or whatever. Just like it's just like cheap thrills, right? I hate the Halloween movies. I hate all
Well,
those
the Friday
dumb
the
white bitch
13th, Friday night
survives. Yeah,
movie, right? And
yeah.
that's
Oh,
actually, it's the splatterpunk movement without the soul that Barker has, right? It's just the gore, just the shock
well,
value.
so
Go
then
ahead.
on the other side of this, I usually find like of course, there's just trashy like titillation erotica out there, but then actually even like more mainstream stuff, I find when they put sex scenes in there, it's just it's simultaneously pedestrian but also lewd, right? Like it's like well, this isn't really pushing it. It's like, oh yeah, let's read your vanilla sex scene there, right? So
But
I'm
sex
I'm
sells, right?
well, no, but that's what I'm saying. Is it's boring. It's actually boring to me because it's so vanilla, right? So it's not like it's even anything interesting. Because it's like, yeah, if you're gonna put something in there, at least you know give me something more than he placed his penis into her wetness, right? It's like, oh boy, that's exciting, right? I mean,
Are
it's
you
just
talking
it's
about
yeah, it's like
like visual TV, or like in novel?
no, I'm talking about just like even I read some just like stupid like historical novels in the past, and now they just have to like add in just like a random sex scene there for like no real good reason, right? It really just but it's vanilla. So I mean, what's good about Barker is that he's not writing this as erotica, right? Like whether he does it, whether sometimes he does it for like a the gross out factor there, but even then it's not quite right. Like he puts much more thought into it than most people, right? Like all of his work, like almost everything he writes is extremely sexually charged. Like I'm trying to think of a single one that isn't.
Uh,
I
Dread. Dread
even
is not. Have
his
you read what the one of the books of law? It's called Dread. The guy who
No,
experiments with some people. Anyway, that one is one of the few ones that it's not.
no.
Go ahead.
mm,
This is kind of more
I would argue
into horror.
maybe I have a wider definition of sex, but like for the
Oh
most
yeah,
part though, I mean
99% for sure.
yeah. I mean, but he puts it in there, but he makes it interesting. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's just weird. So he's one of the few authors who I can find can do sex and actually make sex like like compelling, right? Like literally compelling. Like he's really because actually personally, I also find, like the old, like Dracula and like the whole vampire shit, right? Because it's like, oh, it's a bite on the neck. Oh, that's so scandalous, right? Like I get pissed off with that Victorian, like, whatever shit too, right? Or yeah, like, then it gets dumber, right? Like, yeah, so the whole like vampires are sexy, right? Like that pisses me off to no end.
Yeah,
So
well,
yeah, so that's what's
it's what you
interesting about
said
him
though.
is
Like
that
most
he
of the time, like whenever there's any type of graphic sex or even like implied sex, it's very lewd and like crass, right? Like, and it's not building on the story, right? It's just added, as bait or whatever, as like titillation, right? Like it's not building on the narrative itself. Whereas here, most of the times, I would argue, right? Like it is building on the narrative, like, and it's exploring the character at the same time, right? It's not just there, tacked on, right?
exactly.
Okay, so general impressions on the story. First, general impressions. What's up?
I actually like this a bit better than Spar,
Me
to
too.
be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree.
Um, there's more depth to the characters. We get all perspectives of pretty much all of the main characters. Um, yeah, I mean this one was much better, right? I mean, um, yeah, I'm just trying to think of where to start. I don't know. After she like breaks up with Vashi the first time, and then she's like, oh, she needs to find a powerful man to like help her like understand and use her power. To me that was kind of BS, right? And I mean, he even alludes to it in the text, when she's like, what was his name? Um, Pepperidge or something like that. What's his name? Hang on. I have it highlighted. Just bear with me. I'll just say the businessman. And she's like, yeah, there's probably not much that he can teach me, but like, I mean, was that just for her own amusement, right? To like, like, I don't know what she
Fundamentally,
thought she was
she
going to
has.
learn from
I
this, right?
mean,
I mean,
I'm going to say the entire point of this story is she has this power, but she's actually still reactionary. She never actually has any imagination of her own, right? For the most part. So really, that's what it comes down to is that at
sorry,
the end of the story, what?
you're cutting in and out. I didn't hear. I miss.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It might be you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Titus Pettifer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Pettifer, that's it. So I mean, yeah, but I'm just not buying that. Like, you can say, oh, she doesn't have an imagination of her own, but like, if you have just killed your husband in this, like, through the power of telekinesis, essentially, um, that nobody knows how he
Well, no, but
actually
that's
died.
the entire point. What happens at the end? She uses her power to become literally just a fuck toy. She has no ability to act upon it. So she has all this power. I mean, this is what it comes down to, right? Like having an ability but not being able to use it, or that it's the spark of something. It's like, oh, if only I could draw, I could do, it. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, is that she really doesn't know how to use her power, right? And in some ways she's almost a victim of it too, right? So it almost just becomes sort of like a manifest, right? Like when the one guy watches her as she changes in sleep, right? So she can use it in moments of rage to invoke things on people, but to a certain extent she's a victim of her own power, right? Like it's not a conscious choice most of the time, it's
I was
unconscious, right?
hoping
It's an
I was hoping we
unconscious
would build
power.
up to that, but I mean, yeah, that is to me such a powerful and
Well,
like
because Adrian had to
strong
jump there straight to it,
image,
so I
though.
blame him.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
maybe let's back up a bit.
nobody was saying anything, so I mean,
Wait,
that's
can
the
we?
first thing.
Isn't it
Okay,
funny,
go
like
ahead,
the
go
way
ahead.
it opens, that she can't even commit suicide in peace because her fucking husband is like, she can't even kill herself in peace, right? The guy is like, I'm gonna break down the door. It's just like, oh my god, like, What do you guys think of that though? Like the way each man is represented, like kind of an archetype of like a douchey guy.
I think she's bored with her husband. Like she thinks he's weak.
Pretty much.
No, but like
Well,
go ahead.
It's well, I think what it is, of course, she goes through these 5 different guys. Now, what happens is it's sort of the thing. We were talking about this before, where somebody they had an opportunity and they should have. Oh no, it was like that. You don't know what you have till you lose it, right? So obviously she was unhappy with her first husband, right? But then she finds that second guy there. What's his name? The lawyer. What's the lawyer's name?
Vashi.
Vashi. So she finds Vashi, and actually, in the end, right, they actually are perfect for each other. But she's on this certain course of direction now that then it's like, well, I'm just going to move on from you because I got all this power, right? So she could have actually just found happiness with him and they could have stopped, right? But she didn't. She had to go all the way up, all the way to the top with the one guy and then cascade even more. And like I said, if we ever cover it, this was essentially the theme of Dr. Sergius. At every opportunity, he's given a chance to sort of accept humility and, the not the perfect, not the sexy, but just a
Yeah,
sort
well,
of compromised happiness.
accept
But then,
what he needs, not what he wants, right?
well, just accepting, what is mostly good, right? Is it perfect? No, but it's mostly there, and sort of accepting, what really is probably their best thing. It's like, nope, I want something better. I want something better. And so in the end, she comes full circle back to Vashi. But of course, at this point, they're both so broken by it that they destroy each other. Right?
Well, I mean, it's her that's killing him, right? Like, I mean,
nope, he punctures her with his penis that she makes super hard. Once again, she kills herself by making his penis a spear.
Yeah.
Yes.
And she poked him with her boobs, with her spiky boobs.
Well, we don't know what happened there because like it says like he it's kind of the red ocean he expected or something. It seems like it's a lot of blood happening there. So I don't know if he's like this.
Well, it's ultimate consumption, right?
Yeah.
They totally like. Right? I mean, it's the whole idea of sex
as the ending. Let's go back. Let's go back.
Well, it says right here. It says her keen breasts prickled him like arrows. His erection, sharpened by her thought, killed her in return with his only thrust. Tangled in a wash of love, they thought themselves extinguished and were. So they kill each other.
It's true, but true love. It's true love. It is actually a happy ending.
Yeah,
it's kind of like a Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah, it is. It's very tragic romance there.
Very Shakespearean ending.
Yeah, I definitely thought about it. I had it in my notes too. It's the tragic, play from
tragic love star-crossed lovers. Yeah.
But so I just want to know what do you guys think about, like, first of all, like the relationship with her first husband, right? Like was the guy just a freaking narcissist, right? Because like I mean, first he doesn't even care that she's killing herself, right? He's like, okay, no, whatever. And then right away it's like, you know what? I'm gonna leave you, because whatever, I don't love you anymore. And he's like, but I have to talk about my feelings, and like you don't understand my feelings or something. Like he makes it all about him, like.
Well, he needs to justify it, right? He was unfaithful to her.
But it's because I think the real problem is he's a normie. The woman he's now with is a normie. Right. Jacqueline is a normie, but she's faking being a normie. So she commits suicide because she knows she's failing at it, right? So that's what it comes to. She needs somebody interesting, right? So she needs something more, and this guy needs something, more bland. But so and like I said, so she does actually find that with Vashi. But then she thinks she needs somebody even more over the top, right? And then she finds the billionaire.
Well, I think that Vashi was her true love, but he couldn't teach her how to, harness her powers beyond just like.
Yeah.
Like her thoughts when she's frustrated or angry and just like mutilating somebody to death. She wants to be able to like use it to gain power, but she doesn't end up doing that. The only way that she can do that is by using her body, right?
I don't believe that though. Like, I mean, this whole thing when she goes and meets the businessman to like hone her power and like, but then it's like, in basically their first meeting, she realizes, she does not need this guy to teach her how to use her power. Like, I mean, ultimately, like, I mean, women have quite a lot of power, themselves, right? Just being women. I find it very hard to believe that if, this power of telekinesis, you know, if a woman got this, she wouldn't know how to use it in like,
What do you mean women have a
to
lot of
get ahead.
power? Like,
Oh, women
can
have a
you
ton
stand
of
on that?
power.
In what way?
Well, I mean, women direct how like most things go in a relationship, right? Not overtly, but covertly, right? So I mean,
Do we?
it pretty much, pretty
I
much.
do we?
Yeah.
He agrees.
I mean that is
Well,
these
at
are
least
that
at
is the
least in my
truth, right? Like I
experience,
mean, so
yes.
so I mean, now if this woman has the power to like rearrange men's body with like telekinesis, you're telling me that she's gonna seek out a teacher in like the form of a rich businessman who makes like powerful decisions because like this is how she's going to like hone her power and like be able to control it and stuff like this. Like I mean, no,
Yeah,
she
but
would
just
have an
because she
innate
has this
ability. She
that's
would have an
just,
innate like knowledge of to know how to do this,
but
right?
just
So
Like, I
because
mean,
so
she has this innate power doesn't mean that she has the intellectual capacity to handle it. Like, not every woman is this intelligent,
but she
you
does
know.
though. I mean, if you look at the interplay between like when she first approaches the businessman and like, she knows how to manipulate him to get what she wants, right? And she does immediately. So, and I mean, she did not need to use her power,
so
her actual power, the
here's
telekinesis to do so, right?
so he deals with this more in magic, I think, to a certain extent, probably evolves from this one. But fundamentally, it comes down to that the core of male sexuality is consumption, and the core of female sexuality is being consumed, right? And this is not just me saying this. I've heard it was actually a feminist, something like the chalice and the whatever, right? That is to say, for
It's
for for
interesting.
yeah. So for men, it's about possessing and whatever, right? Whereas for women, yeah, it's about being possessed, being consumed, right? Being the object of affection, right? Whereas for the man, it's about finding the object, right? So it's a whole thing like that. And so what you have is that for her having this power, right, as a woman, right, if a man was to use this, right, of course, she can't she attempts like in moments of rage there to something that's kind of more consumptive, but for the most part in the end she uses it to be consumed, right?
Right. Um,
But so her relationship with Lucas is what she wants to learn from him is how to consume. She wants to learn male sexuality from him, essentially, right? That's what the entire theme of this book is that she wants to learn how to have the desire for consumption, to have a masculine sexuality, which of course he never actually provides her. So that's the problem. She has this power, but she doesn't have the male drive.
right. Um, but I mean, when she was saying she wants to know how to use her power effectively, it's like it's not sex. It's this like ability to, basically get whatever she wants from men in like a very physical sense, or like there's the threat of death, that she's gonna rearrange their body and like all this kind of stuff, right? Like kill them, and not have it be traced back to her, right? Like, I mean,
But I mean,
it's
it comes down to she wants to find somebody, right? Because she finds these guys, and yeah, like at first, like I think she rejects Vashi or whatever his name is because even though he is obviously a good fit for her, because I mean, this is the problem, right? Men always marry down, right? That's a fact. Um, because
hypergamy.
well, that's what I'm saying is that like no, but men, women, like women, it's talked about like this is why there's so many problems. If women will not marry somebody who's beneath them, right? Like so, in whatever range you want to slay, height is one, right? Salary is another, right? I'm sure people will counter this, but it's a well observed thing, right? Whereas men, right, like for the most part, men don't care if you're shorter than they are, less strong than they are, if you make less money than they are, if you're dumber than they are, right? So men have, women demand. So that's always the problem, right? So she gets all this stuff right, and so she doesn't feel like that they're superior enough. So I mean, really, what it is she wants to be dominated. I mean, that's what it really comes down to.
Um, yeah, but I mean, I don't see why she thinks she's going to get that from that businessman, especially knowing that she has this like unique ability to basically kill a man, deform them, so that like, it's not going to be traced back to her because she has not physically touched anything, right? Like, I mean, and I mean, there are more subtle ways that she can do it too. We see it when the pimp is there at the very end, and she's like, "Oh, he's been holding out Vashi from me for a day," and like, she just
Well,
crushes his lungs.
With
Like, I mean,
Pennifer, like she kind of pressures his head, right, to give him a headache. So I mean, she can just pop like a vein into their brain easily, right? She doesn't need to do anything.
well, this is it. This is it. I mean, this is quite a lot of power, right? Like, I mean, you know, this whole
But she
concept.
doesn't know how to
No,
use it.
but this
She
is
never
no, but
learns how to use it.
no, but this I find. Um, well, okay, she's not concerned with money. Number one, so that's out. Because why? Okay, so I mean, she can basically do whatever she wants and get away with it. Um, you know, this whole idea that she's going to learn something from him, on how to use this power. I just feel like that is like, it's kind of naive. I feel like, she would just know how to use it.
No, no. You see,
Uh,
you're misunderstanding the term here. It's not. It's not the. It's not how to use it, like the mechanics of it. It's what to use it for, right? There's two sides to saying how to use it, right? It's not just the mechanics of it, it's what to use it for, right? Like you have this neat toy, what do you use it to do, right?
right.
That's what she doesn't ever, and that's what she's trying to learn from him, right? He builds an empire with whatever skills he has there, right? She never really does anything with what she has.
Well, I mean,
So that's what she's trying to
she
learn from
does
him.
punish Lyndon, right? So it's like it's like she wants to punish people, but there's no real motive behind why
Well,
she
that's the only
wants to
thing.
do that,
She can
right?
only
Like, I
do
mean,
stuff in a fit of rage.
right.
She never knows how to use the power, and that she never knows, what to use it for, right? And so that is what she is trying to learn from Lucas. There is how he would use it, right? Because if you give him that, he would probably rule the world in 3 days, right?
Right. It's okay, so she's trying to learn that from him. Um so and it's kind of interesting, like, so when she kills Lyndon, there's there's even a line, I forget exactly what it was, but it's like he left the world the way he came and the way he lived in the world, like, from behind the shadows and stuff like this, right? So like he's never fully out there. There was no newspaper like printing saying that he died. So I mean, did that like businessman cover up his death or something? Like, I mean, is that what happened there? Like, I mean, if somebody is murdered in such a way, like, I mean, you would think that, um,
Probably.
right.
Sorry, I'm eating. So if you guys wanted to,
Yeah,
No,
sorry, I'm
don't
just
stress.
thinking
No,
about
I
it.
mean, like, I was thinking through the whole thing that, I mean, is she, I mean, she just doesn't have the drive to use her power, like, when she goes to Penny further to Titus, and she asks him, well, I want to learn. And he's like, learn. She's like, yeah, how to use power. So, like, I mean, and is this a metaphor? I mean, is it just her power, like the telekinetic power she has, or like her actual like feminine power of like like her sexuality too, right? Like, does that like in
Well,
the
no, she
story?
knows how to use that for sure. I mean, she knows how to use that. Like, she innately knows how to use
well, but
that.
early on it says it right when she kills the psychologist. Like, oh yeah, he has the kind of body that will change the world, right? She wants that. What she wants is that sort of masculine, you
Drive?
know. Yeah, I guess so.
But and like wait, I had
Right.
another question too. Like, do you guys think like her telekinetic power is just a way for Barker to kind of amplify female sexuality, or it's kind of attributing to her like a what if she had like a more like masculine like that having a that kind of source of power would give her more of a masculine inclination, where like she would be okay, like I'm thinking like a man now because I have like um yeah, this kind of external power, or if it's just amplifying her yeah, like feminine power or sexuality.
It's both. So I think one, it's to give her a power that makes her superior to men, right? But then her inability to use the way men do, because what it is she's a victim of her own power, right? It changes her because I guess the power rules her unconsciously, right? In moments of kind of rage there or whatever, she can seduce guys and all that, but she never actually can like consciously control it outside of that, right? Like it changes her as much as it changes anybody else, right? She's as much sort of
No, she does consciously control it though, because when she turns the businessman into like this walking,
only in a
almost
fit
like
of
a
rage. That's why I
turtle.
said a
No,
fit of rage.
it
In
was
all
not a
three
fit of
cases,
rage though. She even
no, it
says
was.
that they build it up so it's like he comes over, he smacks her, and then like slowly it builds up in her,
Yeah, but
right?
that is
But
calculated
then
though.
but then she makes a choice. No, but then
No,
exactly
but
then
Think is
no,
right.
hang on, no, hang on. Then she says to herself, okay, well, I'm not going to do this because then he wins. But then it shifts in her head. She says, oh, no, never mind. It doesn't matter. Like, I'm doing this for me. Fuck him, right? And then in that moment, she had learned to fully control it, right? Like, I mean,
Well, no, but it's in a fit of rage. It's still
No, hold on.
reactionary,
Like
right?
at some
The point
point,
is here.
like when she's kind of displaying her powers to Vasi, she's plucking single hairs out of his scalp. So it seems like she can control it pretty well. Yeah, remember that
No,
scene?
but
yeah.
listen to this. Listen to this, you guys. Okay, so um, gosh, where is it here? Okay, um, sometimes okay. More than Ben, more than Pettifer, certainly more than Lyndon. And she remembered fondly he was the only man she'd ever known who'd called her Jacqueline. This is Vassy. All the rest had manufactured unendearing corruptions of her name, Jackie or Jay, or in Ben's more irritating moons, Juju. Only Vassy had called her Jacqueline, plain and simple, accepting in his formal way the completeness of her, the totality of her. But when she thought of him, tried to picture how he might return to her, she feared for him. So she knows that she can't control herself, that it is reactionary. And even though, in the end, I think she realizes that, he's her true love. He is the one that she loves and wants to be with. She fears for him because she can destroy him. She doesn't have that grasp on her powers.
Well, I mean, she like she actually knows how to use it, but she can't control it. Like that's for sure. And that is the little scene there that Zing mentioned that I just find amazing. Where like, like Vasi is watching her sleep, right? And you feel like he goes like, oh, her body fabric was on the move, her muscle, her hair, the down on her cheek moving to the dictates of some internal tide. Her lips blossom from her bone, boiling up in a slavering tower of skin. Her hair swirled around her head as though she were lying in water. The substance of her cheeks formed furrows and ridges like the ritual scars on a warrior, inflamed and throbbing patterns of tissue, swelling up and changing again, even as the pattern formed. This fluxion was a terror to me. Anyways, he goes on, but it's I just found that so
Plus,
amazing.
at the end, when her pussy's like a kaleidoscope, changing color,
Yeah,
right?
it's like a like yeah, it's like the alien, the egg from the face hugger there. But
Yeah.
no, I was just saying, like, I just found this like this part, like, it's so, like, the language so beautiful, and it's just, like, to emphasize that she can't really control her power, that her power, like, it's
But
so
she
big.
can.
No, she's able to control it, but
Not
like
really.
it's
It's a
still.
parlor trick. It's a parlor trick.
If I
Go
may,
ahead.
so I mean, it says right here, not that she needed much education in that particular quarter. Perhaps it was more truthful to say he taught her to never regret her absence of instinctive passion, but to judge her intellect alone, who deserved extinction and who might be numbered amongst the righteous. Not once did she show herself to him, though she used her skills in the most secret ways to tease pleasure out of his stale nerves. So I mean, she is using her power
Well,
to
she
like
she can she can channel it.
enhance
But
the
she's driven by
sexual.
it. She
She
has no
can channel
control
it.
over it. It's
Yeah,
driven by
she
her
can channel it, but
urges.
she can ultimately control it. And what I said, like that scene where, like, it's almost like comment of her body, that when she's sleeping, right? Like when she's the most, like her conscious is off, basically. When she can, like, doesn't have any conscious, like, intention to hold it. It's like very comment of her skin, right? Like this scene to me is so vivid in that it kind of, like, portraying that the power is just, almost breaking out of her, right? When she's unconscious. So I mean, she can channel it for sure. See, I mean, it shows here, like, when she's plucking hairs out of his head, like, oh yeah, she was able to fine tune the channeling there. But like, you have this scene when like, when she's asleep, it's almost like trying to break out of her skin, right? It's, yeah, for sure she can control it all the way. And it's interesting what Jody said, that actually I didn't pick up on this. I've read it 3 times already, the story, but like, maybe the reason why she leaves Vasi is not because she's not ultimately content with him, right? It's more because she deep down knows that she can just crush him in a fit of rage. That's an interesting take.
She's scared of her. She's scared to hurt him.
Oh, that's very possible. Like, it makes a lot of sense, and like, especially if we consider how she, like, how strong the power is, like, compared to how she can control it, right? Like, I mean, we're shown here that whenever, yeah, she goes in a fit of rage, she just goes like, she goes berserk, right? So if that were to happen to Vasi for a situation, right, and like, maybe she's protecting him.
Or a fit of passion when she stabs him with her titties.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, exactly. That's what I was just gonna go there. Like, I was gonna say, like, how much, when her emotions, like, go onto extremes, like, how is she close to her power? Because we see in her sleep, right? Maybe she's not, having a dream where she's beating someone up, but it's just not, maybe having a dream where she's like, I don't know, like a sitting somewhere soft,
So
and her
wait,
body is reacting
I'm
to it
un
when. Go ahead.
I'm unclear on that. So I mean, the power of telekinesis works on her own body herself as well as men's, and like,
Yes.
but it does not work on other women.
Well, it's not that it does. Well, all yeah.
What?
We never
She
know. All she's
she has
concerned
no.
with.
Yeah, they're not. She's not concerned with women. She doesn't want power over them.
Or to be
Right.
overpowered by them.
Right. She's hetero.
Strictly Dickly, as Mama Zink used to call it.
Yeah, there you go. Strictly Dickly.
So I mean, yeah,
The things Zink knows.
yeah.
Should write a book.
I'm just thinking about
The
it now.
things
So I
Zink
mean,
knows. The things Zink knows.
I mean, so her tits literally turned into points to stab him. Like, I mean,
Well, yeah, it punctured his chest. Like she meant to puncture his heart and put him out of his misery. Like
so
he
Well,
knew he
because
was coming there to die.
it's right. Because what it is right. Yeah, the male phallus, right, when it reaches
Yeah.
erection
Wait,
and can
hold on.
penetrate, right?
Can we dial it back though? Because this is the ending. Like, I wanted to pause it here. Like, I mean, because you said like, well, like she doesn't have the intellect, like to build anything with her power. But I wanted to counter argue here that like her power is so strong, and it's overpowering to her that it's kind of consuming her. Like, I don't think in the end, like, yeah, maybe it is that she doesn't know how to be like a strategist, whatever, how to use her power. But I feel like it is also consuming her. Like, I think like the reason why at the end she ends up like that.
It's reflexive, though. That's what I'm saying. It's not a conscious
Yeah.
power. It's very much a sort of reflexive
But do you agree or
power.
disagree that it is
Well,
it is
no,
too much
no, it
for
is
her though?
conscious because
No, but
she crushes the pimp's like just his lungs, right? And like
yeah.
he dies.
Overall, this is the thing. That's a very minor things, right? She does some little parlor tricks, but I'm saying overall, the manifestation of her power, she is as much a victim of it, right? It is led around by her urges, right? It is driven by her
Well,
urges.
I have
She has
another scene here that I found very powerful too. That's she lay on the bed through the night, never sleeping. She seldom slept now for more than a few minutes, and only with the coos watching her, she done herself harm in her sleep, mutilating herself without knowing it, waking up bleeding and screaming, with every limb sprouting needles she'd made out of her own skin and muscle, like flesh cactus. It was dark again, she guessed, but it was difficult to be sure. Anyways, like you see, like the flesh cactus, like it's really pouring out of her, like like she's, I feel like when we cut to the future and she's in this bed, like it's really out of control. I mean, she can't even sleep for a few minutes, right? Because she's afraid it would just it would just completely destroy her, or like just crush her body or whatever it can do, right? Like in her sleep. So she's so afraid of the power that she won't even sleep. She doesn't want to be unconscious for a bit, because I mean, like these things happen, right? It starts like you get the cactus skin or whatever, the flesh rending there, whatever. Like it's so, I feel like like when Singh said like, oh, she's not intellectually like capable of using it, but I was what I wanted to to counter argue was like, no, she just don't have also any physical control from it. Like I mean, it's shown here, it's so strong, right? It's gonna.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's an unconscious thing. Now, funny enough, I just realized because the last book, the one, now it wasn't telekinesis he had; it was more mind control. But actually, it's pretty much implied in this that she has mind control too, right? She can.
Yeah, that's what this is. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But because funny enough, like I brought it up before, there was that character from that Jessica Jones, right? Where like, yeah, in a fit of rage, as like a 5-year-old, he pretty much kills his parents, right? Because he orders them to pretty much kill themselves, like, right. So that's the problem. Is, yeah, like when you have this thing, you're more led by your it's not the conscious mind that ends up controlling it, it's the unconscious mind.
Wait, hold on. You're saying this is canon for all like telekinetic characters in fiction? I'm confused what you're alluding to.
At least the ones we've like this is often the problem, right? Sometimes sometimes like in your weakest moments, right? Like it's always just like, I mean, it's just a theme, like with anything, right? Like you can do more damage, but I think to a certain extent it is, right? Like it's at least there's still, yeah. But it seems like at
See,
least in this one, she's controlled by her
Okay, but
urges.
let's go
can I
ahead.
kind of give,
Go ahead.
sorry, I just wanted to kind of give a new perspective on this as far as like the power that she's looking for, right? So she's looking for she thinks she's looking for power and how to control. I think just the fact that she has these powers is a coincidence. And there's also the power that she wants as a woman. Like she obviously resents like being like a possession of men's and in of men in general. And on page, what is it? Well, there's a section here and it says, sorry, I just had it, you guys, pardon me. uh I lost it. Oh, here it is. Okay. So Titus is trying to convince her to kill him. And he said, anything you want. He said, Jacqueline. And she said, in her belly, she felt something close to pain as the urge to kill him found birth, but she resisted it. It was playing into his hands, becoming the instrument of his will, powerless. Usage again, that's all she ever got. She had been bred like a cow to give a certain supply of care to husbands, of milk to babies, of death to old men. And like a cow, she was expected to be compliant with every demand made of her whenever the call came. Well, not this time. So she did try to resist it. And she's
And she
looking for this.
successfully resists it
No,
after
she
that.
doesn't. She ends up
No,
killing
she
him.
makes a conscious choice. She
She
changes her
thinks
mind.
no,
She
she
says to
thinks she
herself,
makes a
I'm
conscious
doing this
choice.
for me now. It's never
Well,
mind
that's what they
him.
always say. Oh no, I'm doing this for me. Yeah, how many times have we heard that line? Exactly. Point proven.
No, I don't get that, Adrian.
Nope. Jody, you just proved the point. Thank you.
Too fucking bad. TFB.
No, but the thing
So
is, she already has power over men without this
she
supernatural
doesn't
power.
want, like, she wants to have, like, she doesn't want to have that power. And that's why they make such a big thing of her being on the bed all tied up and with her legs splayed and her,
But I mean, she's
her
killing
GG
each John
sticking
that
out.
comes in there
Well,
to
it's the
bang
extremes.
her, right? Like,
She
I
feels
mean,
she feels victimized by men, right? So then she thinks that she needs to take it out on men, and then she goes back to the
Right.
other thing where she then finds no fulfillment in that. So then she turns herself literally into a sex toy, but then only at the end, right? When what she wants is she wants a man who loves her, right? I mean that's
She's
really
like
what
a
it comes down to.
vampire. She needs it, you guys, because she is this pimp who brings her men. Like she makes him bring her men. She needs to like get this to like destroy men until Vashi comes along because he's the only man who ever accepted her for who she truly was, with all of her faults, including this
yeah,
power.
but I mean, ultimately, she just wants to kill herself in the very
No.
beginning,
She just
right?
wants,
Like, I mean,
like I said,
No.
No.
this is a common theme, right? So I brought this up when we did the great god or the white people there, right? So you have the free spirited girl, right? The girl who simultaneously is indomitable, but then you do want to dominate, right? So how do you do it? If you break her, then she's broken, right? So how can you keep that without breaking, right? So that's what you have here is these extremes, right? She tries to become a man, right? Well, that is to say, in this, she tries to act like a man, right? She tries to abuse her lovers in the way that she perceives that men abuse their lovers and feels fundamentally unfulfilled by that. So then she goes to the other extreme of being totally abused, right? And is still unfulfilled, right? She's caught between being unable, right? So, I mean, really the power is a curse because it doesn't allow her to ever fully feel like she can submit to Vashi, who would be her true love, right?
so when she was in the rich guy's mansion after she'd killed him, and she talks to the security guard, and he's like, she asks him about his mother, and then she says, well, was she happy? Was she sad? He's like, I never saw her laugh nor cry ever, right? And she's like, okay. And like that's after he told her that his mother was a prostitute. So then she becomes a prostitute. It's like it's almost like an indifference, right? It's like she isn't actually looking for happiness. She
No,
isn't
she's looking for
actually
love.
Yeah. And then she realizes that she
or
found that in
sadness.
Vassy and that he is her love. It even says it right at the end that it was love. It said,
So yeah, I
tangled in a
mean,
wash of love, they thought themselves
I
Wait.
mean,
and
I had a
were.
question since we, I had it in my notes since Zing mentioned white people. When we read Grey Gold Pen, like you have every man who interacts with the girl there in Grey Gold Pen, what's her name? Helen, whatever. Uh, they lose their minds, right? And like I feel like and they have to, like they're so drawn to her, like being different and like to her having this mysterious power. Like in here we get that too, that like we have that with Pennifer, right? And with Vasi, that like, and Vasi says, oh yeah, like I want to drown in her, like like you guys don't understand, like it's not a fetish, it's not like I'm not idolizing her, it's something like you don't understand, like it's an ocean you want to drown in, right? Like that's the way he describes her. And then Pennifer also gets upset with her, like he wants to like submit to her, and like kind of reflecting back to Grey Gold Pen, like why is that, right? Like is it And is it kind of similar that like men, when they see like a different type of, like a like someone with a just emanating power, is that why are they attracted to that though? Is that because like it's something different, or like it's a woman having like a masculine power, sorry, masculine, like a masculine attribute, like the way they kind of like
So
act with their power, like does that?
People, both men and women want the
nah.
struggle, right? That is to say, I mean, I'm talking not for everybody, but this is sort of the classical perception of male and female sexuality, right? There has to be a struggle. Fundamentally, the man has to like, and I'm not talking like rape, but I mean like there has to be the man has to
No,
conquer
I
the
mean
woman, but it
this
has to
go to
feel like
all
a
mammals,
fight, right?
right? All
It can't.
female and female mammals
Yeah.
is kind of, they have this
Well, that's
like
the thing.
courting
You
dance, right?
want
The
you
mating
want a
dance.
woman who doesn't completely instantly bend over. I mean, let's be quite honest, right? You want to feel
Well, I
like
mean,
there's a bit of a
the ones
chance.
that bend over easily, those are
She likes
trouble,
the
right?
hard,
Those are
hard
trouble.
to
The
get.
ones that are too easy, that's trouble, right? I mean, if you ever had that, that never ends up well,
Well, I
right?
guess all women are trouble these days.
Oh,
Whoa!
Adrian, go get some therapy, man.
I'm not
Fuck
wrong.
off. Don't turn this into women are all bitches shit. Like,
No, I said trouble, not bitches.
Because it was even the same with Hackworth, right? It's like he liked his wife, but she was stupid, and he kind of felt bored with her,
Well,
right? She didn't
she's like a
stimulate
simp.
him
I don't think she was
intellectually.
stupid. She's that
well,
simp.
too fucking bad.
She's a simp. Yeah.
I'm just saying that's the point,
So,
right? Women.
Okay, yes.
for me,
It's a very now. Of course, this is where it gets twisted. I'm not going to say names, but there's certain women in here who like to get negged, and I'm not even trying to neg them. I just honestly don't like them, and I'm not trying to let them know that. But that really gets them going, right? I mean,
Wait,
this is the
hold on,
problem,
but you
right?
think
Like,
it gets him going because it's a challenge to them, or it's just in such a basic level that just having resistance
well,
is
no. So
attractive?
here's why you don't touch those.
I agree,
Those
Adrian is like that.
What?
Yeah.
those women are gonna try and like fuck you over.
I
Because
am not.
Wait, hold
Jody.
on.
I've higher standards.
Wait, Jody said,
Let me tell you about women. I can spot women like that a mile away, the ones that are going to take advantage of you. I can name every damn person on Twitter that is like that.
well, like I said, they want to be taken. That's why they want the fight, and that's why they want some guy who's gonna like really rough them up. But then they don't know when to stop, and they won't and so they're gonna fuck you over, right? They're gonna find someone's like,
There's also
ha,
men like that. There's men like
I
that
know.
too. A lot of them. That's
Well,
great,
but
Adrian.
it's a little bit different because for the most part, those guys once they crush, right? So like simultaneously, those chicks want some guy who's a massive fucking asshole, but then they want to out asshole him. Whereas usually the guys who are just assholes and just want to consume chicks, right? They don't care if it's a nice girl or a mean girl or whatever, right? It's all the same, right?
Kill's a kill.
Exactly, right. Whereas
Notches on the old bedposts there.
well, that's what I'm saying. So like for these chicks, it's this weird thing where they need to feel like they've been conquered by them, but then they got to get the last word in, right? Whether that's legal or
Oh, right.
whatever.
Okay. Oh, right.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like that's why you can't like that's why these chicks are going to divorce
That's why
you,
you
take
can't
everything.
that's why you can't trust what? Trust women?
No, these kinds. I'm talking. You know who I'm talking
These
about.
kinds of women.
I'm
Okay,
talking about that
right.
specific
Yeah,
chick there.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Like,
No,
that's
I
like,
well, there's
understand the
two
reality.
of them, right?
I do
There's
understand.
many of them, actually.
Well, sure.
I draw them like fucking flies. I know.
okay, but
well, what can I say? Maybe they want the vitamin Z, but all you men, you all want the vitamin V. And you know it.
Yes,
Nothing,
that is true, but
Trump, no, whatever. Nothing
quite honestly,
Trump.
I prefer money at this point. It's
Oh
not
no, I
worth
thought you were gonna
that
say the
much, Jody.
vitamin A.
Yeah.
You know what the vitamin
Say
A
that
is?
after a couple of
The
Manhattan
vitamin Z is not worth
and some pretty
that
little
much,
young thing
right?
sits
I
their ass
mean,
beside you in a bar and you've had a couple of Manhattans, all right? So, we know that deep down inside, Adrian, you're a big slut.
well, I do have standards, but I actually
See, the
prefer
fact that you
money
didn't
these
like
days.
come back
So
at me
yes,
with
I
like
am a
angst
slut, Jody.
and
Truly, as long as I'm
yeah,
being fucking paid. All right.
you're
Like, I mean,
well, no, that makes you a trollop. Uh-oh, you better use nice language. Keep it
no.
going.
I just
Sorry,
prefer to
sorry.
call Adrian a whore. A whore.
okay, hold on, guys.
I would say I am a
this
money whore. I do have a love for money that is fully accurate.
And yet, as we're recording, Zing can say this.
Wait,
So
hang on.
just saying.
So back in the context of this story, is this kind of like a dominance dynamic? Is it something conscious or is it unconscious? And like that versus real life, like like
Well, that's a fight within herself, right? It's just kind of like it's a fight within herself. She doesn't understand it. And she just ironically has this other power that she's equating with truth, with what power she really does want.
I'd say it's the existential crisis of the modern, the modern professional woman, right? It's like I want
Yes,
to
yes, yes,
compete with
yes,
the
yes, yes,
fellas, but then
yes.
I mean, so that's, I mean, if you
Feeling that this
Exactly.
was like more of a dated time.
well, I mean, this was the '80s. So I mean, what I mean, we haven't dived into it too much before. I don't know if you guys know. So Clive Barker is super gay, super gay. He actually worked as a male prostitute in his early 20s there, right? And so he was, and undoubtedly, I don't know which way he prefers to go these days, but obviously he was the receiver in this game, right? Usually, so I mean that's actually how he supported himself, probably until he actually made a breakthrough with these stories, right?
Really? I didn't
yeah,
even
I
know
Yes,
mean
that.
up
and like
until
Mm.
it's
up
really
until yeah, he actually up until these stories took off, right? Like before he was like a broke student, right? I mean slash male prostitute, but yeah, it was later in the game because like he did theater first and like a bunch of things before he actually started making money as a writer.
So I mean, probably most like, and so yeah, he doesn't really hit because I think he's born in the '50s. When I say, I mean he's born mid '50s or so like that. So like, and these stories came out mid. It wasn't until like the mid '80s that he really got the success. So I mean pretty much most of his 20s he was poor and whoring. I think.
Yeah, just a parenthesis though, like he actually thinks when you mentioned that like some people have success and it's all with luck. Um, like this guy got really lucky because at the time, sci-fi had like a lot, like people were not much into sci-fi short stories, so like you have horror taking over, and you have people kind of like kind of sick of the whole classic Hammer horror movies, right? The Mummy, Dracula, whatever. They were sick of that, and at the same time you have the this kind of grunge horror movement with the Misfits and like all of this the campy horror movement coming out of the 80s, with the splatter punk and all that. So that just converged into his success, which is really funny. It's like a it's like almost perfect timing, right? Like a year later, a year earlier, it wouldn't have been as successful as 1982 when he published that. So it's really interesting. It's a lot of luck, and like, actually the way he ended up, because he went into theater, he just ended up meeting the right people, making the right contacts, and like he was able to just find a contact that pushed him out because of his, I mean, gay tendencies and also the theater world. So it was like a bunch of factors together. That's interesting tidbit that that theory you have that sometimes it's luck that like kind of factors into success. Like in his case is like extreme luck, right? Like rather
Oh,
lucky.
it's always luck. It's just what you do with it. It's being able to seize
Exactly.
upon it. It's
I was gonna
always
say
luck.
that. Yeah.
It's always luck. You just have to be able to seize upon it.
Agreed.
Oh, something else that,
Yeah.
I watched actually a long time ago, this documentary on A&E about him, like about like a docu bio or whatever. And like this guy didn't have like a traumatic childhood, or like like it's not like he was exposed to violence, or like like crazy TV, like let's say like
Oh no, he had quite like a like he like had like a like they had like a farm. I can't remember. Was it Weave World where like he like the
yeah, it's
introduction to
liberal.
it? Like he talks about like, oh
Yeah,
yeah, we had like this nice little house in the country, and I just frolicked in the
yeah,
hills there,
but
right? I mean,
you know
it was quite
it's
idyllic.
just because I mean, like in many instances, you have like these artists who have like a super like murderized like childhood, or like they've been abused, or like like a super traumatic or like shocking event happened, but this guy had just like a perfect, like pastoral childhood. The only thing though was like his parents kind of respected his privacy. Or like he would be okay, I'm gonna be in my room for 8 hours, and they didn't that bother me, right? And it's something I personally lived with. My parents would not fucking leave me breathe, right? Like it's like no, I just want to be alone in my room, like playing, right, whatever. But they don't really have to make friends, or like like. and his parents, it was only up until later, like in high school, that they realized, okay, this guy's he's way too nerdy and too geeky, and like he like draws like monsters and like like likes horror movies, that they were worried and wanted to integrate. But like for most of his childhood, like they just let him be and like gave him his space, right? So I wanted to mention this earlier and I forgot when in the intro before the story, but like yeah, that to me was so interesting, that like like what if every child had like enough space, kind of to develop their inner life, their inner world, right, without being forced to fucking socialize, right, or like to just do whatever else everyone else is, all the kids are doing, right? So that was really interesting to me.
Well, Carlo, you've asked the question, and I am the answer, right?
Wait, I'm not sure.
Well,
My
there
parents
is
would
sort of
just
the
leave
other
me
side,
alone, basically.
because like in some ways I think that's actually his problem. It was the lack of stimulation, right? Because his parents were so sexy. That might have been, because I think it's almost like, I don't even think he ever really struggled. Yeah, he was a starving artist, but he probably always had a certain amount of money there from
Well,
his
he could always go
parents and
back home though.
whatnot,
Like
right?
when
Exactly.
I was
That's what I'm saying.
watching
So like for him,
the documentary, and like in the parts when he's broke, and like he goes around, like his parents are worried, like they're like, oh, you have, we can send you clothes, or like like we can send you this and that. Like he always has a backup, right? So it's a lot of choice for him to like put himself. And I think it's what you're saying, is like his childhood was so like so much comfort, so much pamper, that he chose to put himself through the grinder, right, to kind of develop, like like make his artist like perspective even more valid, right, to validate his identity there, right?
well, it's the lack of like sort of overt struggle. He has to find, sort of adverse conditions, right? He doesn't really have any real adversity, right? So he almost has to find the adversity.
But yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah.
Right.
So what I'm gonna say is, like, I just feel like the Jaqueline Ess character doesn't know what the fuck she wants, right? Like, I mean, my God, right? Like, I mean, she's married, and like, I mean, it starts off, it's like, is this living? Yada yada yada. And it's like, oh, the husband's so bad.
Wait,
It's
so
like, yo,
you
just
you you
divorce
think
this
she's just
fucker and like take half of his money,
you
like
think
most
she's just
chicks do,
like an
right? Like, I
emo
mean,
bitch, like Marla in Fight Club?
well,
It's more.
very much,
My
right?
guess
Like, I
is that
mean,
it's probably. I don't know. I never read it, but it was like a landmark. It was called The Feminine Mystique, and it came out like what, 50s, early 60s. I can't remember what it was. And it was a woman who was writing about how, like, yeah, all these women that she had gone to college with, and now they were housewives and mothers, and they were happy with that. But then because like it's this sort of like I said, it's the conflict of the professional woman that was sort of, and I'm guessing that's what he probably based it on, was like, yeah, they're in the 50s and 60s, right? These women, who had gone to college and got degrees and stuff, and then got married afterward, never really used the
well, I mean,
degree.
we all know that like up until like the late 90s, most women went to college to find a man to get married to, right? Like, I
They
mean,
did, but they still usually often pursued some sort of degree that interested them. I mean, not all of them, right? Some of them did like sexy degrees, like dancing and stuff like that,
oh,
right?
fair enough, but like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, the goal was not strictly a career. That was the fallback
Oh no,
plan,
no, I mean,
right?
well, I
Like,
mean,
I mean,
like I said, like if you go to BYU, they call them Mrs. Degrees, right? Because pretty much they go there, the right. So Mormon guys always go on the mission, right? So they're about 2 years behind. So the women start a degree, and so the guys are coming in. They're freshmen. The woman's a junior. Then they meet up, and usually it's a very rapid court.
Women go to college to find a husband.
Well, like I mean, that's still how
well,
it
that,
works. Like at BYU, I mean,
well,
that's what I'm saying. Like
well, I'm saying up now the women do go to university to like, find a career and stuff like that, because like, it's what is socially expected from them in the current time, right? So,
but then, like I said, and it's a fact, right? Like by making more than a man, women become unattracted to him, right? I mean, not all, blah, blah, blah. But I'm saying it's a statistically shown fact that women become less attracted to their husbands if they're making more than them.
Well, like
Agreed.
I'm gonna ask you guys a question because this story, it's like lots of, I mean, most feminists and like actually most people in the gender rights movement, they love this story, right? And they claim that it's promoting female emancipation and girl
Yeah.
power.
This
Yes,
one, Jaqueline
yes, yes, yes,
yes.
yes, yes.
Oh, it's actually
No,
the
no,
opposite,
and I
right?
wanted to ask,
She
yeah, I
submits
wanted
in
to
it.
ask you, like, are they misinterpreting that, or is there any any value to that claim that it's all for
Oh,
female power, or
absolutely.
like,
I'd say it actually disputes it fully. It actually proves it wrong, because that's what she does. She tries to compete with men, finds it completely unsatisfying, and in the end, now of course it's very twisted at the end there, but she finds satisfaction in submitting to a man, right?
I would
Yeah.
disagree. I don't think it's submitting. Like, I think it's more what you guys mentioned early, that it's more the sappy lovey-dovey ending, where, like, it's
Well,
like
that's what I'm saying. But in
completeness,
the classical sense, right?
like she's complete once she's on equal ground with a man. Like, men and women complete one another, right? Like, mutually complement one another. That's how I see it. Like, I don't see the ending as, like, either or, like a what's his name, Vasi being a cock, or her, just being submissive. I don't see it that way
Well,
personally.
well, Vassy is a cock. There's no
No. To
question.
be quite clear, he's a
Yeah.
simp. He's not a cook. He's a simp.
Okay, simp. Um, yes, he
Well,
is, and I mean, his character. So I mean, here's the whole thing. She comes into his life pretty much at random, right? It's like, yeah, they maybe met one or two times prior. He went to school with
with her
her
husband, yeah.
husband, the Mr. S. But I mean, he didn't even really remember him or her to that like great effect, right? But I mean, but like I think a lot of this is like, midlife crisis for him too. I mean, we have to assume he's about what, mid 40s there.
No, but he's like
Maybe
he's a
she's like what,
lawyer, right? He's a paid
42.
lawyer. I mean, that is a lot,
He's
right?
no, he's not failed at that
No, he's not.
point.
Yeah,
He's
he's just
successful.
a playboy, right? So I mean, that's the thing. Is
Well,
like
So
no,
he's
I
but hold
mean,
on. Like, I mean, he's not even passionate for his career. He would leave it at like first I skirt that.
no, he
No,
was
well,
he was before he met her.
yeah,
Before he met
no,
her,
but
that
he
was
yeah.
all he
dropped everything
was.
for her. So, I mean, how much is his
Well, that's what I'm saying.
commitment
So
to it,
Yeah,
right?
but that's after the
well, no,
fact. We're
that's
talking
because
about
he
the
becomes
meeting.
enthralled with her.
Well, this is it. So I mean, yeah, I'm saying that, like, that is after the fact, and it's like, maybe 5 years prior, like when his practice wasn't like so cemented. I mean, he might have reacted differently to her, right? It's like a lot of this is like he is just, living this mundane. He's in like, it's a midlife crisis type
Oh
of
no,
thing,
it's
right?
not.
It's
Like I
like, I
think
mean,
he's absolutely right. He's the sort of big shot, right? He's got pussy just falling down behind, right? I mean, you can
yeah,
imagine, right? He's like the '80s guy. I mean, he is the quintessential '80s
Yeah,
guy,
driving a
right?
Corvette.
He's in there, buy, sell, litigate. I mean, like it's that whole
yeah,
character, right? And probably doing quaaludes and cocaine on the
Yeah.
weekends, and just living it up, right? So I mean, so he's got that sort of masculine energy about him, right? Just that you know hard and fast sort of thing. But I think that's the problem, right? So he's got that, but then of course, yeah, whether it's a directing or whatever, her power forces him to literally worship her, right? He becomes enthralled with her to the point of worship. Now he does, as it says there at the end, because he never calls her. He actually does love
Okay,
her. He is cut. He is simped by her
so hang on.
power,
This is the
but he
question you
does.
guys didn't answer. Is that, like, the man kind of fall for her? Is this like a implied, like, underlying between the lines gay thing, that it's because, like, her male, like power now is attractive, makes the man attracted to her, and Barker, he is conducive
uh,
to his gayness, or not?
No, I don't think so. No.
so I mean, this whole thing about like the magnetic woman that like everybody wants to be around, like I've never really bought into this, right? Like, I mean, a lot of the time, like when there are those people that like everybody seems
I'm
interested
not
in,
usually.
like I
No,
really
me
am
too.
not.
Yeah.
No, but
Exactly.
like I said, it's the blessing and
Exactly.
the
Yeah.
curse. they want it, but they don't want like to keep it, right? So they want to have it, and then they want to move on. I mean, it's even what I kind of implied, like the tragicness of the one Lainey there, right? In that, yeah, she's enthralling, she's whatever, but nobody like wants, so like she has like like almost like a harem of men kind of hanging off of her and everything else like that. But like eventually they just kind of move like if anything, like yeah, like it seems like she was in love with the one guy, the
Mark.
what was it?
Oh no,
Kevin?
no,
No,
it's on the tip of my tongue.
Matt.
No, not Matt.
no. The guy who was the leader, the guy who's house
Kent.
party it
No,
was.
starts with K, man. Anyways, I get it. The leader, yeah.
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 It's almost like she wanted him, right? Now, of course, they were kind of in the friend zone with benefits, obviously, but yeah, she actually it was clear that yeah, like once again, like he was very much caught up in his sort of movement there. If anything, I don't even know if she fully believed in it. It was that she loved him, and so that's why she bought into the movement, right? And that's why she's like almost kind of suicidal there at the end because she's unable to like acquire him completely, and so she dies for the move. That's the point here is that because they can't have it, they so what it is that yeah, she has too much. So all things being equal, which they aren't, you know, the Vichy or what Vashi there is sort of her true love. He does love her as a person, right? He is the sort of guy, that she wants too. But unfortunately, there's a power unbalance right between them. Her power, I think, is intentionally simping him, right? That's actually the damage she's doing to him because she actually does love him. Her power is compelling him and turning him into a fucking simp, right?
Thank you. You touched on something I
So
wanted to bring in though. You saying that her power is simping him. I wanted to bring that. I mean, in different words, but like, is this whole thing just gonna allude into like a society kind of pushing people out of their gender roles, or like like men are being feminized and like like defranchised, and women too, right? Like no, okay, like you have to wear the pants and whatever, and like femininity in the old traditional sense, is just gonna be the whole, like the essence of the concepts being corrupted. Do you guys think that's part of what he's saying here?
no, I think it's the blessing and the curse of her power, right? That is to say, fundamentally, well, I mean, it sort of is in the sense that women don't actually want to compete with men. They want, yeah, they want the illusion of competition, but to fundamentally, for him to, whisk them off their feet, right?
Take
And
the
and
reins.
well, that's I mean, so she wants that, but unfortunately, her power, what it ends up doing is simping him, right? So what she loves about him is, that he's sort of an individualist. He's sort of an alpha male, and
But but let's be clear that that is just her standard feminine power, right? It has nothing to
no,
do
no, no,
with
no, no.
the
It's not.
telekinesis,
No, no.
right?
In
Like
this case, it's very clear that it is right because it changes his personality. It fundamentally changes his personality. Not just that he falls in love with her, he literally her power is literally breaking him, right? So that's the problem, right? That's actually why it's not just that she hurts him physically, it's that she knows her power actually has the potential to break, I
Yeah, to
mean,
like
like it
but he
ruins
only
him.
finds
to
that out
erase them though.
later.
Well, no, but she realized it. So, but that's what I'm saying. So the problem is that's why they're at the end they essentially have to die in each other's arms, right? Because there's no way they can maintain the power dynamic that they need, right? Because fundamentally, at the end of the day, her power will still simp him, so she needs him in this, and so they need to be like frozen in that moment of his, sort of, you know, possession of her and her being possessed by him. You know what I mean? Because in that moment, he is fulfilling that, right? And he's still sort of worshiping her, but like in that moment they're both kind of locked in it. So that's why they both have to die because her power will never allow him to be in her presence and be his true self, right? That's the problem with her power is that he can't be his self because she loves him and therefore the unconscious power that she has will then force him into, adoration, right? Goddess worship, not as a person, but as a goddess, right? Like, even though he himself, as it's mentioned, does see her as a whole person, her power forces him into, you know, adoration instead of love.
But I mean, he adored her before she displayed her power
No,
to
she
him.
didn't.
He adored her before that. Like from the minute she walked into his office, I mean, he was taken by her then
No,
already.
but
I mean, he
I
canceled all of the rest of his
I think
meetings. It
I
was
think
just something
they
about
feel
her,
it though.
right?
They feel her power, like it's
I think it's almost like a hypnotizing
yeah,
effect that, like, now that
Well,
he
I think at
realizes
first,
he
no.
has.
At first, it's her confidence. So before the power has a chance to
That's what it
really
yeah.
take
is,
hold of,
exactly.
that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah,
it's her
that's what I was gonna
confidence,
say.
but over time, the power simps him, right? So he's attracted by her confidence. She's, attracted by the fact that he loves her for who she's become. But the problem is that that actual power dynamic is only maintained for a short time, right? Before he starts getting simped and she starts to get bored, right? So only in that initial point where she's kind of fully kind of blossomed into herself, having left her husband and kind of moving on from that and kind of stepping into her power is the word we use in these rooms. So that's what he that's so there's a brief period there where they can truly love each other for who they are as people,
And that's
right?
only when
And
they're
then
having sex.
no. The more he's in contact with her, the more her power influences him, and then so there's this sort of alignment, right, where she's kind of ascending, he's descending. So when they first meet, they are actually able to love each other, and then they're at the end in a sort of twisted way when he's fully sort of broken and obsessed, and she's sort of like trying to like whatever, like then they can kind of briefly recapture that moment of
Well, but he goes crazy though. I have a passage here. It said, she was liquid, a boundless sea in a single body, a deluge in a small room, and I will gladly drown in her if she grants me the chance. But that was my decision. Understand that has always been my decision. I have decided to go to the room tonight and be with her one final time. This is my own free will, and what man would not? She is sublime. Yeah, so he's like worshiping her like
well, that's the thing. At the core, he has genuine love for her, but then it's become twisted by this sort of, adoration that her power forced upon him. But deep down at the core, like I said, it's that X-Men episode, right? Where, like I said, the one where he's looking at the picture and it's like, and it turns out that like everything was like an illusion put on them. But he's like, no, but I looked at the door of that cabin and our names weren't carved into it. So it means that at some point, all this illusion underneath all of that, we really were in love, right? So I mean, it's that same thing, right? There's all this illusion heaped on top of it, but underneath it all there is this original core sort of love.
well, I do get that. But again, like this imbalance of power and like a female having like complete like utter like control and like being able to dominate a man, is this some social commentary or like some sort of gender commentary, or is just like where this story is going like um
I'm saying that what I think what Barker's saying is that you know that the woman can't win, that fundamentally she, I mean, like for it to be a successful union there, she has to fight and he has to feel like he's gotten the chase and all that, but then he has to, like I said, like I don't know how to say it, like win or he.
Men and women are just going to revert to their natural roles in the end.
Well, that's what I
So,
mean. So like he has to, conquer her, right? I mean, that's what it comes down to. And if she feels like she isn't conquered, she's dissatisfied. I mean, I think that's what he's making. That's the commentary he's making on modern women, is that they want to supposedly be equals. They want to play the whole girl boss thing, but that actually leaves it so that there's no man that they actually feel is up to par with them, right?
well, I think it's also like you find peace in just being what you're meant to be, right? You're meant to be the submissive in the relationship because as feral animals, that's how we are, right?
Exactly. So I mean, that's why I'd say that it's actually not, yeah, a feminine. It's actually saying that feminism, modern second wave feminism, which is what was going on here, and or even what was being claimed there in the feminine mystique, is actually dissatisfied. Now in the feminine mistake, she was claiming it was the other way. Oh yeah, they were dissatisfied because they were wives and mothers, but I think that's just modern, dissatisfaction or whatever. But really, what I think he's getting at is that, yeah, you know, they don't actually want to truly be equal. They want to feel like that they were conquered, but they were conquered by the big, by the best guy in the bunch, right?
Yeah, but I mean that type of stuff can fade over time too, right?
What do you mean?
Like, I mean, it's like the cheerleader like gets married to captain of the football team, and then it's like 15 years later, it's like, yeah, he's not who I actually thought he was, yada yada yada, and then like there's a breakdown, like, I mean, that type of stuff can fade. To me, like, the character of Jacqueline S, the way I read this was she can have whatever she wants anyway without this like telekinetic power. To it's just, this gives her such an advantage over men.
No,
This
no,
like
she really
to
get like
rearrange.
until she really, because the telekinetic power, the main thing it actually does is give her confidence. She lacks confidence in her original marriage, right? And that's why she's so dissatisfied, right? So
I don't know
initially,
where you get that from.
she's absolutely incompetent. That's the entire point, right? She's going to like psych wards, and she's tried to commit suicide, right? But when she realizes her power, she then suddenly gets confidence, and that does give her that sort of natural charisma outside of the power. So the power gives her confidence, and that's the natural. So I mean, really, what it is what people like confidence, right? People are attracted to confidence. Now, for her, the power, the thing the power actually does give her is confidence initially, but then, like I said, because it's not actually, when she realizes it's not actually controlled by her actual conscious desires, but by her subconscious desires, it gets out of hand, right? But what actually makes her, in that early period there is it gives her confidence, right, that she doesn't have earlier.
Well, I mean, so I mean, just from the very first like paragraph, my God, she thought, this can't be living. Day in, day out, the boredom, the
Yeah, I get it.
drudgery, the
That's what I'm saying.
frustration, right? I mean,
She's not confident. She's very sort of inconfident, right? And so that's what it is. Is what for a
well,
brief.
no, I think she's just bored, right? It's like,
Well, yeah, but because she
I'm
simply
not really
goes along with
saying
it.
that she's not confident with that. It's almost like, the, like you said once previously, the grass is greener on the other side. It's almost like she's in like this idyllic marriage, but it hasn't turned out the way that she thought it should be, right? And that's
Well,
kind of
because
shaken her,
she's
right?
simply just sort of going along with it, right? She's not confident, right? She just gets married because you get married, right? She seems very inconfident, right? Whereas when she meets, Vashi there, right, early on after sort of attaining this power, she sort of exudes natural confidence from that before it becomes twisted.
Do you
But
not think that she, like, all of her power, all of her
I
physical mind powers aside, do you not think that she's also, like, maybe mentally ill?
Well, no, I
oh,
mean,
well, I
like,
mean, she's depressed and bored for sure. I mean,
because here's the thing, he barely remembers. Yeah, he kind of vaguely remembers her from when they got married, right? But she wasn't compelling at that time, right? She was just a mildly attractive face, right? And that's the point, right? When he originally meets her, he doesn't. It's not like he vaguely remembers her, but obviously just because he's a poon hound, right? And it's like, oh yeah, she was kind of cute, but not anything like it was. She wasn't like,
Poonhound?
yeah, poon hound. You've never heard of the poon hound?
I'm gonna make a list of, like, appendix um terms a la sync for the book club. I'm putting that down, writing it down. Poontown? Poon?
Poon hound, like a coon
Poonhound.
hound, but for poon,
Okay.
right?
Just want to make sure I'm
If you need to
spelling it
catch a
right.
coon, you get a coon hound. If you need to catch some poon, you get a poon hound.
We call it a coochie. Coon.
Well, the Jamaicans call it poon, punani.
Oh man, I love Jamaica.
Poon Tang.
Everything be all right, man.
Or maybe,
Everton.
maybe it came from Vietnam. I can't remember if it's a Jamaican thing or if it's a Vietnamese thing. It comes out like it seems like like a bunch of the like Vietnam vets, poon.
But like, what about the time that she was being held by Titus? Like, why she let herself essentially be captured, right? Like, they don't actually say it, but it's assumed that she allows herself to be captured and
Oh no,
held
she's
prisoner.
laughing about it, right?
Well,
Why?
no, because
Because she knows she can get out of it whenever she wants to.
Well, that's the thing, and then eventually she becomes a prostitute, right? So she's going in these waves of like over domination, but then she's not satisfied in the domination. So then she gives an illusion of submission, right? Because that
Right.
that
Yeah.
that is rewarding. She actually does enjoy to some extent being held his captive, right? Now it's not completely satisfying, and that's why when even that doesn't work out, she decides to completely debase herself in the lowest possible way, right? To just become a blow up doll, right? I mean, that's literally. So that's the thing, is that she kind of goes through this phase, right? So when she meets Vashi, she's in this ascendant phase of like, oh yeah, I'm bigger and better, right? So she's confident and everything else. But then as her, she continues to ascend, and then of course as he gets simped, then she has to find something bigger and more and more and more. Finally, she finds what she thinks is the top dog, and he's just unsatisfying to her. And then she also realizes, oh yeah, I could destroy him, but that doesn't really do it for
But no,
me.
she knows that he's not the top dog because she's like, well, you're not. When she's playing like those games with him, when he first meets her, she's like, well, you're not. Obviously, I'm not into money because you're not the richest guy, you know, in the UK. He's like, well, she's right about that. I'm not. There's
Well, it's
12
the
guys that are
combination, right?
higher
It's the
up, right? Like, I
combination that
mean,
he's the most sort of craven, right? He's the most, yeah, or at least
But
she's.
money and material things are not of interest to her.
Well,
Like,
like I
she's
said,
not in it.
because she's trying to figure out whatever. But like, I mean,
ultimately, playing games is what interests her the most, right? It's like, and that is what she is doing throughout this whole thing, is just playing these fucking games, right? Like, I mean, she's just fucking with all of these dudes, like
Fucking with a
continuously.
bitch.
I mean,
wait,
yeah, no,
who was I calling the poon hand? I was a Vashi. I was called.
yeah, Vashi.
Well,
No,
because I was trying to
Titus.
make.
Titus is the
No, no, no,
poon
no, no,
hand.
no, no. He
No,
isn't.
Titus is not. He's very
But
straight laced, actually. Like,
No, but he wants to
Oh no,
be.
that's what it was. So like I said, because what you can tell is that because she was largely immemorable to him when before, but then when she comes in that first time after her sort of awakening there, right? He's enthralled with her, right? But it's her confidence, right? Now, to a certain extent, it's probably the power too, but it's more than anything, it's just that she's confident and she's
but
steady
this
at
is
that
this
point.
is my point, right? Like, I mean, listen, she was bored with her husband because, like, there was no gameplay. Remember when she makes it back and, like, she is recovers from like the attempted suicide. She goes to the therapy, and then like she's talking to the husband. She's like, listen, like, you can have an affair, like, it's totally fine with me, right? It's like, she just wants to play games, right? It's like,
Not at that
it's
point. No,
it's
she's just bored. So I think what he's doing is
she's bored.
no,
The
no.
the
So like I said, there's the stereotypes at this point, right? There was only boomers, right? Gen Xers were still too young, right? So what's his name? Barker's frame of reference was boomer women, and then silent Gen women, and the the World War II generation women, right? So what he's probably dealing with is there's two sides, right? And she becomes both generations, right? So initially, right, yep, she just gets married, very typical wife. Her husband does stuff. She stays at home, and that's what you see with is it's in that 40s, 50s, 60s that generation of housewives start to become sort of bored, and they're taking barbiturates and they're committing suicide, right? I think that's when you actually do start to see more and more sort of female domestic suicide and stuff, right?
very Sylvia Plath, right?
Exactly. So I think that's what he's hitting on there, is that's the face. So at first she's sort of silent generation woman, right, and all that. Then she gets this power, right, and this power gives her, like I said, that and this is something that you start to see in boomer generation women, is the girl boss. The I'm going to compete with you, right? Because like like it's really in that generation. It's like, oh yeah, I'm going to go compete with the fellas and everything else like that. So then she tries to go through that, and she's dissatisfied with that on the other side of that too, right? So
I don't
it's
know. The character is very akin to Sharon Stone in Basic Instinct, right? It's like it's not really competing with the boys. It's like seducing
and
them
destroying
and
them.
like
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. I mean, every dude that she's banging, in that brothel that the pimp brings to her, like, I mean, she's killing them,
Yeah,
right?
he has to
Like, I
dispose
mean,
of the body.
yeah,
After
yeah.
she's
like,
well, but
doing
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. She needs to be dominated by them, but by killing them, right? Because the domination is not maintainable, right? In every single case, once they're done dominating her, right, the power dynamic shifts back to her being in charge, right? So, by killing them, she sort of freezes that power dynamic, right?
yeah,
But she's constantly chasing it.
yeah.
She's trying to fight. Well, of course, she's waiting for that vitamin V from Vashi, right?
Yeah,
There you go. That's going to go in the appendix too. Indexing. Vitamin B.
Well, I mean, actually, you coined it earlier, Jody, for
Well, but she meant it. She meant it like on
vitamin
the other side.
vagina,
Well,
right?
like I
I
said,
mean,
I
the
get.
vitamin essentially it's vitamin, asterisk, right? Whatever that the person's name is,
You're
right?
very accusatorial tonight, Adrian, because you're like, did you think I only was referring to like phrases from Zinc alone? Others can
well, no,
come up with
I was
some.
just saying, I was actually giving you credit that you
Oh, were you?
actually
Oh, okay.
coined vitamin V before zinc,
I
right?
did. That was kind of
For
like, I was kind of giving myself a little power there. I'm going to include myself in the appendix of our book review terms.
yeah. So I mean, I think my
Lang.
comparison to the Sharon Stone character in Basic Instinct is very. It finally, I
Kind of
wonder if they
similar. It has
actually based.
similarities, I agree.
Yeah, I wonder if they, because it's actually around the same time that movie came out. If this is the like late '80s, I assume, or like mid
No,
'80s.
the
That
story
came out what,
Well,
'91 or
it's the
82.
'90?
horror version. It's the dumb bitch version of compete. Because at the same time, right? So in the 80s, yeah, now women were allowed to use, or 70s, 80s, but to use their sexuality, overtly to compete with. Because in some ways, that's what they're doing, right? They're using it overtly to. Because by competition, I mean, yeah, like I mean, it's competition, right? Like whatever, right? So they're not just trying. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to push back on it. Where it's like, well,
Okay,
I'm
but
gonna be the.
I think some of this ties into the fact that she was in a marriage, like take away these funky powers she has. She was in a marriage and unsatisfied with the man she was with, and then when she does, she equates that as like being weak, right? So when she does meet a man that she genuinely, truly, I think, is in love with from the start, but doesn't realize till later, and just allows her to be herself without all the, like, she didn't need the powers, she just needed to like be herself. But I think she clouds that because she's had all these negative relationships with men. She just keeps having it with men, and when she just really wants to be like herself, and part of who she is submissive, right? But she's getting that all fucked up in her head because initially she was unhappy and unsatisfied to begin with.
But
Do you get
is
what I mean?
any woman
Well,
truly
I think it's
satisfied
Oh,
ever? I
shut up.
mean,
it's 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 various life crises, right? So
Don't try and trigger me. Fuck off.
so obviously she gets married in her 20s there, right? Like most people do, right? When you're kind of young and you're dumb but you're pretty, right? So I mean that's she gets married at that point, right? Now she's in her 30s, right? And sort of
Wait, isn't she in
dissatisfied,
her
right? I
40s
don't
though?
think they have.
As you
for
said,
No, no,
yeah,
no, no,
early
early
no,
40s.
no.
40s.
She's in
When
her
she met in
30s.
her
She's
marriage,
in
when
her
though?
30s.
Specify when though? When in the story?
She's going
Yeah,
through a midlife crisis.
when she commits suicide, she's in her 30s. When she meets Vashi again,
Early
she's
40s.
in her
Yeah, yeah.
40s. I think it's implied that a certain amount of time has passed, right? A number of years. So it's like, because even when he's talking about it, it's like, oh yeah, I heard about when so and so died, right? But it seems like it's
Yeah,
a
it's like
few
5
years back
years at
now,
least
right?
that have passed.
Well, that's like, it seems like she's in her mid to late 30s there, and now she's, because I think what it is too is it's kind of like, yeah, you're in your 20s, you're just a young cute thing, right? Then you're in your 30s, and it's kind of like, where are you? And then so like as you get into your 40s there, this is often something like women claiming like, oh yeah, now I'm more confident, right? Because like you're not old yet, but you're not just young, something just
What do you
to
mean we claim?
no, this is what I mean. Women always say it's like, oh yeah, no, I like being in my 40s because I'm no longer just like I can be sexy, but not be it's more sexy for fun, right? It's more of a power play, right? It's not like sexy to find a man and make babies anymore. It's now sexy for the sakes of being a sexy, right?
Well, I
Well,
think the
just,
younger
yeah,
women go on
yeah.
like that.
Exactly.
Today's Inc. I mean,
What?
they're not looking to get
Well, yeah, but I'm
pregnant
talking.
and that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, no, but I'm talking about in the class, right? Like, so like this is what you'll often hear women like, oh yeah, that they feel like, yeah, like you know in that run up to menopause, right, in their 40s, right, that yeah, they feel more desirable and stuff like that, but they also feel more confident in themselves and everything else, right? Like, so you see this like often mentioned as women reach their 40s there in the last 50 years or so, right, that they actually feel more sort of confident and desirable. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a constant theme that I've seen written about and talked about and stuff like that. And Jody
Okay.
acquiesced to it too. I mean, so
Oh, did I?
yeah, you're like, oh, okay, I get what she's saying. Well, before Adrian interrupted you were sort of, I think, getting what I was laying down
Well,
there.
I get what you're saying. I just want to make sure that it's understood to people like Adrian that not all women are like that. He's talking
Oh,
about a
here we
certain.
go.
Oh, shut up. He's talking about a certain personality type in the story, right? Like this is a certain personality. Jacqueline is like just like not all men are chauvinistic assholes. Adrian.
I know nouns.
Doesn't mean that all women are skanky, like vindictive, money grubbing little bitches who screw you over, right, Adrian?
Oh no. Well, I mean, listen. Like, I mean, my ideal woman would be a barren, like corporate businesswoman who loves money as much as I do.
I got a couple numbers for you, actually. A couple. Yeah.
So did
Neither of them like animals.
anyone pick up on this part? So it says he was looking at her with those big baby blue eyes of his, like the college boy she'd loved at first sight. But his mouth was harder now, and his kisses tasted like
Like
stale
stale bread.
bread.
Yeah, I have it.
Did you get the bread
Yeah, I have
reference
it
to
underlined here.
Johnson,
See,
the
that goes back to
Spar?
what things were saying. Like, this is a long relationship. Like, I know how that feels, right? I was in a 23-year relationship. Like, you lose the spark, you change. One of you grows, and one of you doesn't, or both of
Yeah,
you go in different, or you never really
Well,
knew
it's
each.
another
Ugh.
thing. It's another thing. Some men like, so it's always been the thing, right? So like when girls are teenagers, they almost like boys that look like girls, right? I mean, this can be seen over and over again with boy bands, right? Like, so they don't want overtly masculine features and stuff like that, right? That comes in later life there, right? They don't want deeper voices, right? They want that kind of you know essentially a girl with a penis, right? I mean, that does seem to be
Yeah.
the going theme there, right? So when she's young and yeah, they marry in their 20s, for example, there, right? Yeah, his boyish good looks and charm, right? Now, the thing about boyish, good looks in your 20s is you're just kind of, I mean, it's essentially the oh, what's his name? The guy from Titanic.
DiCaprio?
DiCaprio, right?
Leonardo.
So like, yeah, he had that kind of boyish, almost girlish looks when he was young, right? And now he just looks. Now he's old, but he hasn't become more masculine, right? So like,
Well, they're more androgynous, right?
well, that's what I'm saying is that like it's very rare that somebody has those boyish good looks to become mannish good looks later on. Usually they just become like well, like somebody posted it online, like all these 80s rockers, they now all look like old women. It's like, well, yeah, because they weren't really masculine looking, right? They had that sort of androgynous feminine thing. And so now that they're hitting 60, they're not looking like, grandpa out there, like, busting up wood and shit. No, they're looking like grandma in the fucking kitchen, right, with her fucking reading glasses on, right? So I mean, that's what is that. Yeah, boyish good looks do not translate to mannish good looks, in middle age, and so that's what she notices with him, is that he's got those boyish good looks,
Yeah.
but now it's essentially progeria, right? He still looks like a little boy with wrinkles, right? That's what he is. He's a little boy with
Well,
wrinkles.
Steven Tyler and David Lee Roth come to mind, right?
Well, it's just like any of those hairband guys, right? They were all sort of.
Yeah, I take this personal. I look like a little boy with wrinkles, so rip.
Well, I'm sort of obviously on the other end of that. I never had boyish good looks. I actually think I do look better as I get older. So I'm kind of playing the long game there. It's like, I think I'm gonna peak around 55. I think that's gonna be my golden age there.
No, I'm gonna look like.
Which is when I plan to have the comp. I'm gonna start my cult. Right. That's the plan.
Oh,
The master.
really?
I'm going to visit.
Really?
The master
cult?
chooses. Yeah.
The cult of vitamin Z?
Yeah. My 20-year plan is to buy a compound somewhere in the hills of Idaho and start a cult. And I'm going to attract mostly young men and women in their 20s, right? And I'm going to have them pair off, but then
Hey, Charlie.
Each night, one of the girls is going to get a visit from the master, and
yeah.
And then when
are you all going to go out in the middle of the night and murder people in the San Francisco?
No. I'm just going to cuck. I'm just going to cuck these guys, and they're going to raise my bastards for me, right? That's they're going to be gifted with a child from the master.
The ultimate real life troll.
Such lofty goals. My goodness.
Well, and then within the next 20 years, then I'll probably die in federal prison, but I'll have like 200 bastards that running around out there, right?
Exactly.
So
it's the seed will have been spread far and wide.
And people will collect, because that's always what happens, right? It's like, people will I'll have lots of pen pals and lots of women who are like in love with me because, oh yeah, he ran that cult. I'm not going to have done anything bad. It's going to be mostly financial fraud and stuff like that, right? That's how they're going to get me, is on, financial fraud.
You got to write like a novella on you, think. Like you've got to write a novella on you where you are the main character. Seriously.
Well, he has a solid foundation for a story with what he just told us.
Oh, it's going to be riveting, guys. So, I woke up at 7 a.m. I went back to get to bed for another hour. Woke up at 8:30 and I took a shower, got dressed, and went into the office. For 8 hours, I wrote code, and then I came home and I hosted a space and fell asleep. Riveting shit.
In the bathtub.
And that's just Monday. Tuesday.
Mushroom juice spilling into
I thought
water.
You have Mondays off.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit mixed there. So, Monday, I woke up at 9, put on a wife beater, did my early morning call.
Tweets.
No. I have a call on Monday morning, so I do have to remote in for that, and I leave the camera off because, my hair's messy, and I'm literally wearing a wife beater with holes in it. It's clean. It's not like it's got mustard stains on it, but it's got a couple. It's got like a little tiny hole in it.
Yeah. So I don't know, Carlo, structure there of this one. I mean,
so actually, here's what I was going to bring up. I don't know. I listened briefly to the one Carlo posted, but because funny enough, with this one, it actually had two narrators in the one I listened to, which was Hillary Huber, which is one of my preferred female readers there. So yeah, like she read it when it was from Jaqueline Ess's point of view, and then there was a dude who read it when it was from Vashi's point of view. So I will say that's the one thing, and of course they manifest that in the narration there. There's pretty much two point of view characters, right? It's both Jaqueline Ess and Vashi.
Yeah, well, Zink touched on it. It's kind of epistolary, right? Like you have both these characters writing, kind of two convergent views of the same story, which is, I actually forgot about Vasi writing. I mean, I have read this one a long time ago. So
Oh no,
so I
same
was like, oh,
exactly. Yeah.
it just took me by surprise. I'm like, oh yeah, Vasi's here, like in kind of early to in the story. So yeah, that's really cool, and I feel like uh, it works really well for being kind of two characters. And like the time jumping is huge, right? Like I mean, first the first marriage, and like like even this time also it confused. Like wait, when does she go see the doctor? Like when? So you have like kind of the time spanning, really quickly, like when she goes see the doctor and when she murders her husband, and then like a super long time jump wrap, and then again another long time jump, like when she's later, like in the room with the pimp. But actually, I found this time like it flows really well for. That's really hard to pull, by the way. Really long time jumps in a short story, like that normally it's it doesn't go seamless like this. And I'm like, oh wow, like it's and yeah, and having it read at this time, like it is kind of a chronicle that I forgot that too, that it's. And I don't know to what extent it's meant to be, because I mean we get in the story that they're both writing, right? Like Basi's writing this, even at the end, the very end, like he's just literally writing the last page of what happens, right? Like when the pimp is coming with with the key when he's giving.
He sort of actually addresses to whomever reads
Yeah,
this letter,
exactly.
right? It's almost kind of like Lovecraftian in that way. And hers, I think she actually mentions like, oh yeah, when I've written my diary when I was
Well,
earlier.
like
So I think what it's implied is that she's writing like a
yeah, well,
diary, like a typical
exactly,
woman
but
diary, and he's writing kind of like,
a
whoever
chronicle, yeah.
finds this,
Whereas no,
yeah.
it's mentioned in two instances,
Yeah,
like
it's a
yeah,
memoir, isn't
Well,
it?
no,
Her
no, no, no. But
memoir.
there's actually a gender in that, right? A diary, like I said, a woman when she writes her diary, right? Like if you go back 50 years ago, it's not something that's ever meant to be read by anybody
yeah,
else, right? It's for
secret.
her, right? Whereas when a man writes this sort of like chronicle before I go to the end of the world, right? He has this sense that somebody's going to read it and learn, right? Like I said, it's a sort of difference in the way that men,
Legacy.
yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. But yeah, what I said in terms of structure, like that, just it was interesting, and like it was very meta, right? Like very meta fiction to have them both characters mention that. Like Vasi, yeah, like he's writing the last page as the story kind of concludes, and we have both mentions, like one when she's in the hotel room in the house when she's being held captive, that she's writing her memoirs there, and then again when she's in the room under the pimp, she's also it's mentioned she's kind of writing her last. So interesting, and
Oh no, I forgot that because yeah, no, the first part sounds like it's a diary. The second part's
yeah,
a memoirs, which, like I said, it's when she's on that cycle. In the first part, she's more
yeah,
feminine. In the second part, she's more she's attempting to be masculine in writing memoirs, right? Which of course she then
yeah.
abandons eventually because it's what if anything, I think yeah, it's a meta fiction way of showing this cycle she goes through of being a female and then trying to be masculine, but then finding it unsatisfying and giving
Oh,
it up, right?
interesting.
So yeah, it becomes
I didn't pick up on
memoirs.
that, but yeah, that's a good metaphor. Like she discarding the kind of like male format.
What? What happened? Where did you run off to?
I've been here all along, Cody.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries.
Now, the one thing I will say, so what makes Barker great is that obviously he's very literary, but obviously he has this sort of like I said, it's much more intellectual, sexual twist on things. Because in some ways, like this story, it's almost. I know there's other Victorian state stories like this. It's not even Romeo and Juliet. It's more that Victorian, like star-crossed
Yeah,
lovers.
Wuthering Heights,
North
and
north and
South. Yeah,
south, and the one I was going to bring up is especially, and actually I think this is the thing because actually in a weird way, that is the Dickens with Great Expectations sort of captures this, right? Because that's the entire premise of that, right? Is that um, Mrs. Havishard or whatever her name is, right? She feels jilted by men, so she tries to create the girl boss in the one girl, right? And of course, pretty much stunts her emotionally permanently, right? And then of course, what's his name, Pip, is then propelled by the convict who's like, if I was a gentleman, I would have not been treated this way. And so both of them are sort of you know, forced upon by, these people who feel jilted by, early Victorian lifestyles there, right? The expectations of women, the expectations of the honest but stupid lower classes. And they're like, well, I'm going to make this child, you know, resist. And so then these children, essentially grow up into adults that, are unable to connect, right? I forget what the girl's name is, but the girl, of course, is now in an abusive marriage and just completely emotionally, you know, shut off. Right? Pip is unable to, you know, he now feels stuck in the sort of dishonest, upper middle class there, right, and stuff like that. And so I think in some ways like that probably influenced him there, right? And yeah, they're sort of unable to sort of act because at the same time they it seems like once again like that if it wasn't for these influences on their life that yeah Pip and that girl would have just been a nice happy little couple with a very basic existence there and all that, but of course the pressures that have been put on them and now they can never really kind of connect in any sort of way, so they're just sort of stuck there. Like it is sort of like I said, like this Victorian thing of like raising and lowering of status. And if you're not at the right status at the right time for each other, you can, right, because that's the thing, is that she was too high status for him at the time, and so they could never get married. And then when he is higher status, well, now she's in a marriage there, and so yeah, they can't.
It's the same for Wuthering Heights. Do you remember that story where like oh, you didn't,
Very
yeah, you
vaguely
didn't read
now,
it.
but
Sorry,
it's
I
only
forgot.
well, both I've only seen in
It's
movies and
Wuthering
read
Heights is the
about them,
exact
right?
same thing where like like they have
Yeah,
an
yeah.
early romance, right? And like they don't have any sense of class yet, but once they they kind of become adults, then the class like expectations set in, and like that truly divides them. And then like once Cliff artificially reaches like his class status is not genuine, right? So things don't work, even if he's kind of fake, like higher class. He's still deep down, like and his resentment from everything that went through just keeps them from being
But then
together.
he's ruined the purity that was made him attractive in
Exactly.
the first place, right? That raw energy. Now he's just a schmuck in the
Yeah,
machine,
but
right?
he's also like, I mean, like he is like a douchebag, like, but everything he had to go through to climb up artificially to the higher class, it made him super jaded. So he can't even love her either, because he's like, he's like all like bitter about having to sell his own like innocence and like morals in order to cheat his way up. So interesting. So but what do you think here is it's kind of replacing the concept of class though? Like what is the artificial thing here? Is the gender swapping, like the gender role trying to acquire like a, yeah, like a fake expectation of the gender roles?
I guess so. I think that's what it. Just modern gender roles, right? Like across the mid-century, 20th century, there, right? Like whether it was the stay-at-home wife, right? Who, because usually women before that, if they were stay-at-home wives, they were busy, right? Like being a stay-at-home wife was, and I'm not saying that stay-at-home wives are, but like once you got the washing machine and dishwashers and refrigerators, right? Like there was more sort of time to contemplate, right? Like they weren't busy all the time with like kids and housekeeping chores, so they just kind of like would just sit there and they had to kind of
Well,
amuse
but is
themselves,
that a
right?
myth
So
or for real? Because I mean, my friends who are mothers, like they're super busy. I mean, they do have washers and dryers, but their kids demand so much energy. Every time I go visit them, like their kids are like, and I love kids, and I still can. Oh my god, like give us a break. Like I just want to say hi to them and like like kind of help them with the house. But the kids are like on us like constantly, so I feel so bad for them.
well, but at
And
the same time, the kids were better disciplined back then, and they were more outside. So I mean, like that's the thing, right? So in the first few years, but think about when like a kid then starts going to school, right? Because mid-century, the kids were going to school until quite old, right? So now the kids are at school, right? She's done all of her chores by 10 a.m., and this is of course when a lot of them start watching, soap operas, right? This is when soap operas, because like they've literally finished all their chores. The kids are going to be gone for several hours. The husband's going to be gone for several hours. Even when the kids get home, dinner's not going to be happening immediately, right? Because she doesn't. So pretty much, she's at home. She's done all of her chores for the day. She's made herself lunch, right? Just a quiet little lunch there. And so then, of course, sometimes she meets up with some other chicks from the neighborhood there, right? But there is a lot more free sort of time than there had been historically, right? Like
No,
she's not having to like get up
but
at
like
super
we
early to
like
like move.
like everyone now has cars. Like one of my friends who's a mom, like she does rock climbing. Like she
But they
does like
work, yeah. But
Pilates.
do they
Uh,
have jobs as well too,
no,
or
like I mean, these are two like
okay? So like I said,
conservative
that's rare. So I mean,
women, right?
these
And
days,
like, I mean, like, I'm telling you
yeah.
that to me, like, I mean, like when the kids were younger, they were super busy, right? But now they do have time. Like, I mean, one does rock climbing, which is that's how I met her, and
Well, yeah,
and
they can do
and
that now,
and
but yeah, in the
and
'50s
so
they
like
couldn't.
the other one does
So
like
that's what I'm.
hardcore gardening, where like uh hydroponics and like the dry hydroponics, and like she's intense. So I feel like there's a lot of independence and like.
Yeah, but yeah, now, but I'm saying you think about the '50s there. So yeah, these women, they go to college, they have a husband, they have their 3.5 kids or whatever, right? Now the kids are out of school, and yeah, like at this point, yeah, women aren't really rock climbing there. They might do hobbies. So some women did do hobbies, some women did, right? But it's the first time that yeah, women kind of who are staying at home, because the other side of that now, and it's what people talk about, right, is that usually women are now have, so the reason they feel so busy with kids is because they actually, they have to wake up early, get the kids off to school, go and work, a part, 6 hour shift there in time to come home and then take care of the kids and do everything else, right? So that's why, whereas like normally, if you think, yeah, like they're in the '50s and '60s, yeah, she wakes up, maybe gets up early enough to make, lunch for the kid, the husband
Yeah,
and the kids, right? But
but
they're all at the door by
that's
9.
North America though, because as you guys know, I lived in Italy. I live in South America, and it's completely different there. They have basically like it's still like the tribalistic way of raising kids, where like all the kids in the neighborhood, like one day they go to one house, the other day go to their house, and like it's a couple of moms, they hang out together while the other moms do their shit, and like like it's so different. Like it's a lot of task sharing, and in South
Well,
America
yeah, but
too.
I'm saying it.
So
It's not even, but I'm saying like this is something that really only existed for a couple decades there, right? Post World War II and up into the '60s, I would say it's largely gone by the '70s, right? So in that post World War II period, right, you had them, yeah, moving out of the cities, moving out to the suburbs and everything else like that, right? The kids are going to school, the husband's driving off, right? So in this period there, right, you did have this sort of time, and of course, yeah, some women did, right? I mean, that's why women start doing Tupperware parties and Mary Kay parties and whatever else there, right, to sort of fill their time there, right? But there isn't an obvious set of tasks to perform between, say, 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. when the kids get home, right? Like once they've done, mostly, with vacuum cleaners and washing machines and dishwashers and all that stuff, right? All the household chores can be done, to completely, right? Like the other satire I think of this with this is, and it's actually on both sides, American Beauty. You guys
yeah,
saw that movie, I'm guessing, right? So there's the two moms there, right? There's the main mom there, right? And of course, yeah, she's the girl boss, and actually that's the problem, right? Is that at that point she's now making more money than her husband. She has no respect for him, even though, of course, yeah, at one point he was the one supporting her. She now has no respect for him. Then there's the next door neighbor's, wife there, right? She's stay at home, right? And she just sits there, right? She just sits there in the dining room, right, during the day when the husband's gone, right? She just sits there, and so it's sort of an extreme of both of those, right? She's sort of that '50s '60s, you know housewife, whereas yeah, the other woman is that, late 20th century, '80s '90s, girl boss, '80s guy, but with, as a woman, she's out there, doing all this stuff, right? And now that's the thing, right? She's lost respect for her husband because she's the high earner now, right?
yeah. I mean, that's the whole catalyst for the conflict in the movie. But what did you bring that up though? That like the problem is the kind of the women having like male roles, and that create an imbalance in the dynamic in the relationship.
Well, the thing, the traditional female one, yeah, it's very disconnected, right? They're in the house all the time, right? Yeah, they're not in the community, because like if you go back before that, right, before people move out of the suburbs, right? Well, people are living in townhouses, right, in brownstones, and they're not fancy at the time, living in brownstones like in the city, right? So even when she's at home doing chores, well, she walks out on the porch there, like New York, Chicago, one of those places, right? And there's the other housewives, right? So they're out there talking to each other and everything else. But then you get out to the suburbs and you kind of are more spaced apart, right? This isn't like the women you grew up with and you've known for years and years and stuff like that, right?
Yeah,
You
but
know,
but
you've
but what I'm
recently
telling
moved
you,
in
this is
here.
this is very like American and Canadian because like especially in Italy, what I said, like the moms will hang out together. They all do. Like
Well, no, no, that's what
their
I'm talking.
sewing
This
ring,
is something
and
specifically.
it's they do massive like shared tasking. They cook together. Like it's so different. Like me having lived. And in South America, like South America became some of the cities became very like westernized American, but like let's say that the small city where my family lived there, they had the same stuff going on where like even all the kids were kind of playing together, and two of the moms, yeah, what I said, two of the moms kind of like took charge, and the rest would do like something else, right? So they wouldn't be slave to their kids all the time. They would just take turns.
Well, but that's what I'm talking about. This is a British American post World War II, right after the war. There, Britain got bombed somewhat, and actually, if anything, that was what compelled people to leave the cities. Right, is where the bombs did fall in London, and now suddenly post World War II, Britain and the United States, right? It's now possible for these lower middle class, right? Not even just middle class, right? We're talking lower middle class, right? It's like a guy who works in a factory, right? Support a family of 4 or 5, right? Actually buy a little bungalow, or in the case of Britain, sometimes it was those row houses, but whatever, right? Actually buy property out of the city, right? So this suburban lifestyle became possible, right? People could afford a car and all this stuff, right? So it's something because it does, of course the rest of Europe is bombed out. Japan's bombed out. All those countries are bombed out, right? Britain's very lightly bombed out, and it's just enough bombing, because of course Italy's bombed out too, right? I mean, Rome and all that stuff is, just you know a mess and everything. But Britain and the U.S., right? U.S. is completely untouched, and so people move out of it. But even in Britain, like I said, it's enough of bombings that it actually just got people out of the city, right? But not like, it's like, well, yeah, they've already done this. We'll just buy a house out, in the suburbs there, right? Which is now just the greater London area. But at the time, it was actually like little towns and villages out there. So, like I said, it's just a shift that happens, right? Yeah, and then then you get to the later half of the 20th century, right? When now you are having more professional women, right? 70s, 80s, like this, and then even more into the 90s, right? So I think that's what he's sort of grappling with here is that sort of position, and then even the guys, right? So like, yeah, the guys, you know. So the one guy is obviously very suburban. The other guy, yeah, he's that 80s guy, right?
Yeah,
Like I said, you
the
know,
Corvette owner there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So like, so in the 80s there, so that's the thing is that now guys are, so they got, so actually I think that's what it's pointing out. They just got married, right? Jacqueline Ess and her first husband, they just got married because that's what you did. Right. And of course, usually you get married to have kids. Now, of course, they never have kids, right? And I'm not saying being married, but that was sort of the expectation, right? So they've kind of failed at that point, right? So that's kind of why it's a
Oh yeah,
void,
that
right?
was actually one of my questions
And
on my notes. Like, do you guys think the reason why she's depressed slash suicidal or like like uh kind of nihilistic, it's because there are no kids in the marriage, or like
well, I think the problem is I mean, that's maybe why she has time to be depressed. But I think it's more so just people, and even now, right? Even now, people still do it, right? Like people get married, and I really just, I don't know, like, yeah, like, it's like, why are you getting married if you don't have any kids? Like, I mean, but like, yeah, people just like sort of get married young there, right before they fully baked out who they are. Now, usually you toss kids on there, and even if you're not completely satisfied with it, well, you're stuck with kids, and so you just kind of soldier on there. That was sort of the idea back then. But you would still have this where people are just like, yep, nope, you got to get married, and that seems to be what it is, right? She marries her college sweetheart there, right? Who at the time, yeah, has boyish good looks and everything else, but of course he's sort of just a beta, you know what I mean? And so it never goes anywhere with them, right? And of course, to a certain extent, actually, this is actually more interesting thing. Quite possibly the reason they didn't have kids is that her latent power there quite possibly might have prevented her from
yeah, I speculated
producing.
that
I'm
it it would
that's pure
kill any. No, but I thought
speculation.
of that actually. I mean, like, there is a passage there where like you get this kind of very visual, like imagery where like her stomach is like rippling, right? Like it seems like like it's rippling, like the muscles are like, and it's like, oh, that's when it hit me. Like, I imagine this woman, like trying to get pregnant and like, like while she's asleep, right? Like, even if it's slowly, manifesting the power, like, like anything, like that's too fragile would like get, just zapped in there. So definitely that thought hit me.
Or just on that level, but also, like I said, this power she has is it sort of represents sort of like a masculine energy, almost like a hormonal balance itself, right? So whether it's the power directly or the fact that she has this power is due to essentially the power, just having the power renders her childless, and there are historical things around that, right? Like witches, women who became witches. Now, of course, it's like, if the woman never has kids, then of course she has more time to develop skills like, midwifery and, what do you call it? Not alchemy. What's the word? What's the old word for like apothecary, right?
Yeah.
Like pretty
Oh
much
yeah.
herbal
Yeah.
medicine, right? So then it's sort of a mixed thing. Why can't she have kids? Chicken and the egg, right? Because she doesn't have kids, she has time to pursue other hobbies. But then, of course, and then those both add up, and then of course she's older then, and it's like she's a witch. She's a witch.
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to ask, since you touched on it, like, this heavy, like I said to me, like these guys exploring psychology here, like, and more than that, like gender psychology, and like, he's also doing like a social commentary. Like, I want to ask you guys, like, do you think he was conscious about all of it? Like, he's like, okay, well, I'm gonna do a social commentary here, and like, I'm gonna, I just read these gender studies, like critique, and I'm gonna, like insert it into my book, whatever. Or this is all organic,
No.
as he's writing this story. All of this is coming out kind of, like half subconsciously, or like, in the way, like some of the writers go into just, like really focusing into characters and making a narrative, and the rest just kind of part of the environment, kind of trickling in. What's your opinion on that?
Hi.
Hey,
Oh,
Tracy.
hi, Tracy.
Hi. Hi.
I'm Tracy.
Hi, guys. I've been trying to listen, but on my breaks, I have 5 minutes left, so I'll just keep listening. I did listen to Spar, but I guess you guys moved on. But I'll just listen.
Well, any thoughts? You could. What were your thoughts on Spar?
Well, it was really creative, for sure. And it was a little odd because it was like an alien or something. He was fucking an alien. Was that
that's
Yeah,
exactly
so-
what it is.
Yeah. So, and then I listened to it and I fell asleep because I was listening to it while I was laying down. So I fell asleep, but not from it being boring, that's for sure. But from what I did, it was interesting. I want to listen to it again. So, what did you
Did
guys?
you have lots of sexy dreams?
I did, but it was like an alien, a guy with like 6 arms. It was like, and all these fingers coming at me. Did you listen to it, Jody?
No, I read it.
Oh, you read it. Okay.
Yeah. No, I read it.
Tracy, are you sure you weren't fantasizing about Goro from Mortal Kombat?
From little, I didn't listen to the other one. Is that who from what?
No, it's a video game, and yeah, a guy had a bunch of arms.
6 arms, Goro, Mortal Kombat. Anyway.
Oh, Mortal Kombat. No, maybe that's where I got that visual from, though.
Yeah, the 6 arms.
Yeah, that must be. Who's the chick with the 3 boobies too?
That's Total Recall.
Total Recall, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, all those things. Yeah, all kind of weird dreams. But I didn't want to interrupt you. I don't know if are you still talking about a book?
The second one, Jaqueline Ess.
Jaqueline Ess. So was that X-rated too? Because you seem to be talking about
Yeah, it's very X-rated.
an X-rated war book. Oh, I definitely want to read
Not
that.
as brutally X-rated. No, it's not as brutal. It's not like as like bizarre, weird.
It's very explicit, though.
Like,
Disagree. I have saved for later some of the the
There's
scripted
more gore.
scenes.
There's
Well,
more
it's
gore.
splatterpunk, right? But yeah, it's very gory and detailed.
There's less Octave in the second book.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Thank you. I told you about Xaviera Hollander, the happy hooker. She was like a hooker in Austria, you know, with the red light
I
district.
read that.
Yeah, and it's good, right? Like I remember reading that. As a teenager. So I mean, if you want, like, if you like the explicit stuff, it's her life story. So
Oh no,
I
I
mean,
like the weird shit. It's not sexy. I like the weird shit.
Mhm. Like Spar. That'd be right up your alley then. But I just wanted to say hi, and I'll listen when I can.
What
I
about
did like
Ziggy
Spar.
Stardust?
I will
Hi.
finish listening
Hi.
to it. I
Okay.
have to go back to. It's like super fucking busy again. But I just want to say hi to y'all. I'll listen.
Perfect.
Have a good night, guys.
Perfect. Have a good one, Tracy.
Bye.
Bye.
So now, luckily, I was peeing during that. What was your question there, Speedy?
No, but
You're gonna edit that part
what?
out.
Oh no, I'm very proud of when I go pee. I think at least once every one of these spaces, about halfway through, I go and I take a pee. That's when somebody asks like a big question or everybody gets quiet. Like that's what happened last time. I went to take a pee and then you guys were all sitting there for like 2 minutes quiet.
I have to go grab a little bit of a dinner break here, you guys.
/B.
So I'll be listening.
But what was your
No, my
question,
question
Speedy?
was like, like, I mean, we've been examining how, like we're pulling out this social critique and like the kind of gender.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
intentionalness. Now, here's the thing. He wrote Imagica a few years later, and in Imagica, now it's not woke, but you can tell that in the 80s there was about a pop fiction kind of about the sacred feminine and stuff like that. Now, I think he was sort of discovering
That's in
stuff, and
Weaver too, bro. It's all over Weaver world if you ever read it.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Is I'm guessing he was probably becoming acquainted with that stuff at about this time for him to then very heavily bring it into those things. So I think he's starting. I think as a gay man, he's starting to kind of appreciate, like I said, like he's not actually interested in, but I think he's like on a sort of intellectual level, he's starting to kind of, you know, trying to understand women's
Well,
sexuality,
we have
right?
to
And
take
of
into
course,
account that like he is as you put it, in the receiving end of the gay relationship. So through that lens, right?
at least at that point, I don't. Yeah, like I don't know if he's like all because when you're a young twink like that, because of course, like I said, my best friend's gay. You're naturally going to be now where you actually end up later. I mean, he is a sort of he's not super he's not femmy, but he is he's sort
No,
of
but
the
I mean, you can
intellectual quiet
intellectually
guy.
side with the with the feminine, with femininity, without being like physically feminine.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah,
I'm thinking that because as he's getting older here, right, late 20s, early 30s, and he's maybe not a twink anymore. Maybe he is starting to sort of like try and like maybe gain an appreciation for the feminine side of things, right? So I think he was sort of reading some of this. Like, was there something in particular in this story? Because it's more manifest than the other ones, but I think he's sort of trying to like what is the the sacred feminine. I think he was starting to kind of play with
so
it. Now maybe at this point he kind
is
of
this the reason why a lot of the like feminists and like like gender studies people kind of like praise this story so much, or is it just that the part are reading wrong? Because maybe before that there wasn't anything in genre as much as this that like was exploring this, or maybe there is a side where he is maybe Barker is a bit trying to um, give some power to female characters, because I mean back then what we had like Ripley in Aliens, like there is no real like like female with like real power, right?
I think if he does, he fails at being totally feminist because, like I said, we've said in
No,
the
but
end there,
what I'm
he
telling you,
sort
like
of
I think he's exploring. I don't think he is, like I mean, like now, like people do it now.
no
People
no
do it
no.
now
That's what I
just
was
to,
gonna say. So like I said,
but people do it now. They say like writers now they do it just because it's the like to push the narrative, right? And it's coming like from the top, and it's like
Yeah.
it is just the ideology. maybe I'm saying he was
So,
exploring this idea while writing, right? Not from anyone's pressure, not for to conform to anything, right? But more to, okay, like maybe I have a feminine side and I'm gonna explore it
oh yeah,
writing.
no, the one thing Barker seems to do everything for. I mean, not in a selfish way, but like the one thing that I like about him is he's never really compromised. He's never he's never performative, right? If when he that's why I can sort of forgive some of it when I see it in like Imagica and stuff like that, because I think it's just because he's genuinely exploring those ideas, right, from his point of view. He's not doing it to satisfy,
Yeah,
right? Like
a
nothing
100%.
he
And
writes, I
even
think.
his Imagica and Wayward Worlds, like they're hard to like shove into a genre because they're fantasy, but not really. They don't conform to all the tropes and the kind of expected, like beats and all that. Like they're really different. I mean, because there's just nowhere else to put them. Like you have to, like put them as fantasy. Just the way they're the elements, like are as a novel, but like they don't really, like hit like all of the beats of a fantasy novel. So that for sure. At least I read Weird World and I was like, oh my god, this is confusing. Like it has horror, it has a lot of yeah, like fantasy, but more in the sense of like kind of alternate, like dimensions. Like anyways, like it's not the typical fantasy. So he's definitely not you know uh, uh one who just follows trends. On the opposite, I feel like he makes
Exactly.
them.
Like I said, I think he will always write whatever he wants to write, and if people hate it, they'll hate it. So of course, once again, he has that confidence, right? He writes something. So I think once again, it's always the thing. Like I even bring this up with like video games or like because even when I've read like over the last several years, like feminists is like, oh yeah, you know why this movie is like super unfeminist, but it's still feminist, right? Well, because they liked it. Essentially, they decided they wanted to like it, and so now they're going to defend it, right? On the other side, if they've decided they don't like something, they're going to shit all over, it, right? It has nothing to do with whatever, right? It's an arbitrary decision, and then they defend that position. So I think in the case of Barker is because one, criticizing him has zero value, right? He isn't going to bend to anybody's criticism. He might, I don't know, maybe he'd pretend to, but at the end of the day, he's always going to write whatever he's compelled to write. You can just tell that with him. Um, so I think what it is yeah, he writes this. It's very cool. It actually is in many ways anti-feminist, but it is also sexy and powerful and stuff like that. So probably what happens, because to your point there, I haven't read this stuff, but you're saying that the feminists do try to defend it. They read this and they like it because it actually does titillate them, right? They're now, of course, that's what I like about his stuff is that it usually isn't titillating, but they actually do find it titillating, right? Not getting because obviously they didn't get his deeper message there, which is like I said, actually anti second wave feminism. But yeah, they read it and they kind of get turned on by the idea of
Yeah,
having
well,
that
they
sort of
see it. They
power
see
and
it as
everything
a
like that.
power fantasy. Like uh,
Exactly.
Oh,
meets
absolutely.
splatterpunk, right? So
Absolutely.
So that's the
they
thing.
miss the
They
nuance,
missed the
yeah,
point.
of the story later.
Well, I mean, a lot of them hate men, right? So, I mean,
Yeah, I
this
guess like
would
if you
track
hate men and you
this.
you have
I
men
mean,
getting ripped apart into pieces and like folded into a suitcase with their
exactly.
stomach lining, you'll be happy, I guess.
And then because he puts that all at the front of the book, at the end of the book where she debases herself. Now, like I said, deep down, of course, they
She's
probably
not. She's not though. She's
I
not
don't see it
debasing
either
herself
that
because
she's debating
she's
herself.
killing them. She's killing them
no, but she is debasing.
right
She's
after.
literally chaining herself to a bed, right? She is
sh-
debasing
No,
herself,
I,
right?
I
That's
see
the
it more,
entire point.
But she kills them
it's more
immediately
like
after. So
she
it's
turns
How?
into
like,
like a
But
monster
how does
though.
that?
yeah,
She
She's
turned into
still
like this
debased.
monster thing,
She,
like
well, that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying.
like
pretty much.
She tied. She has herself tied to a bed and just getting fucked,
no,
right? She is
but
By
debased, right?
choice,
it's a
though, right?
Yeah, no,
reversal.
but
Jaqueline.
Hang
she's
on,
still
it's a
debased. I mean, I
reversal.
don't
It's a
understand what
reversal
you don't
from
understand about
she
the word.
trying to playing the victim at the beginning and feeling powerless and trying to kill herself and like useless. No, she's. I mean, she's like murdering people like left and right. I mean, she's.
But she's debasing herself. I mean, this is the important thing. She is debasing herself, right, by being little more than a fuck toy, right? That is the definition of
It's more
debasing.
like a
So
carnivore
it
plant
says
though
here
than a fuck toy. It's like
exactly that's what I'm getting at, right? Like, I mean,
I
that's what
mean
I'm getting at. I
What?
mean,
How is it not
even
so
debasing though?
so it says here debase, reduce, and then in brackets something in quality or value, degrade. Then it says lower the moral character of someone. But I mean, this is more of like a ruse just so that she can kill men, right? Like, I
No,
mean,
no, no. She just naturally kills them.
I
She's not
don't,
doing it
I don't.
maliciously.
Well, no, she is, because she is manipulating the pimp
To
to
use them
do.
to be debase her, right? That's what she's doing, right? That's why she asked the guy, "What were you know?" She wants to be used. She wants to be a used thing, right? That's what it becomes. She becomes this thing.
But no, no, I don't see it that way. I see it that she's using her sexuality to lure the men
No, she could do that anyway. She
there.
was already doing that, right? The fact that she's putting herself in this filthy room, tied to the bed to just be used like a piece of meat, right? Yes, she has power, but she's using that power to literally be
No,
treated
I'm
like
sorry,
a
guys.
sex
I
slave.
But
disagree.
she
I
kills
disagree.
them right after,
What
right?
is
Like,
that?
so I mean,
I don't understand how killing herself does not mean she's still being debased, right? Like killing them,
wh-
she's still debasing herself.
But hang on, I disagree with you too. Like her
uh,
power, it's so overbearing now that she is like a monster. You know, like she can, you know, like that
yeah.
line there, where like she can barely sleep a few minutes afraid. You know, like of what the power would do. And this is what the power has taken over, and it's a monster. It's just like every time someone goes in there, like it kills them, and like it's actually a hint to Hellraiser, right? With like the ultimate sensuous experience. It's like you end up dying, right? Like, but like I feel like her subconscious desire now is surfacing, and is just a monster, right? And like she needs to feed it. And I don't think it's the base in
Yeah.
herself. The power it's has dominated her. And if you're gonna say, okay, she's the base, is the power that has like brought her down to, yeah, to being a monster. That's what's happened to me.
No, no, I mean she's literally just a fuckhole, right? She's a fuckhole.
So if she was not using her power to destroy these men after they've just banged the shit out of her,
Well, no, she's not. Her
um,
power is it's all consumptive, right? It's just like the whole thing with the the drummers there, where like they have sex until the one woman dies, right? Like that's what it is. What it is that she needs to be fucked over and over and over in the most degrading way possible, and she's insatiable, right? She's insatiable, so she debases herself, and of course, in doing this, every single time the man is essentially consumed by it, right? But that's the thing, right? She is just she has this overriding need to just be
s-
fucked over
s-
and over and over.
okay, I see what you're saying, but I feel like the murder after the fact changes the power dynamic. Hence, she is not debased. If they were just banging her and then moving on, and then the next one comes in, and it's like, oh yeah, that was great, and like, they go and have a beer afterwards, and like whatever. I would say then she is being lowered, you know, because like she is not getting her own back in a sense, right? It's um like I mean
Well, she's
that
not
that
getting her
that
own back, right? She's literally just tied to a bed and getting used as a
No,
fuck toy, right? I mean,
she can't
if
even sleep, bro.
but
She
each
can't do. She's like crippled by the power.
I don't understand how this isn't debasing. She's literally now she's gone from fucking the most powerful man and nice clothes and everything. She's now just tied up in a shitty
No,
fucking
I
hotel
get it,
room
but
in the middle of
like what I
nowhere.
said, I don't think it's her. Like you say, no, what she wanted to be is her choice. I feel like the power has just crippled her to this point where, like, it's and like she needs to feed the power, and that you even mentioned it, like the energy of consumption, like the male energy that like consume it, and that's what it's like, the power completely out of control. Like it needs consumption, like non-stop consumption, right? Like it's the male energy just to the power of 1,000, right? And like she can't control it. It has consumed her, and like she needs to feed it, from keeping it from consuming her all the way. That's how I see it.
well, also remember when she talks to the one security guard and she asks him about his mother, and then he says, "Oh, my mother was a prostitute," and she's like, "Well, was your mother happy? Was she sad?" He's like, "I never saw her laugh or cry ever." Right? So it's like it's just it's almost like an indifference, right? It's like
Well, yeah, she's an object. That's what I'm saying. Becoming an actual object is debasing.
No, I don't disagree with you in that aspect. What I keep saying is that it's it's not like she's like, okay, yeah, well, I'll just be just a
No, no,
But
that's
I
what
mean,
she does.
she has
She
set
does
she
decide.
set
She does decide
she
to become
set
the
all of
object.
this up, right? Like, I mean,
Well, you can
with
still
the help of the
debase yourself,
pimp, right?
but just because you choose to do something, you're basing yourself, right? It's two girls, one cup. I mean, they participated in that. I mean, that's debasing. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. There's people who they go and they put on the fursuits and they shit in the diapers, right? Because they're being debased, right?
well,
They
yeah. I
did
mean,
it. They and those fursuits cost like $5,000,
what's the
right?
name of
They
the
spent.
guy in Diamond Age who goes to Dominatrix, who goes to see Nell when she plays Dominatrix?
Exactly. He wanted to be debased, right? He has
Yeah.
actual power, but he then pays to be
Yeah, I
debased,
agree with
right?
you. But in this case, what I'm telling you, I don't read it
This
this
is what
way.
this is why anybody pays a dominatrix or dominate. You know what I mean? Like this is why guys pay dominatrixes to step on their nuts with high heels, right? Is to be debased, right? I mean that's the very
Yeah,
definition of it.
but what I'm telling you is that I see like the power has a major influence in her doing what she's doing. Where like like it's so descriptive when like yeah, like she can sleep, she can it's coming out of her. Like I feel like she is crippled by this. So
No, no, but it's actually a religious thing. Like it really is like Father Sergio there, right? I mean, that's the entire reason that people go and become monastics, right? Is to debase themselves, right? Now, in that case, it's a religious debasement, but it's debasement, right? This is a sexual debasement, or in this weird sort of context, right? But that's the entire compelling thing, right? That's why they give up everything and go and live in a cave and eat gruel and stuff, right? Is to debase themselves, right? It's the same. That's what it is, right? Is I actually wouldn't be surprised. Well, it's a common story, so I don't know if it's exactly Father Sergio, right? But this person who feels dissatisfied in life, and that's what they have that sort of existential crisis, and so they go and they
well,
choose
yeah,
to
well that's
become
you just
a
mentioned
monastic, right?
American Beauty too, right? Where like he goes and goes to goes to work at McDonald's flipping burgers, whatever. He starts like flirting with a younger girl. It is debasing, right? Like because he's having an existential crisis, right?
Well, that's like he's debasing
Yeah.
themselves, right? So you can be debased by somebody else, or you can debase yourself, right? So I mean, it's an active choice, right? She feels unfulfilled, right? She's
So
climbed.
is a 17-year-old girl that, like, fucks 9 dudes,
Whoa,
like, I mean,
what are you talking
you
about?
know,
What?
I'm just saying, like, a high school girl that fucks, like, 9 dudes, right? I mean, yet the people think that she's debased, right? But, like, maybe she doesn't think that she is,
Well, no, no,
right? Like, I
but it's
mean,
very clear. Like I said, what Jacqueline S has the power to live at the top of society. She
No,
debases
this
herself
this
by
is what
going to
we
the
don't
bottom
agree
of
though.
society.
Like I'm telling you, like she can't control her power. It's consuming her. We're at a point where like that's the best she can do.
Eventually, but she makes the conscious choice. So here she's going. She makes some sorts of choices, and then it gets out of hand, right? So she climbs to the
Yeah,
top
but
in the
we don't
second
know
part
that
of the
what brought
story.
her down. In my theory, is that like her power is completely
No,
shutting
no,
down
no,
her
no, no.
body though.
We know exactly what brought her down, right? She went and she was held captive there. She seemed to sort of enjoy it, right? And so then she goes and she asks that guy, "Well, what was your mother like?" She was a prostitute, right? So that's when she decides to become a prostitute, right? It's very clear there that because that guy says that his mother was a prostitute, that she then goes and becomes a prostitute.
yeah, but I mean, I think the part there is that, like, when she says, when he says, was she happy, was she sad? He's like, well, she never laughed, and I never saw her cry. It's like it's just an indifferent existence, right? Is what she's seeking out. It's like, it's not happy, it's not sad, it's just
Anyway,
like
the way
in
I
the
see it,
middle, right?
Well, yeah, by
like
debasing
she
herself, right? By being
yo,
just an
I'm not
object.
disagreeing with you saying, but like when she's like tied to the bed, just being like, what I said. This is like a Venus flytrap. Like that to me is just a monster. Like taking over, or like the power has become a monster.
Yeah,
Well,
And
at
I
that point,
see that more. I
at
see
that
that
point, but
more.
she
Yeah.
chooses the debasement, right? She chooses to put herself. At that point,
what
she is now just in that cycle, right? She's almost become a cocoon,
exactly?
right? Like, yeah, she's like a spider in
Yeah,
a web there, but
yeah.
she
Well,
chooses to become the spider. She
well,
doesn't
and yeah,
actively choose
I don't
to
disagree
become
with
a
you. I was just
prostitute.
agreeing that like when she, because you were saying, oh, like she tied herself to the bed, like when she is at that point with, yeah, she's like a calm dumpster or whatever. Like that to me is like, yeah, like she just lost control of the power just took over, and like where she can even sleep, she's afraid it would just break through her skin, like break out of her skin. Like that to me, and it was so, it was like so explicit to me reading. It's like, oh yeah, like she can barely hold the power in, right? Like if she fell asleep for like an hour, it would just rip it apart, right? So in that scene of like, yeah, her, like what you said, like a spider in a web. Like I saw it more as a Venus flytrap, just catching insects. There, like I'm like, her humanity is almost gone, right? Like it's very, like she's holding it, it's holding it to the very last thread of humanity there. Like
Well, it is very insect because like the actual act of being tied to a bed makes her a spider, right? She is literally a spider, and just like some species of insects, right, the female consumes the
yeah,
male,
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
after coitus there, right? So I mean, I think it's actually very visual, the fact that she's tied to a bed. Now normally when you see somebody tied to a bed, it's seen, yeah, like as this dominate now, and that's what she's trying to capture, but unintentionally she then becomes a spider, right, like literally in her web there, right?
Well, I mean, the pimp does say, because like when Vashi is there, he says, "Why have you tied her down?" She's like, "I haven't tied her down. She wants it like this, right? Like, I mean, I just
Well,
do
exactly,
her
she's
bidding,
debased.
right?"
She wants to be debased.
Is it though? I rather after she would hurt
Yeah.
herself,
It's not empowering. I mean, it's the
It
opposite
is
of
though,
an.
because
No,
no,
no, no, it's not
in a
it's
empowering.
like
sense
not
because
empowering though.
she kills the dude, right? Like, I
So
mean,
just because she kills
No,
a
but
dude doesn't mean that she's not debased. I
that's
don't
the
understand that.
monster.
I mean,
That's not
That's
my
the
point.
monster.
there's
That's
quite
the
a
monster feeding.
there's quite a large power
But that's not
That has
her.
nothing to do with the
That's not
dynamic,
her
debasement,
right?
though.
though.
Like, I mean,
That has nothing to do with the debasement. That's just that they literally expend their entire bodies on her, right? They die from total, right. It's not like I think the only person she actively kills is the pimp, right? But like I think the other guys, I think it's implied that they just essentially die of having been completely consumed by the thing, right? But she's still,
We don't know.
it's not a powerful, I mean,
Like the way I saw it in my head is like in Hellraiser, where like I was thinking like barbs come out of her body, like and kill them or something, or like she has like vagina and tata, and I like choose them in. Like I feel like it's some monstrosity going on there. That's how I picture it in my head. I mean, it's not told.
the sort of debasement is always an illusion. Like I said, it's the guy who hires a dominatrix, right? He's still a high-powered lawyer. He's still better, right? They're just playing pretend. He's still being debased, even if it's just playing pretend, right? That's what she's doing. She's playing.
No,
She's trying to be as
I agree with
debased
you,
as possible.
and it's kind of the male energy. It's so strong, like it's so out of control that she needs to counterbalance it, and that's what she's doing, and that's what she decides to become a prostitute for sure. I do get that, but like what I keep saying, that to me it's like, especially those final scenes, like it's so clear to me that like the power is consuming her too, and it's it
Oh yeah, no,
she
like I
can't
said,
barely contain it.
when her stuff is changing colors, they're like a
Yeah,
rainbow, right? Like like her body is just at this point, a living
yeah.
organism, right? It is simply
Okay,
an
so
organism.
you did say this, yeah, because that's what I keep getting at, that she has so little control of her body. It's like, yeah, it's like in itself, just
Well, that's the thing. She's debased her consciousness even to the will of her subconscious,
yeah.
right? She's completely debased herself, not only physically but even within her own body, right?
Yeah, and can we talk about the gore scenes? Because I mean, it is crazy. I feel like you guys downplayed it. You're like, oh yeah, not as bad as Spar, but I mean, this is exquisitely
Well, no,
gross.
no, it wasn't explicit sex. It was more
No, the
explicit
gore, yeah,
gore,
but
right? So
I
yeah,
have this one here. when she kills the husband, the two perfect regiments of his teeth ground down into each other, cracking and splitting nerve, calcium, and speed, making a pinkish foam on his chin as his mouth collapsed inwards. Jesus. Shut up, she was thinking, as his subtle baby blue eyes sank back into his skull and his nose wormed into its way into its brain. He was not Ben any longer. He was a man with a red lizard's head, battening down upon itself, and thank God he was past speech making once and for all. I mean, this image of the teeth like kind of merging into a ball of calcium and nerve and pinkish foam, that is just amazing. So vivid.
There was a medieval torture like that where they'd pretty much just put your head on a vice and proceed to crush it, right? And you wouldn't die instantly, right? What would first happen is that, yeah, it would force your lower jaw up into your upper jaw, and then eventually it would crush down onto your skull and pop your ass. And some people, of course, they didn't go all the way, so all they were was, yeah, they just crush out their lower jaw there, right?
Damn.
Oh, I think I don't know. It was on a few years back. There was two different Borges shows. This was the guy from The Wire, the one I've mentioned before. Because there was another one with the British guy, but this one, and like every few episodes, like they would like, yeah, like show some like medieval torture. Because like, of course, yeah, this was like during the Renaissance, but like, yeah, the 15th century. There it was like, yeah, the Renaissance, but they still essentially were doing medieval shit, right? So it's not all at once, right? Like, oh yeah, let me see. Like in that show, I think he called it like the Jaws of Life.
Wait, so there's more to this one. His fingers were poking from his shoulder blades now, and his feet, still thrashing with fury, were tripped up in his gut. She turned him over one final time to pressure his spine into a foot-long column of muck, and that was about the end of it. As she came out of her ecstasy, she saw Ben sitting on the floor, shut up in a space about the size of one of his leather suitcases, while blood, bile, and lymphatic fluid pulsed weakly from his hushed body. So, were you guys disturbed by that at all, or like?
Well, so there's because
Not really.
there's
I don't know.
I've seen similar sorts of things. I can't remember like well for one this one, but like other things like because she kills him by completely imploding him onto himself, right? So she's like compacting him into his own body, right? And then what's his name? The assistant she kills by I think ripping him
Yeah.
in two, right? Like she
Yeah.
rips him apart, right? So it's almost the inverse there. In one
Well,
case,
no, she rips his flesh off his body, right? And then like the parts of it, like the rest of his parts, are scattered around the room.
well, that's what I'm saying. So like in one case, she's compacting, and the other she's expanding, right? She's
Yes.
yeah. So like those ones are kind of now on the other side, the first, and so I think there's also a doublet with the other one in, so because of course the entire point here is that she's taking out rage against men. So with the psychologist, she does that by pretty much kind of like corrupting his body into a weird
Well,
sort of
she tranced him
version
though.
of a
She gave him a yeah.
almost like like it was a weird sort of like like a corruption of it, right? And then in with the last guy, she corrupts him by making him almost more of a beast, right? So in
Well,
both
yeah,
cases,
it felt like
in both
a
cases
thing
she
between a crab and a dog, right? Like it's yeah.
Well, he would have
like or
lived
like
if
a
the
crab
security
dog
guard
scout.
hadn't shot him, right?
Well, that's the thing. He was a weird sort of beast thing, right? So in both cases, she takes away their manhood. In the case of the one guy, right, in just the gender sort of way, but in the case of the other guy, in the species, right? Because when you refer to somebody's man, man can refer to both just the gender dichotomy, but also humanity versus the beasts, right? So I think they're sort of like a sort of doublet there. And then of course, yeah, her husband she kills by fully contracting, crushing him. The other guy by expand by
Yeah,
ripping
so
him
the
apart.
symbolism here is just the kind of giving each man a death, kind of matching their personality, or because I mean, like her husband, it's implied that he's messy, and she's like at the end when she kills him, it's like, oh wow, I never seen my husband so neat, right? Like in such a neat. I forget the exact words for that, but like she's
Yeah.
like, it's like, oh wow, that's my husband. I never seen him so neat because apparently he's just a mess, right? And then this the Linden guy, he's just a duplicitous guy, so she just like rips him apart in two. Um,
Well, he's also kind of a hidden guy, right? So she fully exposes him, right? She
Yeah.
expands him, right?
yeah, it's true.
So
Eh,
I mean, I was actually not that disturbed by this. You know, to me, it's kind of like cartoonish in a way. Like,
Interesting. But
um,
did that bother you, or like
it's
did it
like
throw you off, or like what do you think about it?
no,
I want to know.
not
Okay.
really. I mean, it's like, I mean, yeah, it was probably the least
Oh
interesting
yeah.
part
No,
of
no,
the
no.
story for me,
Here's another
right?
question, because we've covered the whole sub vocalization thing, and once again, I don't know. There's that meme that goes around from time to time that like when you some people can't like they can't form a mental picture. I'm not saying that's your, but like, do you guys have that problem? Could you like not like graphically in your
No,
mind's
I'm
eye
pretty good at that.
like
Oh no,
imagine
I can fully form the picture.
like you
Like, I
can
mean,
see an apple, you can
Yeah.
see its color, you
Oh
can
yeah.
rotate it in the
Color,
light, right? Like
oh yeah,
fluids,
absolutely, yeah.
yeah, foam. I can picture many things.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, absolutely. I just
Um,
that was the least important part
no.
of the
It just
story,
brought that
right?
up because we were talking. So yeah, I actually don't know if I've ever met anybody who and I sometimes wonder if people just claim that it's like how can a person like not be able to visualize an object mentally like unless they're like
Oh, a lot
mentally
of people
retarded.
can't.
They say they can't, but I think it's just because they're uninteresting and they're trying to be interesting. It's like, oh no, I don't visual. I think
But
they're
why would
over.
that make them interesting? It makes them
I mean,
even
why do
more uninteresting
no,
than
no,
they
but why?
already
It's
are.
the same, right? Why do trans people think it makes them more interesting, right? Their fucking blue hair and all that shit, right? There's lots of people out there who do stupid things because it thinks it gives them a
well, I
personality,
got
right?
tattoos and that was pretty fucking dumb. So there you go.
Tramp stamp.
Yeah, I'm not a tattoo guy.
That's
To be
good.
honest.
I destroy my body from the inside.
Yeah, it's like that in the DM group there when I put up that picture of that Laura Lux. And I mean, she is an attractive woman. She's got huge cans, but like the tattoos all over her thighs, it really is a bit of a
Well,
turn
No. So
off,
actually,
right?
I don't mind. Like I said, I'd never because I can't commit to it. But when a chick like I hate tramp stamps, but if a chick like goes and like gets like a full sleeve of shit, right? Like I can respect like that like if you go and you really not just like a fucking like and I consider a tramp stamp anywhere. It's like that's my astrological sign on my ass cheek or the butterfly or the dolphin or some even on dudes, right? It's like, oh yeah, I got my girlfriend's name on my ass cheek, right? Like if you're not like to me it has to be like you have to pretty much choose like a section of skin like it's canvas and you gotta white space is important, right? I mean, I think we've all done enough art to know the value of white space, but
Yes.
as a whole, like yeah, if you're gonna put a tattoo, carve out a bit of area there and really kind of fill that space.
Now, I mean, the tattoo when they get tattoos on their tits, that is unforgivable. Yeah.
Can we go back to the
No.
story? I really wanted to know, yeah, like, what do you guys think of um, Titus there? He just getting turned into that man beast is just to like completely rob him of his power, or like it's just like cruelty. Like, what is the ultimate like symbolism in that?
Well, she was going to fully kill him, but she's interrupted, right, by the security.
No,
No,
I think
I
She's interrupted.
it's two levels there, right? So like, yeah, he wants to be killed by her, right? So what she does is she reduces him to a beast, right? He wants to be a man killed by her, consumed by her. Pretty much, he wants to die the way that Vashi dies, right? Being fully consumed by her as he, like he wants that sort of death. But so she instead what she does is like I said, she takes away not only his masculinity and his manhood, but his humanity, right? And then he gets killed as a beast.
yeah, he gets
By the
he gets like
security
slaughtered,
guard.
right?
But
Well,
that's
exactly.
only, but that's
By
only
by not her.
but that's only because, and that was really an accident. It was just like, oh,
No,
this
no, no.
beast is
I
crawling
think
towards me, and then the security
I
guard
actually
shoots
don't
him.
think she even planned to kill him at all. I think the security
No,
guards
she
respond.
did. She did. I think it says it.
No, I think she said that she was that she was going to, like, she actually wants him to come out. Like,
hang on.
I have this somewhere actually too, in my notes.
Oh, okay, that's.
well, you guys are looking for that. What's weird is that, yeah, the other security guard is just like, what, he's like living in the apartment now, like painting murals of it and
Yeah,
stuff. Like, that's just what he's been
painting murals
Well,
of
releasing.
he's
her.
like
Yeah, he's like a
traumatized.
hobo
Yeah.
living in the house, in the hotel that it was abandoned, and he's just squatting there like a hobo, painting murals of her. Yeah, so he's just like, he just completely lost his mind there after what happened. Got PTSD to the max. So that's interesting. That's something too that, like, it was making me think of Greater God Pan, that, like, I mean, after she gains the power, she destroys all of the men who comes across her, right? Like, even if not directly or indirectly, it's like she has the that withering touch. Yeah, and that's something. I mean, I didn't ask you guys, but yeah, is that like in Grey God Pan, like, like just a female with too much power? What does that destroy men in these stories? How come every man who comes in contact with a super powerful female just, like, direct or indirectly gets destroyed? What was the
Well, I think it's the whole, what is it? Oh, who's the guy who flew too close to the sun? You know what I'm talking about, with like the wax wings.
Icarus? Daedalus?
Yeah, yeah. So it's the Icarus type thing, right? That is that. Yeah, you have this thing, right? So anytime, right? It's the gamble, right? When you see something that's like that, it's like the sun, right? Like, you want to possess it, but yeah, if you get too close to it, you either conquer it or you don't, right? And so when you get this, right, these guys go to conquer but end up, failing, right? So that's the thing, is that it's something that, they shouldn't, it's yeah, it's essentially flying too close to the sun, being compelled, or, I mean, and it goes with a lot of things, right? Like, so, like, I think we even, at one point we mentioned, like, the Antarctic expeditions, right? These guys who become obsessed with something, and it's they want to be the one to do it even though it's extremely risky. It's just that sort of risk taking, right? And so, of course, usually most women aren't like that, right? You don't end up leaving a bunch of guys in their wake, right? So when you do have, the Black Widow, or, whatever, something like that, or, something more like this, like demonological or super powered or something like that, then inherently a bunch of guys are going to try even though they shouldn't have. It's like, oh yeah, well, you couldn't handle it, buddy, but I can, right? I'm going to be the one to tame that. If anything, it makes it even more tempting, right? Because it's not only conquering her, but then it proves you to be, you actually vicariously, conquer other men, right? If, you conquer her, but then you actually, by doing that, you then show your, superior masculinity over every other guy who failed.
Yeah,
right?
interesting.
So I mean, Pettifer would have died anyway, right? Even if the
No, it said he was alive. The brain was
no, he was, but I mean, it says you're okay. He fired into. Come, Titus, she said more forcefully, and Titus Pettifer waddled out of his hiding place, leaving a trail like a punctured meat sack. So, I mean, he's bleeding out. He's going to bleed out. I mean, he is not going to survive this, right?
Well,
and then right after the gunman shoots him dead. But, I mean, out of instinct, but like, um, I mean, too much has been done to
Well,
him.
it's just
Like,
that she had killed his nerves. He just survived. His
yeah,
hands not into paws, his legs scooped up around his back, and he's broken. So he had the look of a four-legged crab. His brain exposed. Yeah, his brain exposed. That's pretty bad. His eyes lidless, lower jaw broken and swept up over the top jaw like a bulldog. Ears turned off, spine snapped, humanity bewitched into another state. Oh yeah, no, it seems like she's just kind of puppeteering. Like,
oh yeah,
Well, she's getting
like,
bad because actually, I think it's implied. I think when she kills her husband, she continues to crush him, but he like died. I think, or somebody died just of shock. I think it was the husband dies of shock.
no, no,
Fairly
yeah,
quick.
exactly.
that's what's his name, Linden. Yeah,
Okay, maybe it's
no,
I
it's
forget
Linden.
which
Yeah.
one, but yeah, one of
No,
them.
her
So I think
husband,
that's the thing.
he's actually still kicking while she crushes his spine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's the thing. From Lyndon, she learns, because he dies quicker than what she actually wanted, right? So by killing the nerves on Titus there, right? He won't die of shock, right? Now, will he eventually die? Probably. I
Yes,
mean,
he's
His
bleeding
brain is
out.
well,
exposed,
I mean,
bro.
his.
He's fine.
I mean the thing, but you'd be surprised how long some people can survive, right? I mean, he could have survived
A trip to
a
the
few
hospital.
good days there.
I mean, I don't
Uh,
know. I mean, if they take him to the hospital, really great.
I mean,
But
that's a lot of shit. If his spine
yeah,
is busted, like
Yeah, but he
kidneys. I
but
mean,
he hasn't died immediately, right? So like if you get
no, but
most people die of
it
shock no
seems
matter
like
what.
it
It
seems like
really is.
she's moving him though. She's puppeteering him because it says like, um, wait, I missed the line there.
Well, no, she's telling him what to do, right? No, but she tells him. She doesn't force him. She has control over his will at that point, right?
But
He's
if
been
his spine is
broken.
crushed, how is he moving though? Just his arm?
Very. I mean, he's doing something, right? I mean, that's the thing. She's he doesn't die of shock, right? So I mean, it actually takes a long. Shock is usually what kills people in most cases of any sort of
Yeah.
trauma, right? Which actually that's the main thing, right? Like
yeah,
if somebody is injured, right, like from gun wounds and everything else, right, trying to control the trauma before they and whatnot is actually, that's the first step, right? That's
but
why
I mean, he is going to die. I mean, there is no reconstructive surgery that can be done to
there's life
save
support.
this, right?
There's
Like, I
life
mean,
support. You'd be surprised, but I mean, like I said, I think it's sort of implied. Now it accelerates there, but he isn't immediately dead, despite being extremely deformed. Right? She's getting better about doing this. I think is what's showing. Right? She can now because before so she's learned from multiple things. Right? So when she mutates, what's his name? Right? She does it too forcefully, and
Oh,
of course, yeah, she
Linden?
ruptures him. Right? Yeah, no, the first guy, the
Oh yeah, the
psychologist, right?
doctor.
So she's learned from all those guys, like different ways of being able to manipulate them. So when she does this to him, it shows that
Well,
like to a
wait,
certain
hang
extent.
on. I have Lyndon said the tear began at the bridge of his nose and ran up across his brow and down, bisecting his lips and his chin, then his neck and chest. In a matter of seconds, his shirt was dyed red, his dark suit darkening further, his cuffs and trouser legs pouring blood. The skin flew off his hands like gloves of a surgeon, and two rings of scarlet tissue rolled down to either side of his flayed face, like the ears of an elephant. His name calling had stopped. He had been dead of shock now for 10 seconds. So yeah, he died.
Well, I think so. I mean, that's the thing with that one. I think he's going on because the tensile strength of skin is quite high, right? So actually, to rip living skin to actually cause it to rip, it's an extreme amount of force, right? And then once it finally ruptures, right? Then
Yeah, I mean,
it
all of
just
your nerve endings there, right? Yeah, it's unimaginable pain there. This is pretty gruesome. Though she was still working him over, eventually tugging his
yeah.
skin off his body and flinging the scraps around the room, until at last he stood steaming in his red suit and his red shirt and his shiny red shoes, and looked to her eyes a little more like a sensitive man. Content with the effect, she released them. He lay down quietly in a blood puddle and slept. But yeah, he had been dead. As soon as she ripped his skin, he died. He had been dead of shock now for 10 seconds. So, uh, Jody's
Hey, Jody.
waving. What's up, Jody?
is
Oh,
it?
I think she's in like that.
oh, she's in
Yeah.
listener
Yeah.
mode.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, you have to bring her up. That's why.
No,
Anyway,
she's up
so
now.
Adrian, so do you find, but do you find at least that the gore? Do you think it kind of goes well with the story in the context, or you think it's maybe too much or too little? Like, how do you feel about it? I'm curious.
Well, as I said, I mean, to me, it's not the most important part of the
But
story, right?
you think it
So it's
fits,
like
or he just kind of, or he
it's
goes on
there.
vacation with
Well,
it?
I
What do
mean,
you think?
well, I mean, it's sort of his signature, right, to have like gore and weird stuff. So I mean, yes, I guess because it's Clive Barker, it fits. What I was thinking was like, how is she getting away with these killings? I guess they just don't know how to
Oh, but
classify it. It's
I
like,
Well,
described earlier
they
though.
seem impossible. I mean,
When she killed the
yeah, like how could
doctor,
you?
even the cops are making all these excuses, right? It's like, oh no, probably this man came in with like a saw and hammers to do all of this, right? Like they don't think a woman, is capable of doing it. Well, I wrote it.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Now, actually, the one point he points out when she's transforming the doctor, it actually explicitly says that like it's not like some sexy magic, right? I mean, literally, what she's doing is taking his masculine tissue and distending it, right? Like that's it's kind of this messier, right? It's not like some sort of magical
No,
transformation,
I
right?
mean it's just
It's
like a
just it's distending the actual flesh,
transgender
right?
affirmation surgery there.
Well, that's
Well,
what
I
I'm
mean,
saying.
and also how far away is she from them, right? Because like I mean, the human body has a whole lot of blood, right? So I mean, it would be spraying and shit. So I mean,
But I think the point here is that like her power only works on the macro level, right? So it's not working on any sort of cellular level or anything like that, right? When she does this to people, she's able to damage the nerves and then crack the bone and bend it, right? But she isn't actually able to then cause it to like fuse and it, right? It's literally it's she's doing it with her mind, but everything that she does to these guys could technically be done physically, right? You could crush a man in on himself like that, right? You could, like I said, actually using, something you could just pull apart a person's skin like that, right? And what she does even to Titus there at the end, right? You could, restructure that stuff, right? Like it's not happening on any sort of like I mean, like
Yeah,
you could like usually
it's
they'd
on a
be
micro
dead by
level.
then.
Yeah, it's not like a cellular change, molecular change, where it's just like from the outside. Wait, I
Yeah.
have
Like
Wait,
she never
I have the
refuses
quote here.
anything,
It's
right?
really good. The police were very kind. They produced any number of explanations for the sudden departure of Dr. Blandish, though none quite describe how his chest had erupted in that extraordinary fashion, making two handsome, if hairy, jumps of his pectorals. It was assumed that some unknown psychotic strong in his insanity had broken in, done the deed with hands, hammers, and saws, and exited, locking the innocent Jaqueline Ess in an appalled silence no interrogation could hope to penetrate. It's like they go out of the way to make this outlandish excuse, right? Because I mean, no woman could do this in their eyes, right? So I enjoy this a lot.
yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, since you asked the question, like, how is she getting away
Yeah,
with all of this? I mean, this is how, right? They're just underestimating a woman.
they can't
Um,
classify it.
Her
Yeah,
feminine wiles. Her feminine wiles. Listen, you guys, I have to call it a night. I'm not feeling that great. So these were interesting books. I like the second one more than the first. And I'm going to get started on next week's.
Okay, feel
Thanks
all
better.
for,
right. Take care, Jody. I hope you feel better. Take care.
yeah,
Have a good evening.
thanks. Bye.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is gruesome, but I wasn't like, I don't know, maybe you guys built it up a bit too much, and it was like, I'm expecting some, like, you know, pages and pages of just how, I mean, it is very descriptive, but like, maybe I was
Well,
building it up in my head that it's going to
that
be
usually
worse than it is.
to Carla's point, usually this splatterpunk stuff is
Yeah,
pure shit. It's just
it is.
garbage. And so what I tried to do is I tried to find two, because if you get past it, there are like deeper sort of philosophical and intellectual existential questions, right? That both of these stories sort of deal with, right? So that's why they work, because they're not just purely there just for the shock value. So in some ways, the gore is there, but yeah, it's not the central point. So I mean,
Yeah.
on its own, if you were just to pull out the gory bits, it would just be gore, right? But with everything else going on, and the power dynamics, and the internal monologues and the obsessions in either story and all that stuff, it's it's just a part of it, right? So I mean, that's the main point. Like, once again, I mean, the point with any of these, right? Just like how normally I try to bring up the fact that, yeah, people sort of discount science fiction and fantasy as just being like, oh yeah, no, good books are about, only real things, right? Only things that actually exist, right? Nice, realistic fiction there, right? That's the only dignity. So with this one, in the case of horror, right, you can also deal with the same things too, but yeah, like, but the horror aspect is still there, right? It's part of it, right? Because it allows you to deal with these things in a sort of speculative manner. But I mean, once again, that's, I guess, the point we're trying to make, is that on its own, yeah, these are very gory and sort of just like shock value, but
No, but
it doesn't end
it's
at the
funny.
shock value,
It's
right? They go
funny. I don't
deeper.
know, Adrian. Maybe you have seen too many movies, but I mean, I wasn't expecting you to
That
freak
could
out or
be it.
anything. But like, having worked at the bookstore and like just being in the book world, listening to podcasts and stuff, like people pass out during these stories. Like for some reason, I find it extreme, but it happens, and I'm like, like apparently people do pass out, or like they feel queasy, right, when they read
Yeah, they're
Well,
squeamish.
I mean, we're all
both of these
jaded, and
stories.
I mean, we've all been on the internet. I mean, the other thing too is I mean, me more so probably, but we all have
No,
the
I
internet. I
I,
don't know. Did
I
you guys
have
ever
my
go to
I have my rotten.com and like
rotten.com?
rottencorpse.com and like
Yeah.
Like style
yeah.
projects.
No,
Well,
and
that's
like
the thing. Like, I
I
actually have
told you
never.
guys, I
I
follow
have
down the
never.
Serbia rabbit hole. Like I watch movies that for the life of me I wish I couldn't see, because I mean, seeing, do you know it's a Serbian film, or
I've heard of
or
it.
like
I've seen parts of it. I've never
Cannibal
watched the whole thing
Holocaust, all of
yet.
that. Like I mean, that is just, yeah.
I've
Uh,
seen various ones. No, there's one. It's called the something of the knife. It's a Chinese movie, and it's based on Unit 731 from. And I don't know if you guys know what Unit 731. That was the Japanese research unit that was like doing all the really morbid medical tests, right? And so they did things like, they would just put a living person into a pressure tank and turn up the pressure until, yeah, pretty much, you know his body, everything collapsed and his entrails, crapped out the back of him and all this stuff. And so there was a Chinese movie made of it. It was called, like, yeah, something of the knife, Brotherhood of the Knife. You can look it up. If you look up Unit 73, I think it's 731 or 741. I think it's 731. And Shiro Ishii, who was the leader
I,
of that one.
I watched that
Um,
movie. It's called Philosophy of the Knife,
okay,
but it's kind of recent though.
yeah,
That's in like
exactly. So
2008 or 2010. I don't know. It is recent.
no, no, there was a newer one, but the original one's from like the 80s
Oh,
or
I watched
90s.
a newer one
And
though. I
actually,
didn't watch the.
yeah, no, the old one. There's actually a lot of sort of lore around the movie, but like the one thing people are sure of is they actually do take a dead body and put it in a pressure tank, and then time lapse it, and you actually see the entrails exit out the back of it, right, very slowly, almost like a one of those snakes from, like, like that you light on fire on like, you know
Oh
Fourth of
yeah,
July,
yeah, yeah,
and then like it's like you actually see the entrails go out the back of this guy, right? And then another part there, like it literally happens. They take a live cat and throw it into a group of rats, and that cat died. That actual cat died. So I mean, this was like, yeah, 80s in China. So they, you know, I think after that, even China enacted, essentially the Chinese version of the ASPCA. Because actually, the reason that was enacted in the states was, oh, there was a movie called like the like Days of Heaven or something like that, and like a bunch of horses died making that movie. It was like a cowboy, like, because, like, yeah, essentially a lot of these horses, like, would make trick falls and pretty much get injured and die and stuff. So like that was when, like, that's when you started to get the ASPCA thing. I think it came out like late 70s, but yeah. So I mean, I've seen a lot of those movies too and stuff.
Do
But
you,
like, funny enough, like I said,
do you know
like,
about Sallow, the movie?
Yeah, I've seen that one
Yeah,
too.
I mean,
Like not all. I scrubbed through it because it's mostly boring.
yeah, but I mean,
Um,
I mean, yeah, I mean, the reason why
at one point,
you would think
at
I'm
one
so
point,
desensitized is, I mean, I watched a lot of those movies, so unfortunately.
I was actually reading 120 Days of Sodom just to
What?
practice my French, right?
Okay.
Well, because it's actually extremely modern French, right?
Yeah, I
Like it
know
actually
it is.
like it's very colloquial, and so even though it's like 250 years old, like it's
That's like
actually, and it's
interesting.
great. It's great because you can learn all sorts of things, right? Like there's terms for cancers and tumors. It's a great
Oh
way to learn
Lord,
like
you're
a lot of French words that I
yeah.
hadn't even thought about learning.
You can just pick a YA book instead, but sure.
No, well, like I said, I was just reading, like, just because, like, I was curious, because, like, I always heard of it, and so, yeah, I'd seen that movie, right, and yeah, they're talking about eating shit and all
But
that stuff,
anyways,
right? So,
I watch a lot of things that, yeah, I mean, it's just garbage, and like I honestly some things I would just wish I couldn't see because it's
oh yeah, no, I never read more than like the first two chapters, I think, of Solo, right? Like,
yeah.
because because it was just stupid mostly. It was just like, you know,
Well, but I mean, like, and even you brought up before that, and I don't know how much you actually dug into it as well, but the 80s, like splatter punk. I mean, we know Friday the 13th and the all the slasher movies, Halloween, all that. But I mean, like, I don't know how much you have dug into like the cheaper, like B.
oh no, I mostly find them boring. Like that's the main thing. Like, but most of them are just really stupid and boring,
Well,
right? Like,
they are, but
I
it's a
mean,
lot of like what you said, like titillation is just you're just kind of waiting for the teenagers there, to get killed, and like none of the
oh
actors
you know,
are.
I've seen. Usually, I just scrub through them, right? Like, but like for a long time, this is why like I actually didn't finally watch Hellraiser until it's been a while now, but it was I want to say mid to late 20s before
Well,
I
but
actually watched
the
Hellraiser.
movies, I mean, Barker movies, like the adaptations are not great. They're kind of trashy. I mean, only one and two I find like they actually.
Oh, well, because those are the ones he worked on. No, like the everyone after that are
Yeah,
actually pure shit.
yeah, no.
But no, but like for a long time, I just didn't watch them just because I thought they were just stupid. Like I didn't right that was even the point with these stories, right? Is that you know I need more than just like if I want the shock value, you can get that all in 5 minutes, right? If you want me to watch an hour and a half of that shit, that's why I can't watch most of those movies because I'm bored. I'm actually genuinely bored with the rest of the plot and stuff like that,
Yeah.
right? So that like so I only really started discovering Barker. I want to say I mean, it's been yeah more than a decade now, but it was relatively late, all things considered, because yeah, for a long time I just was bored with yeah like Halloween and Scream and even some of the Japanese ones. Like I never even watched
Yeah.
Ringu. I was just too
I,
bored
I
to
I
watch The
have, but it's the
Ring.
same though. It's like you
Ringu.
have the fodder for the slasher, the monster, right? And like there are no, it's very few character development. It's a cat and mouse game where like the killer is chasing the victims, whatever, right? Like it's not imaginative, it's not creative, it's just titillation. And like I mean, you guys have seem to have just watched the good stuff. Like I mean, I watched and like even read a lot of the crap that it's even worse quality, right? I mean, like the production or like some of the writing, like it's very newbie writing of the stuff that I read. So I mean, the quality, you can get even worse, right? Like the bottom of the pile there, like it.
Oh yeah, but like I said, for me it was never the shock value. It's just boredom, right? Once again, I just got bored with them too many. So there was always very few that were actually. So I mean, even that one that Brotherhood of the Knife. Now, in some ways, it kind of was just weird because yeah, it was pretty much the Chinese making a slur against the Japanese, so it was amusing in that way too. But
Well, I worked at a video store, early, 2000. So that was my first job, and obviously I watched pretty much everything. So that's how I came in contact. All of this zombie movies, Day of the Dead, Night of the Dead, blah blah. All of the fucking slasher,
I've never even
uh,
watched all of Night of the Living Dead because it's largely boring. I've seen
Reanimator,
Dawn of
and
the
all of that stuff. Dawn of the Dead. Oh, but you mean the George Romero ones? Those are more interesting.
yeah.
I was talking
Well, no, but
about
like Night of the Living Dead, it's just a bit kind of slow and chunky, so I've never been able to watch all that one. I did like Dawn of the Dead because Dawn of the Dead's fun, right? If anything, it's just like a consumerist
yeah,
fantasy, right? The idea of just being
in a
locked in
mall,
a big old mall,
grab
right? Like
whatever you want. Yeah,
that's
it's actually really cool. But
But wasn't that with Ving Rhames?
No,
No,
that's
that's
a
the
remake,
remake. The one we're talking
Ah,
about, the one
okay,
from the
right,
the
'70s,
early
the
one.
one from the. Now, here is the thing about. So I remember, like, it was like the Diary of the Dead. This one came out, I want to say, around like 2006. Now, when he created that one, now of course, because I was in film, film school at one point, and it's I hate movies about making movies, right? Like that gets on my nerves to no end. Because it's mostly masturbatory, and that's how I felt about that one. Because it's like, it's about a bunch of like college students, and they're making a movie, and then of course the zombie thing breaks out, and then it's like that's why it's called Diary of the Dead. Because then they're recording it, and then later on, like somehow I guess the world's collapsed, but they're like uploading it somewhere. It's funny though because he actually was ahead of his time on that because this was just barely when
Early
YouTube was coming out, and
fan
but he pretty
footage
much
stuff, right?
he, he pretty much predicted the whole sort of like shittiness that is YouTube. Because this is actually the thing, right? YouTube has extremely, like, even when they spend a lot of time on it, like that whole YouTube style of editing, I just can't stand to watch it, right? Like some dumb bitch sitting there talking, making the YouTube face and stuff like
Uh,
that, right? And like I really, really, really just can't watch, like, the only things I watch on YouTube, yeah, like sometimes I'll watch like stupid footage of people playing retarded instruments, right? Like playing
Yeah.
Sandstorm on every possible fucking instrument. That's sort of my go-to, right? Like I've seen somebody play Sandstorm on a potato. So if I want to go retarded, guys, I'm not going to pretend. I'm not going to watch some dumbass talk about stuff in a goofy way. I'm going to watch an asshole play fucking Sandstorm on a fucking
oh, I
potato.
watched Can You Run Doom and Doom on a calculator or whatever. I watched that too. But yeah, but back to that though, to your point, that I feel like I have watched and read so much crap, like always kind of chasing the dragon of Barker. I was always hoping like, well, maybe you're gonna get, because I do like horror for the, that memento mori idea that you're reminded of your death, right? Like, I mean, we're all gonna die, right? So that's what, appeals of horror to me, and like kind of, even the gory parts are like, yeah, I mean, like in the end, in all civilizations, right? We're probably the first civilization who's sorry, the first society who's like afraid of death the way we are, because in older, societies, civilizations, like they always have like some memento mori, some way to remind of death, right? So have rituals or like, like celebrations, kind of reminding people, yeah, you're gonna die. So to me, this is the closest thing we have, the horror movies. So I just keep going in the direction like, yeah, maybe I will find something like Barker, where like, where you have that, but you also have the intricate, like uh, depth, kind of resonating with like things around you part. But like, nope, a lot of, I mean, most of the, I can't even think of something that, like Barker, that kind of balances. Yeah, I mean, the way he goes as deep into gore and into, the graphic stuff, with, the substance there. It's I can't even think of something right now.
Yeah, no, it really is quite rare. There's a few, like, I mean, in some ways, not as much because that one was multi-genre, but you get a light amount of it in, the house on, or no, the library at Mount Char, right?
Yeah,
Like a
well, but that's
little bit, but
fantasy
not
though. I
quite
mean,
as.
yeah, there is
Yeah.
some horror there, but not as much. Not as this
Well, you,
though.
you you get it more in dark fantasy, right? Yeah, like, but pure horror, like it's very rare to
Yeah, I know it's
find it
extremely hard to
outside of.
find. You know,
I'm trying,
there is
and
this guy, a Canadian guy. His name is Nick Cutter, and his stories take place in PI, and they have a little bit of like,
I'm already
a lot of
terrified.
psychology, but honestly, like, I mean, compared to Barker, like, I mean, but when I read Nick Cutter one book, I'm like, well, I'm just gonna go read Barker instead, because it's like, it
But
makes
like I
you wish
said,
you were
the
reading
the, the
something
main
better. It had
it really
something
is
there, but
intellectual perversion. You really need somebody like Barker who, yeah, is sort of a natural pervert, also a natural intellectual, and without like,
but
yeah, like
what you
from what
said
it sounds
mostly though,
like.
without compromising, right? Without like, okay, what's the newest trend in like books or in pop culture? How can I sell my book or my movie, whatever, right? Like, you gotta have someone who's completely, like, willing to compromise. So I mean, it's, yeah, that's rare to find. And I think that's what happened with Parker's movies, right? Like, I mean, all of the producers were like, no, we don't want your vision here. We just want something that we can sell on TV, and that's why most of his movies suck, pretty much.
No, the only ones that are good, well, of course, yeah, Hellraiser 1, Hellraiser 2. Um, what's the other one? Candyman, like, he didn't directly direct that one, but I think that one's pretty good in its right.
Nightbreed.
Nightbreed's pretty good too. And then there's actually another
I
one.
don't
It's called
I don't love Nightbreed, and Candyman. It's okay to me. It's like, yeah, 7.5
I'm not like I said. I mean, like I said, I just hate that genre in general, right? So, Nightbreed's just kind of weird. Actually, Nightbreed once
Yeah.
again, like it looks like it's supposed to be splatterpunk, but in some ways, I think it's actually trying to like humanize the monster, right? I think it's
Oh,
in many ways it's a
oh
metaphor
no, that
for
that is.
the gay
Oh,
community,
actually,
right?
I was gonna say
Or for fetish communities, right? It's a
Parker
metaphor for fetish
Parker hates
communities.
that movie. Parker hates that movie because like the whole. Oh, I don't know if I want to spoil the. Maybe you said it. Like the whole point of the story is to actually for you to kind of side with the monster.
Well, no. I've only seen.
And
Check out the director's cut. He made a
yeah,
director's
no,
cut of it.
there are like 13 scenes that were chopped from the theatrical.
Yeah,
But
I've only ever seen the
but
director's cut.
it's
Yeah.
still like he still doesn't like it because it was so much cutting that went in there with the original vision. And I read this somewhere in an interview where he was saying like, yeah, like like it's like every step of the way I had to compromise. It's like, well, even the one who deleted scenes, like the director Scott, like he had to compromise for every scene. It's like, well, like you can do this, like, but we have to sell it. He's like, no, but I have my vision. And like every time was like for every scene was like a fight, right? So he hates that. Like if you read an interview, like listen to him on a podcast, whatever, and he that comes up, you'll see like that for him was like a traumatic experience to have to.
I think originally, but I think since the director's cut, it's gotten a little bit closer to his vision. Because I read the book, and I mean,
Oh,
it's not perfect, but it's pretty close. The book to the director's cut there, Ed. I mean,
anyway, um,
but the one other one that's sort of worth watching is Master of Illusion. I don't know if you
no, I
saw
have
that one. It has Scott Bakula.
no.
So
Oh
actually,
wait, 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 hang
that
on.
one's
Oh my god,
important.
I did watch this a long time ago on Cinemax, right? Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Oh my god, it's been too long though, but I have watched it. Um, was it? Wait, was that made for TV or?
I think it was a movie, right? I think it was a full movie. For the most part, I liked it pretty well, actually. But that one's important, though. I think that character is in one of the books of Blood. I haven't gotten to it yet, but that kind of like his kind of investigator there. Um, if you read
Wait, it's a
the
Master
Scarlet,
of Illusions or Lord of Illusions? I don't. I'm mixing it with.
one of the two, one of the whatever it is. Yeah, I can't remember. Maybe it's Lord of Illusions. I think it's Lord of Illusions. Yeah, maybe it's Lord of Illusions. But but the character from that is the main character in the Scarlet Gospels, which is actually he takes that character and then he actually mixes it with the Hell Priest from Hellraiser, right? Because that's actually the official name of Pinhead is the Hell Priest. So he actually combines the two in this.
Isn't his actual name Elliot Spencer?
No, like that's sort of mixed, but like the character, because of course he wrote the story originally, and then they created the second movie, which wasn't based on a story, but he created. But it's kind of mixed. So like I think it kind of throws all that away with the Scarlet Gospels. The Scarlet Gospels kind of it creates the same character, but it's not. And but it leaves certain things vague about the origin. Like, is there one Hell Priest? Is there multiple? Is there origins? Whatever. But the official name is the Hell Priest. And so yeah, that's why it's like the Scarlet Gospels.
Right.
So he combines the Lord of Illusions with the Hellraiser,
Wait,
and
for the
this
movie
because this
for Lord of Illusions.
no for the book for no so Lord of Illusions. I forget what the name of the character is, but his detective character from that he takes that detective character and that kind of world of like magicians, right? Because in that, right, and of course, yeah, it's magicians, but then some of them actually have real magic, right? And he combines those two mythologies. he combines the Hellraiser mythology with that mythology, and that's the theme of the Scarlet Gospels there.
Right.
Because actually, the
So
Scarlet Gospels, like during
isn't the Hell Priest a Cenobite? Isn't that like his official, like what kind of entity he is?
yeah, but I mean, but they never actually give a name for him. So the Cenobites are various sort of like group, like or something like that, because there's actually an origin to that term. I'm just saying that yeah, like in this book, right, in the Scarlet Gospels, he takes those two main characters and he combines, right. So like yeah, obviously the Hell Priest is the antagonist, and the character there from Lord of Illusions is the
Well, I
protagonist.
mean, did you guys watch all the Hellraiser movies? So is that even canon? Like what happens in the later movies? Do you guys know?
Not the third, not the. I don't think the third. I think only the first two
Okay,
really
okay,
are.
okay. Because then, I mean, they go into this whole backstory how the Cenobites came to be, and it's this 18th century toy maker in France who, like, um, like he opens the first portal to hell, and then, anyways, it's such a convoluted, stupid story. But
Yeah.
I don't know if that's even canon.
Yeah. But I mean, is it actually hell, or isn't it just like an indifferent
In
place? Like,
in
I
the
mean,
fir
it's
in the original Hellraiser movies, in the first two that he was involved in, it was. But like I said, I think he sort of retcons it a little bit because in the Scarlet Diaries, I mean, yeah, Scarlet Diaries, it is hell. It is hell.
right.
No, it's hell. Yeah, it's kind of a hell that's almost like another dimension that was built below. But like, yeah, but it is hell. So yeah, he kind of combines those two together in the Scarlet Diaries. Because like I say, that was actually what I listened to like around Christmas of 2021. Because of course, yeah, at that point, like I couldn't go anywhere for Christmas because yeah, and or anything. So like that was like, and so it's strange because like it was actually because of course it's very dark that time of year. So I just remember like just pretty much like for like a week or two there. Well, of course, like my brother and his fiance they came over and we did some holiday stuff. But like around Christmas, New Year's, this was before the convoy. I just remember like yeah, just like pretty much working during the day in my little basement room there because like yeah, just, that's where my office was, and then just going upstairs, sitting in there in almost just the dark, eating my food, right? Because yeah, days are very short that time of year. Listening to that book, it was a strangely weird and comforting, but lonely. Like yeah, it was just pretty much like just very routine, right? Yeah, just worked, ate.
Wait, so
So this is the 5 month period
wait,
where
wait.
you don't want to
Can we go back?
revisit. Is that
No, 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 no. This was
after?
2021. This was during the QR
Can we go
codes.
back? Or can we go
Oh,
back? I
okay,
want to
right.
know, like, besides this, how much horror have you guys like read or maybe watched that you guys think it's I don't know.
Like I said, for the most part, like I mean, I was always a big fan of the Evil Deads, but that's just because they're fun, right?
Uh,
So I watched
the
Yeah,
first
those.
one is good
watch
though. The first,
those.
I thought the first one actually, like, it's a good horror movie. I mean, the second one is
Oh, no, the
Army
third
of
one,
Darkness.
Army of Darkness is the best
oh,
one.
but
That was
that's
the one I actually
shenanigans though.
had.
That's the one I watched the most. Though. It's so funny.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, yeah, no, but yeah, no, that's what I mean is I love Army
and
of
did
Darkness.
you guys watch
Um,
the remake though? I really like that. People always hate on me because I actually love that movie. The remake, the 2000 was it 16? Oh, I forgot what year it came out.
oh, I didn't see any. I did watch because they did that TV. I never finished. I need to finish it.
Ash
Oh, I
The
versus
watched that.
Evil
I actually
yeah,
Dead.
watched that. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, I watched most of it. I think I need to finish like the last season or so of it. But
Oh, but
so yeah, no,
that's
I was
more in,
always.
in the tone of the third movie, so that's why I liked it.
I did see what which we call it, Drag Me to Hell, right? Did you ever see that
No, what was
one?
that?
It was the one that came out like I want to say around 2009, 2008. It was done by what's his name? Who's the guy who directed those?
Huh? Wait, what?
The guy who
Sam Raimi?
the
Sam
Evil Dead's.
Raimi.
Yeah, yeah. So Sam Raimi.
Yeah,
So it's called Drag Me to Hell. You can check it out. it actually has the guy from the Apple commercials. Like he's one of the characters in it. But it's mostly I forget the chick's name. She was an actress who was kind of big around that time. I forget her name, but
Yeah.
um, I saw
You
that
know,
one. What I don't know. Like
Evil Dead the remake, like it was like, oh, gender swap, and like, actually, like I had checked the director, and he had directed like really crappy movies, so I had a really bad really bad expectations, and that movie just blew my mind. So
I'll check it out. But like I
even
said,
just,
for a long time,
just on the technical aspect, like you see the way the shots are done, and like, the way they play with it, with the color palette. I was like, oh my god, they actually, like when you start, like, seeing contrast, and like they actually pay a lot of attention to the colors, and you see, like, in the scenes, like the way the colors contrast, you see it's not by accident, right? Like you'll see they always play with two colors. I won't even tell you, I don't want to spoil it for you, so you can maybe notice it, but they always play with two colors, and it's consistent through the movie. And when something's happened, one of the colors is more pervasive, and then once it switches to somebody else, like you see the color switching. So anyways, all of these things that I'm like, and just, like, such a good, like the way they take this story, I feel like, I don't know, and it has a super grand finale that I wasn't expecting, and just visually, like a visual fest. I would hate that movie. On paper it sounded really bad, but well,
was listening for the most part. I avoided most horror until I actually was like in my early 20s, and then I got more into it. And actually, that's when I actually went and saw the first two Evil Deads. Well, rented them. I mean, this time it was rental DVDs. So it was relatively later because yeah, for a long time there, like I just found horror trashy, and most
most
of it is
of
trashy.
it,
That's why I
Yeah.
don't
yeah,
usually
most of
touch
it
on.
is. I mean,
And so that's more than any. And it's not that I'm offended at, but like boring trashy, right? It's just there for like the. It's like if I want, right, because of course, yeah, I'm a child of the internet. If I want to watch porn and see titties, I will go and watch porn and see titties, right? Like I'm not gonna use some fucking watch a 2 hour piece of shit fucking movie just to see one boob fall out,
Yeah.
halfway through the movie.
well,
You know what I mean? So like,
in my
That's old school at
well, that's
this
what I'm saying.
point, right?
But
I
in
mean,
my
That's
defense,
70s, 80s shit, right?
yeah, I started watching these movies when I was like 14, right? So back then, that's all I had, right? I mean, well, we have like GeoCity on the internet. Like,
yeah,
what
yeah,
the
I
hell are you gonna
agree,
look,
Carlo.
like, check out like high def boobs, right? Like you have to be on the movie screen or like at the theater. So that's why I started watching horror. And what I said, like, I always like the gore aspect because of the kind of death reminder. I find that even the ritualistic aspect of that, I find that cool. But yeah, uh, obviously, I won't defend horror movies. Like most of it are just stupid, and like it's the same thing, right? You have like a crew of people, like you have a group of people, and they're all fodder for like the meat grinder there. Like, I mean, it's not much to it.
Bunch of
Aliens.
fornicating teenagers, right? Like, and I just always hate the teen, right? So it's like I just can't care enough when they
But
die,
I think that's
right?
the
And all
point, though,
those.
to dehumanize the teenagers there.
Oh no, but that's what I'm saying. So, but no. To a certain extent, like I said, basic bitches they see themselves in that way, right? So it's like that could be me because I'm a total whore too, and that's why I can relate to the horror
Or,
here, right?
or,
Because
or,
it was mostly bitch, right? Like I mean,
or
that
the
was why
guys
people
who are
went to
like
those
fucking
movies.
meatheads too, right? And like
Well,
who
that's
go
why
around
they
like
went to those movies in
slapping
the
the chick's butt
yeah.
and whatever, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So people went there in the '80s, right? The girls dragged their boyfriends to it. The boyfriend watched it because he saw a tit, and then he's hoping to get some, so it got them all wet and riled up and stuff. So I mean, it was purely about sex, but not in an interesting way. It was just boring, right? It's just like we're young,
Yeah, no, I mean, you
which is which
can't
is
relate
why
to
which is why 5 minutes into that less than
any
zero,
of
I
the
just
characters,
couldn't.
though. Um,
Oh, less than zero.
Like I said, it's same thing. It's just like, oh my god, this is like an '80s horror movie without the boob and the gore, right? Like it's like you took all the good parts out, and you just left the rest of it. Young '80s kids being young '80s kids.
yeah, that book gets dark, but whatever. What was I gonna say? Oh, but and what about sci-fi horror though? Like, yeah, like Aliens or like
The
even
Thing,
yeah.
but even that, I can't remember when I finally saw that. But of course, I love like I actually usually list that
Well,
probably as one of
all of
my
the Carpenter
favorite
movies though
movies.
are fantastic. I don't know how many have you watched, but That is actually
I've watched
quality.
even some of the shitty ones
Oh,
too,
he has
right? Like what
shitty
is
ones.
it like?
Ghost of Mars.
Uh,
What,
no, but like not the
Escape,
latest, but
Escape
there,
from
there was
LA.
some around.
Which one?
Escape from LA was great. I don't know what
What's
you're
the
No.
one
saying
that
there.
has?
What? Are you kidding me? Escape from New York is good.
Well, New York was better, but I mean,
No. Are you
LA was
kidding
still pretty
me?
good,
Terrible
man.
CGI. It's
He
stupid
has a
dialogue.
couple of.
Anyway. Okay.
Oh, let me go look it up.
You did like Escape from New York, though,
Oh
right,
hell
Stevie?
yeah! It's yo. I watch that like every year. It's a classic.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
sick. It really is. I actually just watched it recently. They have it on Tubi.
Oh no, it holds up so well. I mean, and it's even better than the crap that comes out today. And what Singh said, like the thing, I also watch a thing, like the thing, like how much, I don't know if have you watched it, Adrian? The thing.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
the scene where is the blood test? Like every time I'm on the edge of my seat, no matter how many times I watch this movie, like every time it comes to the scene, I'm like,
Well, it's perfect redirection, right?
it's
Because
so
like the,
good.
the way they talk over each
Yeah.
other, like it's perfect redirection every time, right? Because you just get distracted by their stupid conversation, and then boom, right? Because like he's like just like still talking to him, and he just haphazardly goes to stick it in there, and then
But
boom. But
I know
it's
I know
Prince
it's
of Dark,
coming.
Prince of
Oh,
Darkness.
Prince of Darkness is awesome, bro. I also watch it like once a
Yeah,
year.
and In the Mouth of Madness.
Classic.
They live.
Well, obviously.
No.
That's if anything that's I don't know if there's any movie in the
No,
last like
but
3 or 4 years that went from like almost completely forgotten to being like the most memed movie that like on the internet right now, right? Like literally, like that movie was all but forgotten, say 10 years ago, and now the memes from it are just everywhere, right? Even the normies try to sometimes use
you're
it.
saying that
You know what I mean? For
you
their
said like
purpose.
he's less like those are the good ones. So when you said like he's less like like interesting movies, I thought you meant like yeah, Escape from LA, yeah, Ghost of Mars,
No, I meant more like
Memoirs
they
of
were
an
more
Motorcycle Man,
Invisible
yeah,
Man.
the Ward.
they're more forgotten, right? They're kind of like in the period there, like like because they didn't have as big of
Yo,
budgets and stuff like that, so they're
disagree.
more
What I'm
forgotten.
telling you, to me those are classics. Like I watch them every year. Like yeah, maybe on the lower tier, yeah. Village of the Damned, Escape from LA, Ghost of Mars, Invisible Man. What's the other one? The Word. Yeah, those are like meh. But like, yeah, no. Mouth of Madness, classic. Oh, what is the movie? It's one movie with James Woods. It's like Vampire Hunters. Such a shitty movie too. And you
It's
guys have what?
because the
Big
other
Trouble in Little China. That's another classic that I watch.
yeah on the same thing. It's not quite hard. It's but it is splatter. Cronenberg, right?
Oh,
Cronenberg. That because when you're
Scanners.
saying
Yeah,
James Wood,
man. Awesome.
scanners. Well, scanners. What is it? Breeders or the
Brood, yeah.
brood? The brood.
Yeah.
The Brood. Let me go look up Cronenberg
Bye.
because I went. What is it? Cause I. So let's see. Videodrome. The Fly. The Fly was the first one. That one I saw. That was one of the few ones that I did see relatively young. So let's see. So
Scanners is great, man.
yeah, no, Scanners is great. Like, what's great about that one is I watched it. I think a bit before I moved to Montreal. Well, it was a few years before, but yeah, like I always think of that one before I moved to Montreal because I was shut in Montreal. So yeah, Scanners, Videodrome, The Dead Zone. That one's great too. The Fly. Oh, did I see Dead Ringers? I can't remember. I don't know if I saw that one. I meant to, but I don't know. So yeah, the Naked
I
Lunch.
saw that
That one
Ringers.
has.
It's more like psychological thriller. It's not really horror like the other ones. Doesn't have the splatter punk or like the more extreme horror. Uh, do you
Did
see
you see
Existence? Do
Naked
you see
Lunch?
Existence with also
Yeah,
Jude
Yeah,
Law?
Jude
Yeah, it was a
Law.
sick movie.
yeah.
Also, I find it underrated because it's like a proto Matrix movie, right?
Wait, is it Jude Law and Jennifer
Yeah.
Jason Leigh?
Yeah, unforgettable movie. And there's a scene with William Dafoe where like they're on this gas station and they're replacing their virtual pots there. I don't know why. I even dream about that scene sometimes. It doesn't leave my brain. That stupid scene for some reason. William Dafoe is in this yeah, like a garage mechanic uniform, and they get their spinal pods changed there. I don't know why I always remember that. Yeah,
Yeah, the pods. It's like that organic,
yeah,
like virtual reality.
yeah.
Like,
It's like an organic video game, biotech-based video game. Interesting movie. And what I said, underrated. I feel like because these movies don't have like they don't have
yeah,
the
absolutely.
typical, act one, two, three, and bow and exit. They don't get enough credit, but definitely food for the brain there. Um, I mean, you guys have watched all of this though. I mean, the good stuff. I mean,
Yeah. Oh, for
it's
sure.
not too much to pick from there from horror, but definitely Cronenberg and
It's really it's hard to find any good horror after like 2000, like the best ones. It's like, yeah, 80s, 90s. Like you get some good ones in there. Because like after that, it just becomes mostly kind of masturbatory.
honestly,
Then there's like the dark
I don't know if you
fantasy,
guys
like
like fucking Scream, but that to me was just trash. All of the
nope,
slasher,
never. I won't even. I never even
whatever,
tried to watch
know
them.
what you did last summer, like all of those clones of Scream and Thor turned into that, late 90s. I'm like, fuck this, I'm out. Like I never.
No, so there's something
Final
like the
Oh
Destination.
yeah, it was the same shit. Yeah.
pure shit, and yeah, no, I can't stand the Saws. But Dark City, did you
Whoa,
see that
Alex
one?
Proyas, yeah, man.
It's
Oh, that is
fantastic.
Yeah,
amazing. That is an amazing movie.
there's Darks.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the City of
What a
Lost
movie, Dark
Children.
City. It's in cinematography wise too. Like, I mean, it's just incredible how they play with the settings there, right? I mean, it's yeah, movies.
Yeah. Did you guys ever see the Cube
Yeah, I have watched that.
or
Yeah,
Cube? Yeah,
Cube and
Cube.
Hypercube. Yeah, but
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have.
I
Yeah.
mean, that felt very Hellraisery, the Cube. Being a puzzle and like people losing their fucking minds there in the gore. It sounded like a
No, no,
no,
no.
that's
Sorry,
a
I'm thinking
Cube.
it's a
That's a
Cube.
Cube
It
for
was
sure.
like
And
no, it's not.
they actually no, it's not Hellraiser. I'm saying that it's very Hellraisery. Like it's kind of like the same vibe. But they're trapped in this prison that it's like a giant puzzle, and
Yeah,
it keeps reformatting itself. I don't know. I think every 24 hours something
but that one's
goes out.
actually
Yeah,
Canadian. Yeah, that one's actually
yeah.
Canadian.
Canadian actors as well. Um, but yeah, that is actually good. The Cube is 90s, right? Like that's late 90s or mid.
97. Yeah,
That is
97.
actually good. One of the latest ones that I remember liking. Like a lot of that shit. No, wasn't into any of the slasher.
Yeah, Carlo, have you seen the Tesseract, the Alex Garland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I actually. That's one Alex Garland that I have not
I
seen.
don't know. I mean, after Kobe, I don't give a shit of watching anything. But no, I haven't. Usually, for Alex Garland, like I watch all of his stuff. Like I just as soon as I watch Ex Machina, I'm like, yeah, let's go. But
Yeah, well, he did 28 Days Later. That
The
was my
closest,
first.
obviously, the closest ones to thriller that I love are the Silence of the Lambs and Hannibal.
that's not
Um,
horror though. That's straight.
no, thriller. Like usually, like I guess that's the
Yeah,
thing. I hate the ones that are more thrillery, right? So that's the thing, like Halloween, and then even the nightmare, the Nightmare on Elm Streets, right?
No,
They're
yeah,
horror,
but
but they're more
that's
thrillery
slasher
horror,
though.
right?
Friday the
The slasher
13th.
movies, any slasher movies, I don't like either. I mean, it's just dumb shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Something I actually like recently is Get Out. Do you guys watch that?
I saw parts of it at my friend's house. I wasn't really that interested in it.
I
I
know there's
was
a
like,
lot of wokey shit in there.
I liked I like the like the horror aspect. It was interesting. Um,
Yeah, but I know
oh,
there was some
there is
critical race
there is
there.
gender bullshit there and like race critical theory in it for sure. I'm just trying to think of anything.
I was always slightly interested, but at the same time, yeah, I just couldn't bring myself to. Yeah, like I just like it came out when I wasn't even willing to tolerate that shit anymore.
Yeah, like I mean, did you like the comedy show of Key and Peele?
I never watched a ton of it. I watched segments here and there. Yeah, and I did like this some of their segments there. Although they were always kind of they sometimes it'd be funny and other times it would like edge on wokey, right? Like I
Yeah,
remember they had a whole skit on that "Baby It's Cold Outside." You know, there's it's like a rape song, but then yeah, I don't know. So they were always edging that way. I think it's more the fat one. I think he was more wokey than the
yeah,
bald one, and he's the one that, of course, directed Get Out there. So that's why I was
yeah,
always,
exactly.
it's like,
Did you watch any of the Eric Andre um show with Hannibal Buress? It's like an interview type of
I've
show. It's a
seen stuff
comedy again,
with
yeah.
Eric Andre. Like I don't know if I ever watched that show in particular, but I've seen various things with Eric Andre.
I'm pretty sure it's an Adult Swim one, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, but it came out. I was I mean, from the times Adult Swim came out there, like early 2000s, like I was a regular watcher of that. Probably like up until pretty much up until I moved to Canada. Right, once I moved to Canada, I no
Yeah.
longer really watched much cable at that point. There were still a few things that I'd still download and catch up on there, but yeah, I didn't stay regular. But yeah, because like I mean, I remember before it was even Adult Swim, it was just Space Ghost Coast to Coast, right? Sunday night. And I actually remember when
Yeah.
Adult Swim was literally, it was like a 2 hour segment. It was just a 2 hour segment, like Sunday night there, right? You'd get like, and that's why they had all the 15-minute shows like Aqua Teen Hunger Force, right? Because like they
Yeah.
would like have like, you know, a bunch of those 15-minute shows. They'd have like one or two like 30-minute, comedy shows, and then they'd have like some anime, like some,
Wait, didn't you say
in
you
there.
watched Hereditary at some point?
Who?
Hereditary, the movie Hereditary. What's the name?
Oh,
Yeah, did
Hereditary.
you
Yeah.
watch it, or I think you said,
Yeah, I watched it. Like I said, I actually watched that right
did you like it, or
in it was. I didn't hate it. I mean, I wouldn't say like I loved it, but I mean, I wasn't bored.
okay?
I watched it. I wasn't. Yeah, like it was good enough.
I mean, that movie, it's watchable, but I mean, it's like a drama movie with like a
Yeah,
family drama with gore, right? So kind of makes it interesting,
yeah.
but to me, it still doesn't work. Like it still doesn't mesh well, like the family drama and the horror. But and I mean, like,
Like I said,
it is
like
watchable
it wasn't.
though.
It wasn't. Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I didn't. I didn't mind watching it. Like it
What's
was just
what's her
something because,
name?
like I said,
Toni Collette. Like she actually acts for for a
yeah,
change. Like I mean, anything the
yeah,
past 5 years is garbage, but she actually acts well. So I enjoy that. What I say, if you when I started breaking the movie down to its kind of logic, I'm like, wait, this doesn't work. This doesn't work. So a lot of the internal logic is stupid.
yeah. It's kind of a bit, but like I said, like because it was just one. Like I was visiting my mom, like and her husband. Like this was like December when I was out there right before COVID, and so like yeah, like we just put it on, and I remember not being irritated enough to like stop watching it, right? Because sometimes I will just get bored of the movie and do anything
No, I
else.
mean, I don't think it's boring. It falls apart at the end when you find out what happens. But like
Yeah,
as it's
yeah,
building up to it, I guess it is interesting. But yeah, something that I also watched that I was like, oh, like like you, like I was like, I actually watched it. Like I didn't turn it off, like most things. So
yeah. So I mean that's the thing. Like yeah, it's really hard to say. Like I of the speculative fiction genres, like usually horror has been at the bottom of my list. Now, when I find a good one like Lovecraft or Barker, then of course I consume tons of it because it's so
oh,
rare. And they really are two of my favorite. Like I said, like of the authors that I've probably read the most of, it's Lovecraft, Barker, and what's his name, Niven.
Right.
I think you should
So
give a
yeah,
chance to.
we're doing Neutron Star next week, right?
No, next week is the Willows and
Oh yeah,
the
the and
Wendigo.
okay, yeah.
Now
Sorry, I
those guys
forgot.
technically they are horror, but like those Victorian guys, that it's always a bit right. I mean, yeah, that's why it's just weird because yeah, the Victorians like I don't really consider them properly horror.
Well, it's weird, right? It's a weird genre.
Exactly, yeah. It's just the
Yeah.
weird because and sometimes even some of those guys, there's other ones I've touched on where it's more kind of like in the ghosty story or it's like psychical or yeah, there's one like it's like John, like I think it was Blackwood. It was like John something psychical researcher, right? Because yeah, he was all into the psychotherapy, the psycho, not psychotherapy, like yeah, like the spiritualism movement and stuff like that. And so yeah, the psychical research, right? So it's like a weird sort of, but yeah, but I don't consider those like true horror. Really, it really is just love. I won't touch Stephen King.
No,
I've tried,
what I
but
told you, it's if you want to do Stephen
Yeah.
King, just do you can do Theodore Sturgeon, Richard Matheson, like it's those guys. Stephen King just basically like made it palatable, like like dumbed it down, but it's really like
yeah. Well, made it fucking
yeah,
boomer, right?
exactly. I mean that's
Boomered it up.
yeah, he's just what I said before. He's just Tarantino, but for horror fiction there, because I mean, like none of his shit is original. He's just recycling stuff from like former generation and just dumped it down. Um,
So are we building up to the Ring World series here,
We
or
will
not?
eventually, but it's going to take a bit, right? Because yeah, we got to get through Neutron Star. We got to get through Neutron Star. We might do the World of Tovs. We don't necessarily need to do the World of Tovs to get there. We do have to do Neutron Star, and then we could technically do Ring World. But actually, the more interesting part with Ring World for me, you got to then do Ring World, then the Protector, then Ring World 2. Ring World 3 was okay, but Ring World 2 was really kind of, and I don't want to say why, but yeah, like it was interesting in some ways. Um, so eventually, like I said, the problem with those is just like, yeah, if we do them back to back, I don't want to get people fatigued on it, right? Because like I think when I listened to them because like this was during that winter there, right? Like I'd pretty much get through one
Yeah.
within a week or even a half a week, right? Because like literally it was just like 12 hours a day, just audiobooks sometimes.
Jesus.
yeah, I don't have that time. Actually, like this week, I was lucky that I have some days that my route was canceled, but normally I'm super busy, unfortunately. Unfortunately.
Are you still doing that survivalist
No,
course,
no,
Carlo? Or is
that's
that
super
over?
expensive, man. No, I did like a couple of days because it's expensive as hell. So no, I mean you have to pay every time you go, right? So yeah, like I can. I mean, I can
Right.
justify spending that much money. I spend enough.
I was actually at some point in the next few weeks. I don't know if I'll actually go because the hunting season's already it started. It pretty much starts this most hunting for is October, November, December there. But I actually probably will go and do. Well, you can either do it online, but it would be But I think there's another thing because like I could probably do it online, but yeah, because you got to do like a hunter education course, and then you can get your license, and then you can buy your tags. But then the other thing, I know my gun range. Like I don't know when they offer it, but I know like what they do is like they'll actually teach you how to dress the carcass, right? Pretty much butcher it,
Wow, that's awesome.
and
I've been looking for that one
well,
here.
because that's the difficult part. Now I've watched enough videos of like the basics of it, right? So like you first get the deer, right? You hang it up by the legs, and you got to cut it so that all of its entrails fall out, so that the meat doesn't spoil, right? So I know that much, right? So like I got to watch a few videos on that. But then when it comes to the whole butchering, now even then, well, I would like to know it. Like sometimes it's just easier just to take the damn thing and just take it to a professional butcher and let them, because I mean they'll hack it up for you for like
That's what people do
$100 or something.
here.
I
They
mean,
go to the native reserve and they have it butchered there for like $50. So
yeah, exactly.
I
So I
mean,
mean, it's sometimes
w-
just worth the
no, I
price,
mean,
right? Because yeah, they
it's a
can.
mess, right? I mean, you know, well, I don't know if I want to say this on spaces here, but anyways, I have to butcher a small animal, right? Like in my kitchen, and like, bro, it was like a horror movie, bro. It was like, you know, as if I had entered into an anime uh, blood splatter scene, right? Like it was like crazy, and it was so messy that I'm like, oh wow. And I have like good knives, you know. I followed like a whole technique how to do it properly. I mean, I just did it the right way, but it was so messy. Like, I mean, you have to practice a lot to do this, you know, on a regular basis because it's messy.
Well, that's I mean, like I know that like pretty much it because yeah, obviously decomposition happens as this. I know that you pretty much moment you kill that deer, you want to hang it up and get its guts out, right? Because that's where
To get
most of the
the
decomposition
guts and
comes.
the blood out, right? Like you need blood out because
Yeah,
that just, you know, you can get septicemia or whatever. You can get like it can go back.
but that's like, but if you've ever seen the decomposition, right? The decomposition always starts at the
Yeah,
anus, right? It's always the anus that goes first, right? So you want to get rid of the
yeah.
anus and everything attached to the anus. So
What
yeah,
I tell you, I've done a couple of times like small mammals, right? And you start there. You cut around the anus and you kind of, it's like a glove, right? You pull it from there and like, but like you cut that first and then you go from there basically. But it's messy, man. Like, I mean, I have to clean my kitchen. Like, if I were to hunt, like you have to need like a room with like, you know, like a whole.
or you usually do it in a shed. You have just a shed that's you have like a very clean
No, but
shed,
I'm
right? That's
thinking
what
myself
most.
of like, you know, if I were to, you know, let's say we go into a survival situation, like, yeah, you would need to, or let's say maybe if you start hunting, right, and you wanna start butchering at home, like you will need a separate room and like, you know, with like a drain and stuff. Like it's extremely messy. And I had tiny animals. I can imagine a whole, you know, a whole deer or like, you know, like big game. Oh my God, like what I said, it was blood everywhere and like you have to clean. I spend more time cleaning than actually doing the butchering. So
No, that's what I'm saying. Like if I was to properly do,
Yeah.
like I don't even know if I wouldn't do it in a room. Like literally, yeah, you do it like at most in like a shed. Otherwise, you just lay a table out in the yard, right? Yeah, you butcher it up on the table and then you hose it all off, right? That's
yeah, no, you need a drain, a good hose if you want to do that because it's pretty messy.
So, Zinc, are you a fan of deer meat?
it's fine. I mean, it's just it's lean. It's I mean it's if I'm not overly picky. I mean
I
it's in the continuum
I
of
like it a
beef,
lot
right?
though.
It's
Deer is
Yeah.
it's gamier than
yeah.
actually moose. Moose it tastes a lot like ground beef. Like if you get
Yeah.
hash meat for moose, honestly, like if you cook it well in I don't know spaghetti sauce, I bet very few people would tell the difference. But deer has a definitely more gamey taste. And
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, yeah, it's almost yeah, like it's the gamey. It's almost kind of like a mature cheese,
yeah.
right? It has that kind of
And
musky
it depends the
flavor.
cut too, right? Like if you get you know like a yeah, it depends the cut. You can get more gaminess or like the meat like more tender or like you know like a if you get darker meat or like
I mean, for the most part, most of the deer I've ever eaten was jerky,
okay.
right? Venison jerky. So I mean, in all honesty, that's probably what I'd mostly if I ever took a deer, I would probably like get most of it because I'm actually not a big steak
Oh, you
guy. I
aren't?
mostly
Oh man,
prefer
steak is
no, no, yeah.
my
I
life.
prefer jerky. Yeah, no, I prefer jerky. I prefer sausage. I'm not gonna make sausage of it, or ground. Right? I would probably actually get most of it ground. I'd probably like maybe the really choice steaks I would keep, but
Yo,
yeah,
deer, the tenderloin, the knuckle, and anything from the rump, bro. It's like just so tender. I mean, mm,
well, I am big on roasts. Right? I do like a good pot roast. That is that is usually my sort of go to. So
but yeah, anything from the
Yeah.
the rump to me is like just yeah, just super tender and juicy and all that. Maybe you can get the top
I
round.
have a thing with the chewiness of fat. That's my main problem with steaks and stuff is that the fat's too
No,
chewy.
but deer is lean, man. Deer is super lean. They barely have
Yeah, well,
any
that's what I'm
fat, and
saying. Like so,
you
like
know if you get them, you might get some fat like closer to the winter, but if you get them, anywhere before, like summer, fall, you get zero fat on that, man. It's super, super lean. So yeah, don't worry about that. Maybe moose might have some more fat, but deer is the leanest. And yeah, honestly, even sometimes like when I get the hash meat for deer, I'm like, no, man, I prefer moose because it has really no fat, so it doesn't taste as great, the hash meat. I mean, it tastes good, but it lacks the fatty texture a bit. So it's like when you buy extra lean meat for beef, right? Like, I mean, it kind of feels kind of thin in the mouth. So yeah, and there's some texture.
So Carlo, are you still storing like rice and stuff like
Yeah,
this?
I have a whole,
Like
I have
different
all my
supplies?
cabinets are full of like bursting out with cans and like, yeah, like mostly canned food. And I have my closet where I have my clothes, a bunch of like, yeah, dry food, rice. And so every time I go to the grocery store, I buy, some extra cans and maybe a bag of rice if I see it cheap. So that I do that pretty much twice a week, right? So imagine how much I've been storing. So I'm actually worried now that I have too much and I'm gonna have to start getting rid of some. But yeah, I do that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's more for peace of mind, but I feel like now it's getting kind of retarded for me to have all this. Yeah, I don't have any room in my cabinets for stuff in the kitchen. Like I open my kitchen cabinets and like tuna cans just fall out that I have to put them back up. So
So
Oh,
so,
I
so
love it. My fucking. I
yeah,
have a ton of cabinets in this apartment, and they are fucking bare.
yeah.
Just bare. Because I don't have any
um,
like
Yeah.
pots or pans or anything. Right, all that shit's back in Montreal, and so like I really haven't bought any cutlery and anything
so
else. Like yeah, like most of my cabinets are
what's
just
your plan? You wanna
bare.
eat your cabinets if shit hits the fan?
Oh no, if shit hits the fan, it's a whole different sort of. I don't. I actually want to be mobile, right? I'm not gonna stay where I
No, I have the
am.
same plan.
But it shit. Like, do you guys predict shit hitting the fan? Because
Nah,
like
I don't.
I thought it was gonna
No.
happen, but I don't think so.
You never know.
Right?
So,
Like, I
like I
mean,
said, here's the thing about prepping. Like I said, you should always
Yep.
have 72 hours
Yep.
worth of
Always.
supplies, right? Because power goes out, you get ice storms, right? So you should always have that, right? And of course, if anything goes out, the first thing you always
Water.
want to do is to
Water.
fill your fucking bathtub, fill your
Water.
fucking
Yeah.
bathtub.
I have too much water.
But more than anything else, but like I said, the shit hits the fan. I don't want to be around
Nope.
people.
That's a good
That's
idea.
the last thing
I mean,
I will die in the fucking
ideally, no, you
forest.
should have like, maybe a friend who lives in the, like in the country, or like a point where you can meet people, like or close to maybe a property, or like maybe like a place where like, yeah, it's like land where you can go like live off the land for a bit. Like that is the best plan for sure. You don't want to be around people for sure. I mean, that should be, you should have, a way to move around, water, and just a place to meet with, or even a place to go, like outside the city. Like that is definitely the smartest thing you can do. If shit really
Yeah.
does hit the fan though, right? I mean, but like in South America, like things get really, really bad where like they had martial law. When I was living there, my family, like, they basically they ran off there with me, right? Like with us, my sister and I, when we were kids.
Yeah.
And it got, like people dead on the streets. You have to skip over like corpses and stuff. Like it got that bad. And like things never got to like, zombie apocalypse, even after, what I'm saying, like having people dead on the streets and in martial law and all that. Even so, like things just kind of got back to normal after a couple of months. And like, I mean, they live like shit now. I mean, they're like a third world shithole now, but like, I mean, they're still like, they're not under, a Fallout 3 apocalypse, right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, exactly. I mean, that's the main thing. The main thing you want to avoid is it's the panic of people. Now, here in Idaho, at least, I'm not too worried about martial law. Everybody's packing pretty hard. That I don't think anybody
No, but I mean,
wants.
you saw how people
Yeah,
went nuts for fucking toilet paper. Imagine if there's actually a food
yeah.
shortage or something for real. Like, I mean, they would, like draw and quarter you for like a can of tuna if they trample people over some fucking toilet paper, like rolls. Imagine what they can do to you for actual food when they're actually hungry. So you definitely want to be away from people. Priority.
Now the other thing is they also have because you have to get a trapper license. Now trapping that's not something you just do passively, right? Because you got to check the traps so many times a day, and all that stuff, right, to make sure they're not. But I might actually take those trapper courses. So that's actually what I am looking
I,
maybe
I,
to do this
I
fall is to take
the
some
the ones that
hunting
I
and
did, my
trapping.
survival course that I had some trapper. I have some chopper basics there. Honestly, you just have to read how to find the trails for the animals, but like making the traps themselves is not extremely hard. It's more you have to read the
Yeah.
land, right, to know where the trails are like.
Well, like I said, like here, yeah, like I mean, the main reason. So here you have to just do it just to get the license, right? Obviously, the survival thing. But interestingly enough, like yeah, like they actually have one on wolf trapping because I guess wolves here in Idaho are open. Now it's not like you really want to eat wolves, but yeah, I guess pretty much you could if you got the like wolf hunting season is actually year round in Idaho. You could actually hunt a wolf year round.
Yeah, I'm so jealous of you. I wish I could move to the States. I'm probably gonna jump the border if things get really bad in Canada. uh,
Well, like I said, I mean that's when people, Adrian might not know, but yeah, for us unvaccinated there in Montreal, like I said, in the dark winter of 21, 22. I mean, it was dark. I mean, like, yeah, you had no idea because, like, increasingly they were taking away more stuff. Like, I remember even early 2022, there, I think they even did it for a week or two. They were talking about, yeah, not letting people into the fucking
yeah.
SAQ, right? If you didn't have your
Oh no.
vax, right? And then, then they were even talking
Yo,
about
things are getting so
fucking.
bad. Like I was expecting, like I was planning if they came to like force vax me, I was planning already what to do. Like things are getting that
Oh yeah,
bad.
yeah,
Yeah,
no, no,
like
like I said, I mean, yeah, I wasn't, yeah, I wasn't gonna be the only one
nope.
not breathing at that point. But no, but like I said, so at that point, like I was seriously thinking because like they were building the camps, they never used them,
Oh
but
yeah,
they were building camps in southern Ontario
yeah.
there and elsewhere.
Yeah.
I pretty much knew like this is like I said, people are like, oh, well, you can leave because you have American citizenship. I only stayed as long as I did because I had American citizenship. Because I always knew that if they started rounding people up, I would walk through the fucking 40 miles through the fucking snow to the U.S. border there, right?
It's not that far.
So it's like it's like my friend who went to
I came
Mexico.
back. I took an aspirin.
Oh, hey,
Hello.
Jody.
Hey Jody.
Wait,
Yeah,
what
it's like
happened,
my
Jody?
friend who
You had a
went to
headache, or
Mexico.
what's
Oh.
wrong?
Yeah, no, I get really bad migraines sometimes
Oh,
because of my fall last year and my car accident, but I took an aspirin and I'm back. So,
okay. Well, good to have you back.
can't-
I get migraines sometimes. I feel your pain. Yeah.
Yeah, I get them very rarely, but like when I get migraines, I always start with aspirin. If it doesn't kick in an hour or two, then I try like naproxen, right? Because sometimes like I find like usually aspirin works, but sometimes the aspirin just doesn't want to
yeah.
work, so I do keep like another type,
I
right? Like
I
naproxen
take
or Advil or
Excedrin and
Tylenol.
aspirin. That's usually what I take. Excedrin, aspirin, and I have something with caffeine, and that usually helps, but it still sucks. Anyways, do you want to keep talking about this story, Jody, or what's your plan?
I was like you. I kind of just took one and I laid down for 20 minutes.
You cut out.
Oh, I thought it was me.
Nope, my connection's perfect. So if somebody cuts out for me, it means they cut out.
Okay. I can't.
Yeah,
But I'm glad you're
you
feeling
cut
better now,
out,
Jody.
Jody. Yeah.
Okay, I'll drop down and come back up.
No, you're fine now. You're fine now. You're fine now. It just happens.
I didn't hear anything though before. If she was talking though, I missed it.
Here. There we go.
That's funny. That's one thing. I never get headaches.
I very rarely do. I don't get them very often, but what it is I was in a car accident a number of years ago and it fucked up my neck, and so
Yeah,
usually
same,
they
same.
radiate from the neck. So when I can feel it climbing from the back toward the front, then I pop an aspirin there. If I get it soon enough, then I'm fine.
Well, I was in a car accident in February 2018 and I was hit by 4 cars. My car was completely totaled.
What?
I don't know how I came out of it alive, but I did.
From 4 cards from
Whoa.
Yep,
where? Like they just gonna
4 cars.
like sand.
Well, I was side swiped and I was spun into oncoming traffic on a
Oh
4 lane.
my God.
Yeah, so my car was totaled. Yeah, I'll send you some, and it was a convertible too, with a rag top. So, my seatbelt actually let go, and I went smashing into the steering wheel, and then my head kind of like flopped, like whiplashed, and it hit the driver's side because it's two-door, hit the driver's side and knocked me out. So I hit my head there. And then when I fell last February again, in February, so that was February 2018, and then in February 22, I took that really bad fall on the ice. And I'd been having headaches since the car accident, but since that, I hit my head in the same spot. So, like, my hair is actually, since the car accident, my hair actually went where I hit it. It actually went silver, like it's all white there. It grows in white. It's kind of cool. It's kind of witchy. I like it, but I get bad headaches. Yeah, no, so I'm good though.
Wait, where were we on this story though? I forgot. Did we did we conclude this story?
I think we were just talking about horror in general. I think.
Oh
You
yeah,
guys were
no,
Yeah,
talking
pretty
we're
much.
talking
about
about the gore though.
Link sneaking over the U.S. border. That's where I came in. And
No, but I wanted to
It wasn't sneaking. It would have been all
I wanted to
legal.
get back to the
well, yeah,
story because I
that's
mean
true.
we
I know.
Jody, we were talking about the gory bits in the story, basically every time she murdered one of the men in the story, and I asked Adrian if he felt like that was like it kind of fit the tone of the story or too much or too little. Like I wanted to ask you too, like how do you feel about all of the kills basically?
Well, I don't know. After reading Spar, everything else seemed kind of like palatable. I was really grossed out by Spar. Like I'm not one for like slimy snot blood, and then when she was sucking on the cilia, it was like, ugh. So actually, I pretty much finished Spar and then I started on Clive Barker, and it was like, I don't know, I guess I didn't find it. It was just like straight like gore, right? It wasn't like anything. Yeah, I didn't find it that bad. Like I found it actually kind of, I don't know, like what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know,
Arousing.
like graphic. Oh, stop it! Not at all. Yeah, I don't know. I mentioned that. What was it? Her Titus is like this little suitcase, and she said, "Come along."
Yeah,
She was holding him by the hand or something, and he came toddling over.
the
I don't know. I found it like it was almost like she was trying to make things like almost implode. I didn't find it. I didn't find it that graphic. Didn't bother me that much. The peeling the skin off the face, like I was trying to picture it, but like I said, I read the books, so I don't. It's not a visual, so reading gore and seeing gore, like if it had been on a screen, I probably would have been turned off.
Interesting. So wait, so
Yeah,
how does your brain work? If there's something gory, you just try not to picture it, and that works. Like you just like keep your brain from making the mental image inside your
I
brain.
guess so. Yeah, like in my brain, there's not as much like gushing. Like I know in real life there'd be like gushing blood, but I don't get that like graphic image
Now,
when I'm
here's the
reading the
secret.
book.
It's not just the image. You have to imagine the
Yeah,
sound and the
Yeah,
smell.
Yeah.
That's the secret.
I didn't find it
Well,
like I
I can
said, if it was
imagine
a
all of those
visual, that would
things
have been
and
different.
like
well,
I
Jody,
can imagine all of those things and it's not that
I
bad.
actually found
Maybe I'm
the
just more
gore
fucked
kind of
up than I thought I
like
was.
creative in the way it was like, peeling back it was almost like she was wrapping a present.
I mean, in all its goriness, though, it's kind of poetic though. Like it has a nice flow. Like I was like, oh
Yeah,
wow, like, but we were discussing here like every kill kind of matches the person.
morbid kind of
We're
way.
saying that
Yeah.
the husband is kind of like messy and like like neglectful, untidy, whatever. And when she kills him, makes him like a nice little suitcase. She's like, oh, no, I can't believe this is my husband.
He's never
Never
been
been
so
so
neat
neat. Yeah,
before.
exactly.
Yeah.
And the other guy, Lyndon, that he is kind of like duplicitous. He's like, yeah, he's always like like kind of in the shadows there. He's like this sneaky, like a tricky guy. She, like basically rips him apart, exposing him, but also kind of like the kind of imagery of like like he's ripped in two, right? So like duplicity and like the exposing him, right? Like tearing his skin apart. So, and with the dude who has a lot of power, he basically takes away all of his power, like he makes him an animal, right? So It kind of has a poetic beauty there, in all of its horror, gore.
It's like she's emasculating them,
Yeah, but what I said, like it has a lot of symbolism too, right? It's not just like, I mean, not just, oh no,
Yeah,
he just like rip off his dick, whatever, right? No, it has like a lot of like contextual, like symbolism, and they kind
it
of match
does.
the personality of the character, of each of the characters. So
I wasn't horrified by it, as opposed to Spar, where I was kind of horrified by it because it was just,
but do
I
you
don't know.
think you were also like? Do you think the fact that the men were condescending to her, does that help? That kind of mitigates the effect of the violence, or what's your opinion on that?
I don't think they were being condescending to her. I think it was just the sign of just how men acted in the times, and that she was like ultra sensitive to it because of, well, she's obviously an easily depressed person, and she's an ultra sensitive person,
Yeah.
obviously. But I don't think the men were being like overtly condescending. They were just
Maybe
being
the doctor
themselves.
was, the psychologist, maybe.
Well, psychologists have a tendency to be, psychiatrists, psychologists, they have a tendency to think they know more than they do, and they can be condescending.
Interesting.
Interesting.
No, honestly, I just thought you guys would find, the gory parts, like, you would, just maybe not finding like.
Now, to be fair, they have been in spaces with me for several months now.
That's true.
Yes, you are quite visceral.
No, but Adrian, you watch.
Several months. I think I've known you for several years, maybe a year and a half, something like that.
Adrian, you watch a
Well,
lot
no,
of
but I mean,
horror.
like Adrian, I guess has been in for maybe it's been about a year now. So yeah.
Yeah, time
Yeah,
flies, eh?
I've known you for a year pretty much. When did I first get to know you? Like,
It was right
whenever
after the
the
Pierre
leadership,
Poilievre.
yeah.
I think that's
Was
sometime
that
in September.
2022 or was that?
Yeah, that was 2020.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, it was.
Aw, Pierre PP brought you together.
Well, no, it was Jade's Space. That's the best
Yeah, it
part.
was Jade's
Oh.
Because
space.
like we had been on the timeline, because we'd been on the PPC timeline there for a while. But yeah, no, it was Jade's Space.
So I mean, yeah. So like people like Irma, I've known Irma much longer.
Oh yeah,
From the
no, like
timeline. I mean,
2 years.
yeah.
Where is that person we were just speaking of? I haven't seen that person in spaces in a long time.
I mean, yeah, no, I think they've all been kind of off.
Wait, are we gonna
lately.
name drop here in this space, or what?
I did not name drop.
I
They name
said,
dropped. I
Well,
did.
no, I did.
Jade's
but
a piece of shit. I've never had any.
Oh,
Like I said, back in the old, like to a certain extent, even the name that I won't bring up, I once did go in his spaces. He came in my spaces, right? But whereas, yeah, Jade's always just been a rabid piece of shit.
yeah. She's. You know what? She can be as blunt and direct as you think she can, but she does things just because she's mean.
No, she
and
doesn't have a
just
working brain, right?
yeah.
It's all reactionary, like drunk reactionary, right? It's not really any intellect or
I find her very basic. I find her very simple. You understand what I mean? Like, it's just she's not all that deep. There's not all that
No.
much there.
Well, I mean, there's a ton of like simping CPCers there, right?
Is she still CPC? I thought she flipped to PPC the last time I thought.
No, she didn't flip, but she
Flip
was
it.
getting
He will.
Who knows? Who knows? But yeah,
No,
no,
she's not PPC.
Well, I don't want her.
She-
I don't want her
she-
in the PPC. She can go fuck herself.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All kinds of fun people on, like you said, Twitter or X. It's like the biggest
Oh no, it's actually
psychological experiment of all
What do you
time.
I'm
mean?
gonna see
What
if
do
I
you
have
mean,
time to.
Jody? It's the biggest psychological experiment.
Well, just think. You want to finish your thought? You're going to see if you.
Oh no, you can finish that, and then I'll go to mine.
What do I mean?
Yeah.
Well, you just come across like, see, people are raw on Twitter because most people are anonymous.
That
So
is true.
they can just let all their inhibitions go because there's no real fear of retribution because they're anonymous. And then you'll find that people who are themselves for the most part, except for the bold ones, right? Um, th- they kind of keep things a lot more conservative and they rein themselves in. But that's what Twitter is.
Well,
It's like just like
yeah, it's
this.
troll land, right? It's troll land, and it's
It's not no,
venting,
it's just this place where people can just yell and scream and
a
get
venting
mad
machine.
and just be their raw, complete selves and without any kind of filter. And so then you get to see the people as they truly are for the most part. And if you don't right away, you eventually find out because, yeah, because I find that once people get on spaces, you find who they are. But
The
like
reason,
people are just,
the
they,
reason I asked you,
most 98% of the people wouldn't say the things that they say on Twitter in real life. They wouldn't have the balls. They wouldn't have the guts.
I would.
Well, I
Now,
said
to be
most
fair,
people.
I actually wouldn't. I wouldn't even interact with most of the people I do on Spaces in real life, right?
Well,
I
Well,
would.
that's true
exactly.
too.
Like most of the people wouldn't even go into certain rooms or comment on anything. Like if they heard somebody in a coffee shop say something that they didn't agree with, would they stop and like yell in their ear, "You fucking asshole, you're such an idiot." Like
These
would they
days,
do that?
probably.
Well, most
well,
people wouldn't
from the
though.
from
Most
from
people
rabid
wouldn't.
leftists maybe, but the reason why I asked this question,
Keyboard
the reason why
warriors,
I asked this question
so
is
brave.
because I have a theory. Since you said it's a big experiment, right? I have a theory that Elon Musk bought Twitter for 44 billion or whatever. Sorry, $44 million. Not because he was trying to save free speech or whatever the heck, but like I think he's trying to feed information to his neural networks there, and he's using Twitter, to the reason why he wants quote unquote free speech is to have like his AI, networks there, like feeding from all types of voices and opinions. So he's just playing his
I think it was 44 billion,
right.
Speedy. You were right the
So,
first
so
time.
on that topic, what I was gonna say. So, what was it? Frosty the other night. Yeah, well, you guys were in there. He said the Gab thing. So, I'm gonna test it this week. So, just be warned that I might. I'm not sure. I might because I have to pay for it. But I'm gonna see if I can like test and find something. I might move this on to Gab. We'll see.
I'm on Gab. I just have to
Oh yeah,
remember
no,
my
I'm
how to get
I'm
into
not
it
on
again.
Gab. That wait,
Yeah, neither am I.
move just the spaces or the um
You mean just the Gulag Book Club?
maybe.
I don't know. I think
but
Well, I'll have to say I haven't. I honestly haven't touched Gab in like 2 years,
me too.
so I don't know what it's evolved there. I don't know if the DM situation's better. I'm not sure, like if the spaces because it's all reinforcing, right? Depending on the infrastructure they have there, right? You have tweets, or I'm just gonna call you have the timeline, and that feeds into the spaces and back and forth, and then you have DMs and stuff like that. So I'm just curious if the ecosystem is more conducive to whatever, and who knows, maybe people on Gab read. That's the other question, right? Like if we pimp it out there, because like people.
Because
Uh,
you're bored with us and
no, I'm just saying, like just like on here, like
yeah,
people.
but hang on, Zink. Like I have sometimes trouble reading you. Like sometimes I get the impression you do want more people, and sometimes I feel like you just want to keep it as it is with like just us. So what do you want more people on or?
I think like 15 people would be like an optimal kind of a group.
I mean, it's just like rotation, right? Because like the main thing is that if we expand it more, right? Like it's just like that way, like because I mean it is right. What I was like, so like because Adrian had to step away for like 30 minutes there, and like I said, you need at least 3 people, otherwise it's just
No, I
ping
agree.
pong. Yeah, so like you need at
But we do
least.
go for quite a long
Well,
stretch.
I mean, Wogpog was in here. Was he saying anything?
No,
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 He
I
said
think
he
he
was
was good.
he
He didn't
he
read
he
the
he,
book.
he he has been he has said he will participate next week. Both him and Mikey have said they will participate next week. So,
Let me tell you, especially like for a format like this, if you have more than 6 people, it gets messy. Like it just gets everyone's trying to speak.
Oh, does it? Oh,
No, because
okay.
well, I'm just
I've
saying
done
it's just like that
I've
way.
done
Like,
book clubs like a lot of on Discord, right? And when there are too many people, like it's hard to even like keep like one subject like on track. Like then you have to kind of play cop. Like that's what I had to do, right? With my book club. Well, the one I was on, I was like the kind of co-host there because there was someone else like actually hosting, but uh, like I was trying to re-rail the conversation off, and it was exhausting. And I'm like, I was like, wait, guys, remember, this is like just so either people are really into the book or very committed to the book club, or you if you have too many, I feel like that happens. Like then you have two people in the
well, like
conversation. Like,
the way ideally would work is that you have the core group up there, but then other people who maybe aren't as talkative, they can come in, say their five sentences there, and then pop out, right? So that there's you know different levels of participation
no,
there,
for
right?
sure. But what I'm telling you is like the more people you have, the more you need kind of a way to keep the conversation on track. Like it's
Yeah.
so much easier for it to digress into tangents, and like what I said, the more people, the farther it goes, and for you to reel it back, it's so you have to kind of have a system there, like, and know exactly when things are going, like, okay, like you have to bring it back now, because otherwise you end up just talking about someone's dog or something.
Well, I mean, Zinc seems to have always been okay with having
No, but I'm just saying that
tangents in
when it
here,
gets
right?
into
Like, I
like
mean,
someone's like how many times their dog poops a day or something, like like you have to
oh yeah, no,
anticipate
no,
before it
that's
gets there. You know what I'm saying? Like it has to be something constructive too, right? You can just talk trash, because I mean, like, I personally dislike that when you're analyzing the movie or a book, and then you end up talking about like mundane shit.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, what are you doing? You just go somewhere else, right?
Well, like I've tried to get better because before it was just to keep the conversation going, but I have become more careful about certain people. Actually, a bit ago, a certain person who I'm pretty certain didn't read the book had requested a mic. It's like,
Wait, that have read or haven't? Okay,
haven't haven't
okay,
read it.
okay.
And so usually, I mean, that's the main problem. Like, if somebody's read it, but like too often, and actually, that's the thing I worry about with Spaces is Spaces is taken on a certain sort of style that, yeah, like essentially people come in here and they like hear one thing, and then it's like, oh, that's vaguely really narrative push, right? We always go on about the narrative push. So like, yeah, we mentioned something vaguely, and then they want to come up here and talk for 5 minutes about, you know, well, obviously, we were talking about male female relationships there. So, somebody might come in and it's like, oh, yeah, well, I just broke up with my, whatever there. And, you know, so like, I mean, that's sort of the worry, right? It's just that, yeah,
Not
like,
therapy.
exactly. So, I mean, and of course, yeah, like, so, and I've allowed it in the past there, but I usually kick them down, like, because of course, like I said, the book club is my attempt to be unifying there, right? So I have tried to be more patient with people, give them a chance to come up, and it's like, oh, did you read the book? No, but it sounds really neat. It's like, oh, great, well, yeah, read next week's, and then of course they never do. But it's an attempt. It's an attempt because, like I said,
I thought it's an
it's
attempt to get people to think a
well,
bit
exactly.
more,
Well, that's what I'm
right?
saying. Try to get them involved, right? Trying to get them to interact there, right? With ideas, right? And that's
And here I am.
so, yeah. But so I mean,
Yeah,
that's just so I mean, yeah. If the group grows more, right? Like, yeah, I'm not like looking for too many people there, but yeah, I mean, it's always just to try and keep it.
Am I the first chick?
no,
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 Clara.
we had Clear, we had Clara.
Yeah,
You
Clear
could have
used to
lied to me.
participate.
Could have fucking lied to me.
Well, no, you were in
Well,
here
I mean,
for the being there, the Jersey Kaczynski,
I'm teasing.
which was also Wogpog was also in here. That was his. He actually
I
recommended the
sometimes
book.
get. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Sometimes, well, I don't want to. This is recorded, so I won't. I won't say it here. Never mind.
you're definitely a most fun, Jody.
Oh, yeah. I've gotten that a lot in my life. Yeah, I'm really fun in person. Like I'm always talking people up wherever I go. Like, yeah. I'm very outgoing, but I used to be in book clubs, but I was in like, live book clubs where we'd go to somebody's house. And I find like live, like the conversation rolls a little, it's harder when it's an online book club, I find.
Oh, I say it's better. I take
Do you?
pisses. Yeah, well, because I can go piss while you guys are talking, right?
You can tell us too.
Exactly.
Exactly. You sound like a Saskatchewan boy. Exactly. They say exactly.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
not.
jazz.
I prefer live too, but honestly, I mean, just doing it in my pajamas and like being able to.
Oh no, it's cool. Like you're probably sitting there in your gitch, aren't you,
Yeah,
Carlos?
I'm just wearing my sweatpants and just chill. So that's definitely an
Do
advantage.
you know what gitch? Do
Wow,
you even know
Jazz.
what gitch is?
Oh, I didn't hear that. Oh, yeah. Uh,
You know what gitch is?
yeah.
En français.
The Getch, je sais pas.
The gitch. The gitch. I wasn't sure if that was like a Western thing because.
Well, I'll have you guys know I'm actually shirtless right now.
Woo!
It's after 10. It's after 10.
Well, we should have a end of the book club striptease. Who's in?
Well,
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean, for
sure
men.
Jazz is in
I
down there.
mean,
Jazz, we
Yeah.
haven't seen
in,
you in
in
ages.
the
All
My
the members
goodness.
have
in
to.
the context of the story, I
I
guess.
guess I'm pretty certain he hasn't read it, but I think we're kind of coming toward the end here, so we'll let the little guy up.
Oh,
So, Jazz, what was the deportation process like? Was it a difficult swim back across the Rio Grande there?
do you have body cavity searches?
Yeah, the alien in this story would be happy doing cavity searches.
So I don't know if we have any real things. I don't know if
Yeah.
there's any final thoughts on this. I mean,
I really like the book. I really like the story.
What-
I think that it was very well written. I think that I enjoyed the descriptions of like the anarchy that she does to people. Um yeah, I actually felt kind of sorry for her. And then I kind of felt good for her at the end, but it was very tragic. But again, it was very Shakespearean in its ending. I liked it. I thought it was pretty good. I think it's one of my favorites so far, except for the Diamond Age.
Yeah, so for me, I mean, I read it differently. I just see that she's playing games with these dudes, all right? I mean, that's how I
the
view it.
incel
Aren't
position.
we all, aren't
You
we all playing
know,
games
I think
to a certain extent?
I think this is
I guess
coming.
so. I mean,
This is coming
Yo,
from
you know,
some.
Adrian, we're all playing power games. Don't
I
fool
don't
yourself.
know.
That's how life is, right? Just power games or power games.
Yeah, I mean, I guess everything is a performance to some degree, right? But I mean, um, yeah, that's my take on it, right? I mean,
Wait, but
you can say it's the incel position, but I mean,
Well, I was just in honor of Wogpog. Somebody
no,
had to
but
say it.
taking that into consideration, though, what you just said, Adrian, like, what do you feel the actual ending, like the way, like, do you think that you feel satisfied that she died, or like that she ended up, like going down to that level? If to you she was playing games the whole story, and she ends up like just in some like crappy
well,
pimp
I mean,
room lying on a
she's
mattress.
kind of a vacant
Fake
person
in what sense fake?
to begin with. Well, like, I mean, there's no like, I don't know. It's like she
The lights
has
are
to
on, but
play.
nobody's home.
Well, no. She's not stupid, but it's like, she has
She's
to play
simple.
those games with like the dudes to feel any kind of fulfillment in her life. Like, she can't. I mean, if let's just say I had the ability to just like, you know, take someone out, or like, I'd be like selective on, and nobody would know. It would be like, I'd be like selective on how I did it, and like, it would be like I'd try and build something. Now that's a
You
very
You'd
just
be
kill
that's a
much
homeless
more
people.
devious.
You just like
that's a very like you know, I get that it's a man's position, right? But like,
She's not a
yeah, it's
mastermind. She has the
well,
power.
no, it's just like there's almost no ambition. There's almost no ambition in what
No,
she's doing,
I
right?
got that.
It's
With, I
like,
mean, the amount of power that she gets. I mean, I can just reading this story. I imagine so many scenarios of like,
Well, back to the
wait,
point. That's what she's trying to learn from the
having
one
this
guy,
power,
right?
I'd be like, in how many ways
yeah,
can be on top of the world here, right? I imagine like, oh, Jackal, secret assassin,
yeah.
secret banker. I mean, just I so many scenarios that went through my head, and I feel like,
Now that is a very like masculine
is it though? I don't
position. It's
think
like, oh, the
so.
man looks at
What
it
do you
that
think,
way.
Jody?
Well, then
Jody, what do you
like,
think of this? What's your opinion?
Well, I just keep thinking of the things that you've said throughout the space, Adrian, about how, a man thinks that way, or that's how a woman thinks. And it's like, but how would you know that? You're not a woman.
oh no,
No,
you're right. I
he's
don't
a
know that, but
hermaphrodite, so he does understand that.
What?
well, I mean, despite the
I
claims of
knew
my
it. No,
hermaphroditic
it
self
did it.
or
Didn't do.
androgynous. No, yeah, the whole thing I'm thinking of is like,
You're all
you
mad,
know,
Adrian.
no, I'm just thinking about it like, you know, it's just like this confusion of the woman, right? It's like, oh well, I know I'm good looking already, and like I can get whatever I want from men. Now I have this extra power, right? That like I can just like kill them on a whim and like deform them and stuff like this, right? It's like,
I think
you
that's actually
know,
kind of a
it's like there's
shallow look at it.
it's kind of like, and she doesn't know what to do with it, right? It's like it's almost like she's like waffling around in confusion, right? It's
Well,
like
she's not a mastermind. She doesn't know how to master such a power. She's looking for, she's looking for, I guess
she
not.
doesn't know what she's looking for. That's the problem, right? I mean,
Yeah, like she's not happy, she's depressed, and some people, not just women, some people are just naturally like that. I call them Eeyores. Like it's like, oh, oh, it's raining today. Oh,
but
darn.
blatant Winnie the Pooh reference there.
And it's like I cannot stand Eeyores because I'm one of those people in the morning. It's like, okay, fresh slate, let's go. Right? I can't
Yeah,
stand
yeah.
Eeyore. So she's a bit of an Eeyore. And you know what? She's insecure and who knows why for many reasons. But the point of the matter is that she's looking for power, but she's looking for the wrong power. Like she should have just been herself in the first place. Like just, left her husband and lived her life authentically, right? And it's almost like she was too much of a coward to do it. And then when she got these powers, it kind of gave her an excuse and this confidence, but it really wasn't a true confidence because
Yeah.
in the end, she ends up choosing love in a more submissive role and finds that she's at peace with that enough to like end her love of her life's life. Like, you know,
But I mean, there's just no direction. It's like, okay, like I mean, take Paris Hilton for instance, right? It's like,
well, she's a bit of a
but
legally blonde kind of a person, right?
no, she's not though. That's the whole thing. Like all of the money
No,
that
yeah,
she
she's a
has,
business
it is
person.
not from her dynasty, right?
No,
Like it's not from the Hilton Empire. Like she's actually earned
she
that
sold her
for,
brand.
you can say it's vacuous, right? But I
With
mean, she
Paris?
started as a socialite and like people would pay her 100 grand just to show up at their party. Then the sex tape like elevated her and like she's capitalized on that like every step of the way.
So you think that's ingenious?
Well, it's certainly not stupid, right? Like, I
You
mean,
just
she's
described
ambitious.
Adrian, you just described Justin Trudeau. Do you realize that?
Well, I mean, yeah, but he got a
Yeah,
nation to arrest, to
nope,
like, you know what I mean?
same
Like,
thing.
it's not though.
She came up with something like creative, like
Well, that's my point. She built a
yeah.
brand, right? I mean, he hasn't done fuck all, right? I mean, he just has the name behind him
But
The
she wouldn't have
Trudeau
been able to do
name.
that
So,
without the name.
politics, right?
She wouldn't have been able to do that. She capitalized on her name before she made it big on her own. Let's admit that.
Well,
And
no,
she's running around with
she
Nicole
was no.
Richie and their little show, and it was
Well, I
their
mean,
name.
well, no, but that was after the sex tape, right? Before that, she was making like 100 grand to show up at people's like parties, right? So, I mean, like, yeah, you can say who the fuck would pay 100 grand for her to show up, but she got someone to pay it, right? So, I mean, more power to her. Um, yeah, I mean, and that's just with like,
I always
you know,
thought she was a cheap skank. I'm sorry. I always did. Because everything was capitalizing on her name and her,
well, I
the
mean, she's
money.
not unattractive either, right? So, I mean,
Yeah, well, she's also not 100% natural. I can assure you that.
oh, I understand that, but I'm just saying, right? Like, and I mean, this is really just like an example of like a woman who's just using everything in her toolbox that she
Yeah.
naturally or has purchased, to get herself ahead, right? I mean, if we think about Jaqueline S, she's naturally beautiful. She can get whatever she wants just by being her. But now she has this additional power, right? Where she can basically take out anyone in her way, like any man in her way, right? So, I mean, and she doesn't know what to do with it. Like, I mean, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just
See, I didn't
weak,
find her
basically, right?
strong. The
Yeah.
first the first sentence of that book is, what was it? If you like strong, sweet women. And it's kind of an oxymoron there, because strong and sweet, right? Like, it's almost like he was deluded that she was a strong woman, but she really wasn't, maybe. And the strength of her power, of this special psychic power that she had to cause physical mayhem. But, like, if you took that away, she really wasn't that strong of a woman. And she wasn't really all that sweet. It was all just kind of a masquerade, right?
Well, this is what I'm saying. Like, she's unambitious and vacant, and capricious. That's, yeah.
For me, it was like, in the end, it was like her feminine wiles was what she used to get what she wanted, really. Overall, it wasn't this power that just
Well,
kind of
that's how
gave
I
her
read it
revenge,
too. I mean, yeah,
right?
the power is like an addition that should make her absolutely unstoppable, right? I mean,
Yeah. What did you think of the book overall, Zink?
Well, I mean, obviously, I've read extensive. I've read almost all the books of Blood, actually. So, and this is one of the ones that really stands out. There's the other one. Maybe Speedy knows the one about the pig farm. We'll have to do the one about the pig farm.
Well, was it about this book that you enjoyed?
No, I mean, the reason I chose this one, well, once again, I think it's just because, yeah, it's a bit more of the visceral ones, right? But in many ways, it deals with, like, yeah, classic sort of issues of human relationships and stuff like that. And so I think it's, in some ways, it's kind of one of the edgier stories to put people in on there, because, yeah, it's. I mean, that's the point, right? On its surface, it seems edgy, but yeah, but at the same time, it's also got deeper themes there and everything. So I think it's a good sort of.
I think that they both challenged traditional roles of male, female, right?
I don't
Um,
know. Does it challenge them or does it reinforce them? I mean,
It just shows you that one can be the other. At,
in
you know,
some ways, the one thing it does have in common, like I said, it's. I don't know how to say this without,
don't just
because
let her rip. I can take
so
it.
this one was obviously, like I said, written by a gay man who bottoms, right? The other one was written by a woman. There seems to be a certain amount of, I don't want to say self-loathing, but
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like it seems like like it seems to be a component of some women and some gay men that it's not just that they want to be submissive, but it's even a little bit further than that, right? Now it's always like in some ways it comes down to that sort of like it's not a rape fantasy quite, but like because of course it's always like he's some big hairy
That's what dominance.
Dominate.
Yeah,
yeah, so
dominance.
that's what I'm saying. So in some ways, and I think it's going a little bit beyond that. So these are people who obviously do have some domination fetish, but they're kind of like, at what point does it go too far, right? So in the case of the one, it's I mean, in the end, they're both reduced literally to, I mean, fuck puppets, right? They're
Right.
just
Yeah.
they almost become objects. And so
Yeah.
I think in some ways it's a severe form of, like I said, the submissive partner, right? Where there's no volition almost, right?
But
Hmm.
I mean, so with Titus, if you think about when she is waiting to see him and then he finally meets with her, I mean, within what, like 10 minutes, she's seduced him? Like, I mean, and I mean, otherwise, he is a straight laced guy, right? Like, I mean, yes, he's mean in business, and he even says, like, as he moves up, becomes more and more mean, right? But, like, I mean, she seduces him, and I mean, this is a happily married guy, right? So, I mean,
I wouldn't
you
say he's
know,
happily married.
Titus?
Yeah.
Oh, no, no. I mean,
Oh no, he's
I,
not
I,
happily
I,
married.
I,
He just keeps her. He's comfortable. He's used to it.
Well, I mean, now we get into the question of like, how long can you stay happily married, right? Like, I mean, I mean, that's another thing, right? That's
Yeah.
like, um, it's like how long? I mean, most marriages in Canada end in divorce, right? Like, I mean, especially with the Ontario wine moms here, like, I mean, a lot of them are on their like second and third marriage, right? So, I mean, this is why I said when Trudeau came out and that's like, oh, he and Sophie are splitting up, no surprise to any of us. I went on a space, I think it was Wogpogs, and I was like, you know what? Like, you think this hurts him politically? It actually helps him, right? Because like, you know, a lot of the Ontario wine moms, and I'm sure Quebec
Yeah.
and like BC as well, they're on their third and fourth marriage. So it's like it actually makes Trudeau more endearing to them, right? It's like, oh well, you see, he's just like us. There's no shame in like failing at marriage 2 times or like 3 times in a row, right? Like, I mean, yeah. So I mean, that, with Jacqueline S, it's almost like, the way I read it from the very beginning, with her like she's gonna kill herself, and like it's like this is this life? Is this every day? It's like it's almost like she got everything that she wanted, but was not satisfied with it, right? And it's like, oh, I pictured this to be oh so very different to how it is. And that's how a lot of people are, right? It's like they have this idealized version of how things are going to be in their head. And then when it doesn't work out exactly like it was in their head, there's a problem, and it's like, it's just terrible. I mean, it's just a way of looking at things. I don't know, that's my opinion.
Cool.
So no, the other one with this is it was also testing the waters to see how people responded to Barker. So I needed something a little. Some of his stuff maybe isn't quite this edgy, although arguably some of it is. I will maybe the pig one. Maybe the pig one will be a little bit heavier. So maybe we'll do the pig one
Or is it
next
a
when we
Pig
do.
Blood Blues?
That we're
Yeah, I
doing
think so.
when Derek
The
calls.
one where it's like essentially like the it's I think it was like a delinquent, like essentially it was like a teenager prison or something like that, like on a pig
Yeah,
farm.
as Pig Blood Blues. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought we were
Yeah.
doing Wendigo.
No,
What was
no,
next?
yeah, we are. But I'm saying like if I bring in more, because like I said, the three authors I've read the most of are Barker, Lovecraft, and Niven. So yeah, no,
Okay.
next week we're doing those two, right? But then
Mm-hmm.
yeah, at some point, so yeah, then we'll probably be doing yeah, like I said, yeah, Neutron Star, and then maybe me and Carla were talking about like yeah, maybe doing the Southern Reach series there, but we might intersperse it. So yeah, maybe I'll bring in another set of Barker because like yeah, I like there's I mean all of them are pretty good, but there's probably like a good 6 or 7 more of the books of blood that are interesting. I think on for
You haven't
this.
put anything in the Gulag book club for a long time. That's where I keep going to get the spaces instead of that chat. But
Oh yeah, no, I was ready, but yeah, it's just it's so hard to like. This is my other problem, right? Like, because there's other ones out there, like to a certain extent, we've even talked about like locals or OnlyFans there, right? Because like actually, just like scheduling, it's such a pain in the ass to schedule the space and then tweet it out and then put all the hashtags in and then keep track of where it all is. It's such a damn mess. I should actually just use because I have that account Gulag Book Club. I should just use that to tweet them out, but I always forget.
that's okay.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean we've tried with the mainstream stuff to bring people in. Quite honestly, I don't think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to come into
You know
the
what, you guys?
club, right?
People are lazy.
They really are. And
They're
I mean,
used
that
to
really
like
is it, right? I mean,
TikTok and Facebook. Like,
Well, more than anything, they just want to talk about the same old
No,
shit, right? So it's
they're
just like,
lazy. And let me
exactly.
tell you, I run book clubs. I've been to many book clubs, and people don't want to read intellectual stuff, man. They just want to read trash, right? They want to read whatever is the easiest, thing to digest. Like the book clubs where I had the most success with people is just reading easy stuff, right? Like I mean, fantasy trash or whatever the YA novels.
this has been really good for me.
Like
This has been really
it
good
it
for
it
me. So again, go
it's
ahead.
hard to find people willing to really like think and ponder about things. Like whenever you mention yes something that
Hmm.
is not the mainstream on the top 20 of this or that, or like the bookshelves, on the bookends on a bookstore, like it's unless it's something like a classic or something, like it's really hard to get them in for sure.
We have to kind of break it apart. Like in
But
book clubs in the past, you would start at the beginning and kind of discuss like each chapter or section or whatever. But it takes like you got to kind of break things down and look at like what does this mean? What are they doing here? What are they saying here? What do they mean by that?
No, and I mean, like, I also
well, it's like
feel like
for me,
they
like
kind of we're on the same frequency about many things like politics and like like economics and all that. Like I feel like I mean, ideally, it would be cool to have some different perspective, but in that sense too, right? Like, I mean, even the way the books we pick, like we just picked Diamond Age, right? It's very libertarian. So someone who's like, it's into reading more like, yeah, like different political stuff, maybe won't even be interested, right?
well, I actually thought more people would be interested in the Diamond Age just
It's so
because,
sci-fi.
you know,
Yeah.
it's sci-fi, but like it's a lot of like, well, and just because Zink was also talking to like when he was kind of promoting it in the one space there, he said, it's a lot of like what we're going through on Twitter Spaces, and like people are breaking down into like separate groups, and like in the Diamond Age, you had like a whole bunch of different like separate groups that were like going their own way, and that's fine. Like you can have. So I thought more people would have come in just to like parallels, like
Yeah, but just
how things are playing out now,
imagine the
right? So I
rationale
mean,
though. They look at how long the book is. They're like, "Fuck this," right? I mean, I don't want to spend 8 hours of my week on this, right? They don't have that level of
well,
commitment.
like I said, the people on here, to be quite honest, are all they're mostly fucking dumbasses. They're pseudo intellectuals, right? And here's what a pseudo intellectual does: they're insecure about their unintelligence. So what they do is they pick things that look smart. It's like, oh yeah, guys, I'm reading The Fourth Turning now. Or the real Dr. Fauci. Look at me, I'm reading smart books now. In reality, when these people do read, they're fucking reading whatever the adult version of the Babysitter Club is. You know. So I mean, that's so they want to show off, right? It's the person who, yeah, like, it's like, oh yeah, these are all the books I'm reading, right? Like, they're not actually. It's like, what's your favorite book? And then they list something that they think makes them sound really smart, but of course their favorite book is actually, yeah, some trashy romance
No,
novel
it's
or
probably a Paulo
Mandingo.
Coelho, some trash like that, right?
Danielle Steele.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
so I mean, that's
Danielle Steele.
I actually used to read her when I was much, much younger.
so they come. So what they see is that when they see the books that, yeah, we're reading here, it's like, oh well, those aren't books that make me look smart, right? Because that's all they're interested in, is looking smart, right? Not actually being smart. And so that's why they
Yeah.
don't see the value in this. And yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just, it's always, I almost like, because, like, of course, it sounds like griping, but it's really not. I mean, it really just shows exactly how stupid people are on here, right?
Yeah.
They just want to talk about the same old thing.
Well, and that is getting tired. Like, it's like when you said earlier, you don't want to talk about the vaccine.
Oh, no, me
I
neither.
mean,
I don't want to cover
I
the convoy
completely,
anymore either.
I
Like, I'm
com,
sick of the convoy. Shut the
yeah,
fuck up.
yeah,
Like, I'm
I
done.
agree. I agree. And it keeps coming
Yeah.
back, right? Like, I
Okay,
mean,
okay, fine. Trump versus DeSantis, guys. Let's go. There we go.
No.
That's the topic of the day. Well, like I said, I mean, it's just the same old shit, right? Like, they just want to, like, talk.
J6, J6, J6.
No,
It's
but
just, yeah. So I mean, it's
you
just.
think you hit it hard with the whole like being humble ego thing? Because when I had like this book club that was sci-fi, and like books that were like like more kind of like more in depth and all that, like some of the people who gathered first, and like whenever they were talking about it, they realized, oh yeah, I don't sound like this is kind of hurting my ego, or kind of sound like a dumbass, and like, or like they were just not interested enough, right? But like the way they deliver wasn't like what they expected to, and they never came back to when I had those early book clubs on sci-fi. Like we ended up being like 3 people, right? And it was mostly that, right? Like they talk big, right? And like, oh yeah, like I read this, and once like they were sitting there to discuss the books, they would just have nothing to say, right? So it was more about their ego being hurt, and like instead of willing to continue into the journey and maybe learning, right? They would just, well, I don't think this is doing my ego any good that I go there and like I have nothing to say, like nothing smart to contribute, like nothing relevant to say. So I'm sure people have that fear, right? Like, okay, what if I read this and like all of my tweets that I've been tweeting for the past year, like are not congruent with like what I actually have to say. So I feel like people are not humble enough to yeah, like have a different opinion on something that comes like that's genuine from without having an external bias from whatever's happening like every day, right?
Well, that's the problem. They actually are incapable of forming their own opinion, right? They need to be told this is the smart opinion, right?
yeah,
No, but more
exactly.
than that, right? It's kind of even like that just not being humble, right? Like, okay, maybe my opinion is not as awesome as I'm expecting, or like it's not as great as this next person who's speaking, right? Like I don't sound as smart as them, and maybe they do have an opinion, right? But it's that fear that like, well, and the fear of getting their ego deflated, right? Like more than not actually
Well,
having one.
actually, it's a lack of confidence, right? It's like, even if I'm wrong, right? Like, it's not going to hurt my feelings
Yeah,
if
exactly.
if a space full of people disagree with me, or even if I am genuinely wrong. It's like, oh no, my life was ruined, right? There's too many people. Like I said, yeah, they know they're not, like I said, it's this pseudo intellectualism, so they're afraid of, like, I mean, who knows? Like I said, like, I don't. Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to this, like, is it interesting, right? So I mean, that's. Whereas, yeah, a lot of this is performative, right? People who come into certain spaces and try to act like the wise prepping guru.
I don't know who
I
you're
will just
I don't
say
know who
that
you're
I'm not.
talking about.
I,
I
I
don't know
would
who you're
say
talking about.
I'm not a prepper at all, right? I mean,
I'm a prepper.
I totally am not. I'm
I
just
make my
like
own jelly. I make my own stewed tomatoes. I make my own pasta sauce. I grow.
I just buy
prep too, guys. I prep
those
too.
things.
I'm washing my underwear tonight. That's a prep.
Well, I have a bunch of tuna cans and a pocket knife. That doesn't make me a prepper, but I try, right?
What are you gonna do with your tuna cans?
Just let them gather dust. Yeah, that's it.
And what and the reasoning is
I mean, if shit hits the fan, I can eat some stale tuna.
you
Hey
lick
guys,
the
I'm
cans
getting
like Celia.
Oh yeah, the cilia, yeah. And
Oh,
she
I'm
bites it
sorry
with her
that
teeth.
because
Well, like I said,
it's
to me,
slimy and tasted like snot, and then they talk about her like
so
taking it
so
in
so
her mouth, and
here's the
she's
thing.
like
Like
sucks it clean. Oh, fucking. Ugh.
Mormons love Jello desserts, right? So I mean, actually,
What?
Jello
That's
is the
not
official
Jello.
is the official dessert of Utah. No, so so what and they do weird shit with Jellos. Like the classic one is green Jello with cut up carrots, like shredded carrots in it. I have no
Oh
Oh,
idea what
that
the
is
yeah,
weird.
my
yeah.
grandma
I
used to make that.
my grandma used to put like
Mm.
those canned
Oh,
tangerines
yeah, my grandma
inside green
too.
Oh, the little
Jello.
Can
baby
can
mandarin oranges. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Those ones can be okay. My preference is
yeah,
obviously something more like a pineapple or banana. Banana
I
works
like
yeah.
well.
pears in your
my
Jello.
best things are pears. I love Jello by itself, and I love it with. You can buy it with Jello with fruit in it.
The little
At the store.
cups, yeah. I
Yeah.
like to make my own because I like I always make some Jello shots while I'm at it.
Oh,
I
damn.
mean, Google some of that shit. I mean, back in the 70s, our parents must have been on some really good fucking shit. Either dropping acid, PCP, or some really good fucking weed because they were putting meat in their Jello. It was fucked right up. You can Google some of the pictures. It's
What,
like,
meat?
no, meat. Yeah. And they would put them in a
So
bathroom.
here's what I like to do. I like to mix. I like to get some yogurt and mix it with some Jello, and then put some chia seeds in there.
What about granola? Do you
That's
like granola?
weird.
Oh,
No,
No,
granola.
no.
Oh, I
So
like
here's what happens. Chia seeds work like tapioca. So if you
I like
get them in the Jello, they become actually soft like that. So you have that little bit of chew. And then
yeah.
the yogurt. Technically, people do it with whipped cream too, but that's just too light, right? So if you
But
put
like
some
Greek yogurt, right?
yeah,
Like
yeah, like a
yeah.
Greek yogurt, and it gives a creaminess to it. So no, it's actually. I mean, that's what parfait is, right? I mean,
It
it's
almost gives it like a nutty kind of a rich. Yeah. No, I like chia seeds. I've had them before. I've made bread with chia seeds. Yeah. Chia chia
And the
chia
bonus
chia.
is if you're balding, you can grow like a nice green
Chia chia
afro, right?
chia. Look, I've had several chia pets in my life. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh,
Can't hear
have
you,
you?
Tracy. I think
You
Tracy.
know, the
back
chia
to
pet is something that, like, that like you see on TV, but you never get. But you say that you've had it, so
I had two
there
of them.
goes that theory.
I had a hippo. There was a hip. It was a hippo, and then there was a monkey, and like the sprouts grew out of his belly, so it would be like a guy monkey with like a hairy belly. Yeah. My mother, okay, my biological parents, no kidding. My mother was a straight up fucking hippie. Like, she grew her hair, she ironed her hair, like the old fashioned way, like with the old irons. Like, she would iron her hair, she burned her bra. She wanted to go to the US and like march with Martin Luther King. Like, what my mother, she was a folk singer in a coffee shop. That's how she met my father. He was a biker. Yeah, and that. It all went down
so I
after
probably should say,
that.
but just now I was thinking because like you can find a lot of weird old porcelain things from like pre 40s, right? A lot of I guess you're gonna say like racially insensitive salt shakers. You guys seen those?
Yeah,
Yeah,
So
my
just now I was thinking it's like it's unfortunately that chia pets came later on because I can only imagine like like if they'd been around prior to that like racially insensitive chia pets, right? I mean, I think there's a market
yeah.
there.
I remember.
actually, you know what, Jake?
Yeah.
I have a picture. Somebody on Facebook showed that they've just bought a nutcracker, and it was this naked girl, and you spread her legs open and you put the nut in between her legs. That's how you
Oh,
crack
no
the nut.
way. Really? Oh,
Yeah,
I
I
want
have
it.
a picture of it.
Oh,
I
I
knew
want
I
it.
wanted one too. That's why I took the picture. It's like I want one of those. I can
Okay,
find it for you.
can you send me it too? Because I want to.
Sure, I'll find it
We
and
are Nutcracker people.
I'll
We
put
are
it in the
Nutcracker
bio.
people.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I
I'll
mean,
put
I
those
like
out
it
at
way better
Christmas.
than the Nutcracker. But yeah, I'll find it for you. It's in my Facebook. You boys would like it too. She's pretty sexy. I'll find it. So how was the? I'm sure the fucking book club was better than fucking work. God damn it. And I took another shift tomorrow. Like I'm never gonna get my fucking Jeep out of fucking impound. You know, it's the third time she's been. She must like jail.
Yeah. Did the cash come through, Tracy?
Typical Edmonton girl.
No, I know, right? Well, no, the Jeep. I mean, yeah, I have been in jail a few times myself, but but the Jeep. Her name is Betty. She must like being in jail too. That's
Betty
why.
Blowjob.
My car is Lolita.
Lolita.
Lolita Consuela Conchita Banana. I'm serious.
Yeah,
What's
no,
funny?
Does she get you the
that's
banana?
racially insensitive.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah. Mm,
Hey, you know what? Once you
yeah.
just go open up your
Send it to
filing
me.
cabinet there, Carlos, and file that under TB for too bad.
Ooh, that was a whole lot of sass right there.
Yeah, no. He doesn't have a filing cabinet. He just has a Rolodex.
Oh my God. Do you know anybody who still has one of those? I do. I know a couple lawyers who still use a Rolodex. It's
No,
sad.
there's tuna cans in my file cabinet, so no room.
That's why you
Tuna
need the
cans, Carlos.
Rolodex.
Carlos, you need some money, man. Like,
Yeah, what's with the tuna cans,
No,
dude?
that's
you
my
need some
attempt to
money. Like,
prep. So I have like a gazillion tuna cans. Every time I open a drawer anywhere, there's tuna cans popping out.
because you know what, buddy? I could spare a dime.
Oh, that reminds me. So back to it. So yeah, with Spar, it's like
Sorry.
erotic Jello. So yeah,
Oh,
like
right. Back to erotic
that thing
Jello.
she reaches in and like breaks. Like, was that a carrot stick or something in there? That's the only thing I was thinking about. Right, was Jello sex.
Jello sex.
Jello
No.
sex would be fun.
Do you know that movie with Patch Adams where the old lady swims in like a big thing of noodles?
Is that noodle
Yeah.
sex? I'm confused.
I don't want to have noodle sex before I die. With ketchup.
Jello sex makes me
Have
think of Jerry
Katie
Springer.
sex, some Katie sex
Didn't Jerry Springer have like
with
the
cut up
Jello
hot
sex?
dogs.
Perfect finish. Katie goes with everything. Oh my God, I'm gonna get the giggles. Shit.
Didn't Jerry Springer have the Jello fights with the girls? That's what you made me think of. You said Jello sex.
I think so. Yeah.
Jello sex sounds fun too.
So when I was 16, I worked at the Holiday Inn, right? And I was like the salad prep girl. And I worked there on the weekends, and I used to prepare like all of like, you know, when you go to a buffet or you go to like a big, huge, whatever, that big trays of like, you know, meat, various meats, cheeses, and fruits, and right. So I used to do all the fruit trays, and then I used to have to do Jello molds, and then I was given like, you know, I was able to like have a little bit of freedom with my creativity. So I'd make like, you know, like rainbow Jello, and I'd make it in all kinds of different shapes, and I'd build little houses, and yeah, I had a lot of fun with Jello. Kids really liked my Jello trays, and that's
And then you
where
made
I learned.
racially insensitive Jello too.
I did, and you know what? The sous chef taught me how to make Jello shooters. I was 16. Good times, man. We used to party at the end of the shift. Oh, those are good days. Jello. Jello.
Bill Cosby kind of ruined that though.
Didn't he?
Yeah.
Hey, little girl, come on over here. I got a pudding pop for you. Come on.
Gross.
Well, no, see, it makes sense now if you think about the sex jello.
Yeah, it does. Oh, eek.
I liked Bill Cosby like way, way, way back when he was really like he was daring. And
Yeah.
then you guys remember that cartoon Fat Albert?
Oh yeah, it was great.
Oh, that was the best.
It really was great.
Remember that?
Yeah, yeah. Mush mouth.
And I'm gonna sing a song with you. It's Fat Albert. Good show. That was like
Yeah,
a
it
really
was good.
decent cartoon. My mom didn't like it
Classic.
though. My
Because
mom
she's
didn't like it.
racist.
No, she thought it was like racially offensive. She's like, "This, look at them, their lips are so big." And I'm like, "Mom, it's just a cartoon. Like
Yeah.
white
But
kids like it
big.
too."
And their lips are kind of big.
Their lips are fucking big.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, the
that's just kind of
stereotypes come from
culturally.
somewhere, right? So
White people often have long, pointy noses. It's just how we're made. There's nothing like.
Yeah.
So what?
My brother does. I was adopted, so I can say that. And he is so vain. If I wanted to fight with him and get him right fucking pissed off, I'd say you could fucking ski jump off of your fucking nose. Shut the hell up. And he
You
would
were
just go
adopted. You
mad.
can say that.
And then
I
the
love
fight
it.
went on.
It's the best get out of
so
jail free card.
so wait, so Zinc, what year was this the Jaqueline Ess written?
Mid 80s. All the books of blood, I think, were
And that's
published like 84,
1982, though.
85,
He wrote it
86.
earlier in 82, and it was
Okay.
published in
Oh,
83,
okay.
the first
Yeah,
volume.
it
Yeah.
seemed older to me, like the society, or I don't know. I just got the feel that might have been like in the 60s or 50s.
So
He was writing
I'm just
about.
It might have
wondering.
been like the early part of it, yeah, might be taking place there in the 60s, right? Because it seems like, at least across all of it, up until the end there, like, it seems like it must, because it seems like he's looking for her and everything, so it seems like it must span about a decade at least.
Well, I was thinking because like her husband sent her to the psychiatrist or psychologist, right? And that's typically what husbands used to do with women who are, who needed a little bit of help or were a little anxious or nervous. Oh, they'd send them to psychologists and the doctors would give them Valium or
I
whatever
mean,
and send
they
them
did
home.
that.
And
They did that in the 80s too. I mean, don't you remember the Sex Lies and
Oh,
videotape?
yeah.
Like
well, no, like this
the
was
Andy
before
McDowell
women went.
character is in therapy, right?
This
So I
was
mean,
kind of like before women went and worked outside the home, right? So if you had women who were unhappy in their life, they'd go see the
They
psychiatrist.
had a famous episode of Mad Men where, yeah, like he sends his wife to the psychologist, and then once the psychologist is done talking to her, he immediately calls the husband and tells it all to him.
Exactly, yeah. Like it was just such a sexist, like, yeah, it was just the times. It's just how it was.
actually, come to think of it, there are a lot of parallels between the movie Sex Lies and Videotape and Jacqueline S. Right? Not the gory parts, obviously, but yeah,
Or the videotape.
yeah, or the videotape. Yeah, I was actually thinking
Just the
about it.
sex and lies.
Yeah, exactly. Um, I was actually thinking about it. Like, I mean, I don't think they could remake Sex Lies and Videotape, you know, today, right? Like, I mean, it just wouldn't, like, it wouldn't work. Like,
To this
yeah,
day,
it
I
just would
still
not
like,
work.
to this day, one of my favorite movies is still 9.5 Weeks.
Is that who's in that?
Kim
Bruce Willis?
Basinger. No, Kim Basinger and Mickey Rourke.
Mickey Rourke when he was still
When he
normal.
was beautiful. Oh, he was so
Yeah.
beautiful.
And
He was,
not a
he was,
cat.
oh,
Yeah,
he was
not
beautiful.
freak.
He was just like, yeah,
Totally
no, I'll admit it.
freaking
I fell head over heels for him in that movie. Oh my God.
And you still like him today, right?
I didn't say that. I said, if you're
Okay.
listening, that I said
So here's the problem. So just
in
now
that movie.
I was checking my battery power, and like at the top on the iOS, it tells you the app that's currently open with the microphone. It just says X, and as a programmer, that just seems like it's a like a missing string, right? Like that somebody missed it, because like that's oftentimes what, like, if I just need text somewhere. Well, actually, and I always, like, literally since I was a little kid, I'd always just name my save games like XXX, XXX1, and a lot of, like, because, like, yeah, classically in program people do X, but a lot of people like just put XXX everywhere, right? So like whenever I see like X everywhere, it just looks like it was just like a typo and somebody forgot to put in like the correct text with
And the
X.
rest of the world thinks porn.
Pretty much.
No.
I think that's how programmers first did it, but after a while they just get used to it, right? So that's why they originally put X everywhere, and then it just becomes mundane.
Want to know something? About 20 years ago, I advocated in my neighborhood to get a XXX video store out of the neighborhood.
Really?
I did. Fucking rights, I
Wow,
did.
wow, you
You see,
prude.
I almost thought that was going to be a great story, because I thought you would. I advocated
It
to get
was.
a XXX video store.
Nope.
I thought it was going to end there, and I'm like, damn, Jody, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And then you said out of the neighborhood. I'm like,
Yeah.
damn, Jody, that's fucking lame.
Yeah.
Out they went. It's right down the fucking street from a school, for God's
You
sake.
were almost super cool. You were
The
so
neighborhood
close.
kids used to go in there and get ice cream. Like, it was no way.
But
They found a new place. They're still
And
successful.
the
They're fine.
neighborhood adults went in there to get ass cream. So
Yeah, well, it wasn't that bad, but it was. It was really, really residential. It was the only kind of store of its kind, and there was some seedy people hanging around. And it was just there's a school there. Like,
like I remember we had this one video chain, Jumbo Video, in like the 80s, and like
oh yeah,
yeah, into the early 90s, and like they always had the porno section, but they had like placards up that say 18 plus, right? And then like it wasn't a big deal. Like, I mean, fucking, the kids just didn't go in there, right? Like, I mean,
Well, see,
Yeah.
they had the porn roped off, laid up right beside the ice cream Slurpee machines, like it where it was the North End
I
neighborhood.
worked at a
So
video
that's
store. I
kind of
worked
like
at a, well, it was called Videoton here, but I mean, there was like a porn section, but it was behind curtains, and like it was just the old guys that would go there, and like they would come in with the movie title, and just I mean, we had some guys who would shout, it's like, oh yeah, I want this and this, right? Like, I don't know, Elastic Bot Volume 16, whatever. And they would shout that across the room, and that was like the most embarrassing thing about it. But besides that, like, I mean, pretty controlled, and like we would card, like people renting. So I don't think it was, yeah. And like, yeah, the kids would never even go in there. Like, we never have to like kick someone, like a kid out of there. It never happened, right? Like, it was just the adult section. I think it was like a unspoken rule for no one to go there.
So
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna wrap this up. I don't know if you're gonna start an acrimony or.
I gotta go to
I
bed.
don't know. What do you think, Tracy? I'm getting pretty
Go
tired.
sleep, Adrian. We have to sleep, bro. Take care of yourself, man. Sleep tonight. You never sleep.
I think.
Well, you could always just do it for like 2
fucking
hours. You're the one who keeps them going for like 4, 8 hours there, Adrian, right? Like, I leave usually at about 1:30 there, so.
Sometimes you come back though. You've taken.
Well, because you have it open. Yeah, I don't sleep very well, right? So I fall asleep for 3
It's
hours,
still
so
your
it's your
fault.
fault. It's your fault, right? I fall asleep and I'm like, oh shit, that stuff's still running. So then I come back
Rule
in.
number one.
I would
It's
go
always
find
their
another
fault.
space. I would find another
I
space.
No, but
It's not like it's the only
I have
option
to
out
say,
there.
Adrian, that's true. Sometimes I wake up at like 3 in the morning. I look at my phone like, oh shit, like LNA is there. So I just go and like and jump on it again. So it's true. It's kind of magnetic. You just attracted to it. I can't help myself every time I wake up in the middle of the night and see it on.
Well, I like it because it's just pure bullshit, and like anything
Well,
goes, right?
you should go start a short one, because I think we've exhausted the book now.
Yeah.
And I just got here and I had a shitty night at work. I had to
Yeah,
go to
right.
work in the
Yeah,
snow.
I could just tell Tracy's full of acrimony.
Yeah. So
I
it'll
have
be
to go to
another.
bed, man.
It'll be another
nutcracker.
prelude to acrimony.
And
So
guys, before you
yeah.
end it though, as I'm looking for this nutcracker picture, I have like thousands of fucking pictures to go through.
I'm gonna
But
send it to you tomorrow.
I screenshotted the Shady Bunch that had Jade, but Shim Jelly was in there, Ashley is in there, and some people that are on our PPC. I don't know who made it. Do you remember that Shady Bunch? You know, it was like
Shady
the Brady Bunch.
Bunch.
It was, you
Oh
know, the
yeah.
Brady Bunch, which is 369.
Yeah, but Ashley and Jade are gonna get along. I'll bet you
Ashley,
$20 right now.
No.
Shim
They'll eat
Jelly
each
was
other
in
because
there.
they both have to be the center of attention. So no, they won't.
No, actually, I think they're gonna end up like compadres here.
Maybe briefly.
I'll send it to you, Adrian, because I don't want to put
Wait,
it up because I don't want to put it in the
We'll see,
standard.
Jake.
I had
We'll
one
see
last
who
question about this story, the Jaqueline Ess story. I had like a million questions that I didn't use today, but one was I mean, I think Adrian said like he would picture it like late 70s, whatever. I had a question like, do you guys think if it was just adapted for today, like would it be relevant or like they would have to, I don't know, do some weird woke gender swap or
No, I don't.
it wouldn't work?
I don't.
Mm,
You would have to. I
not
don't know.
Canada.
Yeah, today is very different, right? The times are
Yeah, maybe if it
very
was in like
different.
maybe a slightly less developed country. I don't know.
I mean,
Or England.
she would just have an OnlyFans account. I mean, that would just be the whole
Exactly.
thing.
Uh,
So
It's true, I guess.
I mean, this is the same thing about sex lies and videotape, right? Like, I mean, Graham, he wouldn't need to film these girls talking about sex and like play it back to get a hard on. Like, I mean,
He
he
just
could
watched
just
Pornhub
go
or
on the
something.
internet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
no, he could just come into space when Tracy's in here, and
And what?
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys. Well, I'm buenas noches. I'm going to bed.
All
All
right,
right.
night,
Good night,
Jody. Yeah,
Jody.
Have
I'll
a good
fire
one.
that one up, and like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna bow out. I'll fire that up.
Yep.
Just give me a second.
Okay,
guys.
well,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna kill this one. I think we're all wrapped up.
Is it space sex? What kind of sex are you talking about?
Well, just talking dirty. Just talking dirty.
Yeah, it was Gulag Going Dirty, Volume 1.
I can. It's just I won't do it in spaces. Give me a phone call. Give me a phone call, Zinc. I'll show you how it's done.
Has to be a video call.
Oh my god.
Especially when your phone, you rest it on your titties and it slips down in betwin.
What the hell? Okay, thank you
Exactly.
guys. It was
Yeah,
a
Carl,
great space. Appreciate it.
I've been doing that.
I can't wait for the next book.
I've been
Have a
doing
good
that
one.
for ages.
Take it easy, guys.
I always
Cheers.
put you boys between my titties, Carlo, because I love you.